Demon tier gear was the hardest equipment to come by. Since the dawn of the human age, only a few such pieces have been available. So learning that there was someone who could make any beast gear up to the demon tier level, everyone already knew how amazing this ability was. Adding this with the fact that this person could also master any weapon at will, indicated that this person would certainly be strong. Sarah slammed the sledgehammer down into the ground. It sent out a visible circle shockwave like a ripple in the ground when it touched the floor, and it looked like the surface itself was burning somewhat as it spread out. Vincent could see the ripple of energy coming towards him. He was still in his shadow travel. It was a skill meant only to be used for movement, but he had never been hit while in this form before, and he wasn't sure Quinn had either. Because of this, he wasn't quite sure what would happen if he was hit in this form, and a few seconds later he found out. Since it was a game, it would be whatever Logan had programmed it to do. The ripple touched the shadow, and the skill had been deactivated, practically throwing Vincent out of skill and onto the area floor. He immediately felt a searing pain as the ripple touched him and had no choice but to use blood hardening on his forearms. The ripple was pushing him back, and Vincent gave his all to hold his ground. But suddenly, he saw a swing of the sword coming his way. Of course, Sarah wasn't being held up by the attack, so he would be able to fight just fine. The shadow had moved to his position, blocking the initial sledgehammer ripple attack, leaving Vincent to deal with the dual swords he could see in front of him. Like all the other equipment that Sarah used, there was a slight glow on it. It was hard to tell if it was from his ability or the active skills of the weapon, but it didn't matter. I need to get my head back in the game and focus on taking him out. Otherwise, I'm going to lose before showing everything I've got. Right now, I am playing the part of the Vampire King and I cannot lose. Vincent regained his composure. The main problem with the shadow was its slow movement speed, and with Sarah's speed being as fast as a vampire leader, perhaps faster, only a little slower than Quinn's, it looked like Vincent would have to fight in the old-fashioned way. I wasn't that good at using the shadow in the first place. Vincent pursed his lips. He threw a fist right between the two swords at the right time. His martial arts skills weren't lacking. However, it looked like Sarah had somewhat predicted this. His swords didn't come to strike Vincent. Instead, they crossed each other and came down in some X shape. They hit the gauntlet and managed to stop Vincent's blow from hitting Sarah's face. I see you've never fought someone who could keep up with you before, Sarah said. What was more worrying was the effect of these weapons. Unlike the last ones, there didn't seem to be some strong, powerful energy coming from them. The next second, and the gauntlet on Vincent's hand started to grumble right in front of him. It was his energy-draining gauntlet. Seeing this, Vincent was just thankful that he was facing this person in the game. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had a clue how to tell Quinn of such bad news. Since the gauntlet was crumbling in front of his eyes, Vincent hardened the rest of his arm using blood hardening. I can see you've never fought against a vampire before either. Clenching his fist, Vincent activated the blood spray, shooting out the energy of red aura directly on Sarah's face. It seemed to have taken him by surprise as he closed his eyes, and the hit flung his head back slightly. I can feel that they have made Quinn's blood aura strong, but I'm afraid if this person allowed someone like Quinn to do this, who is stronger than I am and has the power of chi, you would have died right there and then. Vincent thought. He admitted that Sarah was strong. It was just that Quinn had too many powers that one needed to counter. As he went in for another strike, Vincent's fist hit a large rectangular shield. Others heard a clang but nothing else. It seemed the shield had taken the blow well. With his current strength, most shields wouldn't have been able to withstand a blow such as that. The next second, though, and the shield started to spin. The force was strong, and he could feel someone pushing him back. The audience saw what had happened. There was no one on the other side pushing the shield at all. It was another active skill being used. Once again, Sarah had changed his weapon to a spear. After some struggle, Vincent had managed to move away from the shield, only to find a spear coming towards him. He thought he could block it until it had extended suddenly. It increased its speed and length, hitting him right underneath the ribs and going through him in seconds. It was a fatal wound, but the game didn't end yet. Vampires were resilient, after all. Do you think your favorite person is going to lose? Grimm asked. Perhaps in the game, but I still think he would win in a real battle. We have seen Quinn do many things that he hasn't done in this match, and he has hardly used the shadow as well. Abdul could hear everything going on, and he was thinking the same thing about Sarah. As one of the few people allowed to travel with Sarah, he had seen some crazy things that Sarah hadn't performed because the game simply wouldn't allow him to, and his real powers were actually more useful on others. Still, this opponent is tricky. Usually, when two opponents are of equal strength, it takes some time to learn the other's powers and attack patterns. Here, the pattern, rhythm, skills, they are all rapidly changing and evolving, making the fight unpredictable. The spear was inside Viknit's side, and he could tell that Sarah was trying to spin it to cause more damage, but Vincent currently had it held in his hands, refusing to let him do so, causing the two of them to just stand there opposite each other. "This really is an embarrassment," Vincent said. "I guess I have to resort to that." Nitro Accelerate activated. Bearing through the pain, Vincent moved backwards out from the spear willingly, and the next second, he was directly in Sarah's face with a blood drill. His speed had drastically increased thanks to the armor set. Sarah had somehow formed another shield, nearly identical to the last one, blocking Vincent's attack again. But before Sarah could perform another similar trick, Vincent appeared behind him. His other hand was similarly covered in the blood drill and slammed right into Sarah's back. It was a strong attack, and with speed, it usually would have pierced right through any armor. However, like every other set piece he owned, this one was strong. A pair of daggers appeared in Sarah's hands, and Vincent wasn't sure if he was imagining it or not, but they seemed to give him extra speed as well. "You've gotten faster, so you've made this a battle of speed." "Well, I can do that as well," Sarah said as he went to attack. The two were fighting close, one using just his bare fist and blood to attack in short range in bursts, while the other using daggers to cause small cuts here and there but still unable to land a fatal blow. The audience couldn't keep their eyes off the match, and even blinking, it felt like they had missed 5 movements happen at once. After crossing several hits from both sides, they were exhausted, and Vincent knew his time was running out but was unsure if it was the same for the other one. In the end, Vincent had to risk it all. He gathered a blood cannon in his hand. Preparing the strike, he charged in. He dodged all the swings from the blades as much as he could, and when he was sure he would make the hit, Vincent opened his palm and placed it right up against Sarah's stomach. At the same time, Sarah had swung his blade towards Vincent's neck, but it didn't seem that it would hit until it changed into the small sword that he had used at the very beginning. "It's over," they both shouted. Vincent's blood cannon had gone off, and the strange large energy attack had also left from Sarah's sword. The match was over, and for the first time since the event, there was no winner. The match was a draw. The audience was stunned into silence. 1 second they were non-stop fighting equally, and in the next second the match had ended. When the two left their pods, they both were in strange moods. I want to fight that guy. In real life," Sarah shouted after leaving the pod. The others didn't know what to say and just left him be as he went to the corner of the container and looked out to the other side where the vampires were. "Phew, I managed to make that at least a draw. So Quinn can't be too upset with me, right?" Vincent thought, thankful that the match had at least ended without a big upset. The vampire leaders didn't want to say anything because none of them were sure they could have done a better job, and there were still the other matches to go ahead. "That unranked is dangerous," Andy said. "We need to think about him as well. Also, it looks like we have had the go-ahead, and it looks like Pure is making their move." The board members nodded at his words, and the machine started to rotate through those who would be fighting next, and the first time in the event, one of the Pure members had been elected to participate in a fight. It was Agent 3, and he was going to face Jean, who was now selected for the second time. Chris, seeing this, looked towards the empty south container. It's beginning. Nervousness, anger, worry, and a mix of other emotions were going through Quinn's head right now as he walked through the facility. Just like the one on the north side, there were countless experimental rooms that had been set up, though none of them seemed to have any active experiments being performed. These rooms were built here before Pure had taken control of everything, right? Doesn't that mean that this was either the board's doing or the Supreme Commander's? Just what were they doing here? Quinn asked. Now that he had someone on the inside, he was hoping to get some answers. For some reason, though, it seemed like Nathan was having difficulty answering that question. Yes and no, Nathan replied. You're right about it being set up before Pure had taken over, as you so put it, but it's really not like that. Most of the experiments that happened here had to do with enhancing the human body. During and after the First Dalki War, the military became obsessed with creating some type of super soldier. After all, our bodies had proven useless against them, and our bodies were clearly weaker than the Dalki. Initially, those with strong abilities had only been those like the originals. Those were desperate times. I'm sure you understand, Quinn. Hearing Nathan talk about that sounded like a repeat of what Paul had told him at the time. However, while the military might have felt that the results justified the means, Quinn didn't like it one bit. After all, the people that had been selected as nothing but glorified guinea pigs had been those like the old him or Peter. Just like when certain people had been handed over to True Dream in the past, always the ones that weren't the most useful would be thrown into these situations to try to at least make them useful. Those in control saw no problem with that. But Quinn did. Still, he bit his tongue about this situation, as this was something that had already happened. What do you mean by no, then? Quinn asked as the two of them reached the gigantic, thick Glathrium doors. You will find out once you go through there. I've been told not to come with you, Nathan answered, seemingly evading the question, though. Having to go in by himself wasn't an issue for the Vampire Lord. Honestly, Quinn thought it was for the best, as he had his own shadow ability. He could always use it to get out by himself, so bringing someone else along just meant there was more chance of something happening to them. Knowing full well that this was a trap, Quinn headed in anyway, not fearing what was to come. Using shadow travel, he found himself inside the same dark, strange area that was surrounded by Glathrium all around. The slight smell of blood hit his nose. It wasn't too strong, but unlike the last area he had entered, this one didn't seem to be filled with bodies. Looking up, he could see the glass observation room that stretched around the place, and on one panel was a whole screen instead that turned on. I'm glad you could make it, Quintalon. When I first heard your name, I couldn't believe it. To think I would live to see the day when a child like you could hold so much power that I would need to resort to all of this. The voice spoke, revealing the appearance of Zero. So this is what Nathan meant when he said everything would make sense. Quinn thought as he looked at the man. The one Quinn was currently staring at, Zero, was a member of the board. He was the old man who stood on stage and the one who had done the most talking. However, there were still countless questions on his mind that didn't quite make sense. Who would have thought that a member of the board could be the leader of Pure at the same time? This would certainly allow him to have Pure agents in the military whenever he wished. With the other factions sharing information, no wonder they knew what everyone was doing. The experiments that Pure ran, the experiments that the military ran, they weren't researching separate things. It was all the same, orchestrated by this person. Why? Quinn asked. What you're doing doesn't make any sense. I know who you really are. You're Leo's master, correct? How can you be doing all of this? Why didn't you become someone great like Leo? And how come he didn't recognize you? This was what Quinn was slightly confused about. Surely Leo should have recognized his master's aura or frame, and on the stage he should have sensed that he had chi. Ah, Leo, yes. My foolish disciple who has joined you. Oh well, I have long since decided to forgive him for what he has done. But that is also why I thought that I wouldn't bring him along on my journey. Zero answered cryptically. As the one who knows him the best, how could I not know how to hide from? Coincidentally, he is the main reason I wish to see you. Why would someone who had been hailed a great hero from the war choose to follow a youngling like you out of everyone? I was intrigued to see the type of man he had chosen to follow. Forgive him? Quinn repeated back, pointing towards the screen. Why would Leo ever need you to forgive him, if he learns what you've done? Everything you've orchestrated. The more I think about it, I doubt even Pure knows that you are a member of the board. It then hit Quinn. He had no idea what that man's end goal was. Pure and the military service seemed like enemies, But if one man was behind both organizations, what goal did he pursue? As one of the mightiest men alive, why would he have needed to create an organization like Pure in the first place? What are you planning to do? And don't you dare give me some crap about trying to make the world a better place without abilities. That sham is over, Quinn shouted. There was silence between the two for a while, until eventually Zero started to laugh slightly. You're not a big fan of Lucy's idealism, I see. Truly is a shame. That woman was so pure and innocent in her belief. She truly wished to see her ambitions to create a world without leaders come to fruition. Her drive was what attracted people around her. When I heard about her plans and mission, I thought, surely there are more people like her that I can use in this type of situation. I won't deny it, Pure, the military, both of them are ultimately tools. Yet, I fail to see what reason I have to share my plan with you. All you need to know is that everyone at this event will die today, allowing me to achieve what I need to achieve. And that includes you, Quinn. After hearing this, there was a sinking feeling in Quinn's heart. He was worried about the others, and thought they needed help. Talking to Zero wasn't really going to get him anywhere. It didn't seem like he was in this room, he had to warn the others. Quickly, Quinn tried to use his shadow travel, but something was wrong. In trying to do so, his shadow wasn't summoned at all. He quickly checked his system, and it seemed fine, but he noticed that he was unable to summon any of the leaders by his side, and it was safe to say all communication was cut off as well. What is all this? This didn't happen in the last room. What is going on? Why can't I use my abilities? Quinn thought. Thankfully, it seemed like he was still able to use his blood powers, the absolute blood control, and also his chi as well. It looked like he might have to really test himself to see if he could break out of such a room or not. Ha ha ha. Zero started to cackle. Judging by the confused look on your face, you just tried and failed to escape. You see, beast crystals certainly are fascinating little things, and they have far more uses than acting as energy sources or raw materials to be crafted into weapons. When exploring planets and discovering new types of crystals, us members of the board were the ones who received them. With how rare they were, we kept them to ourselves, upgrade crystals, ability enhancement crystals, and many, many more. Zero explained. Hearing this, Quinn could make some sense of what the Pure leader was saying. One time, Quinn had received an upgrade crystal as a quest reward. Although the system was a mysterious thing, he didn't think it would just create something that didn't exist, yet he had never found any news about such crystals existing. If the board had kept it a secret, hiding this information from the others, then they probably did the same with all the other crystals they had, and right now one of these special types of crystals was being used to stop Quinn from using his ability. It makes me smile when I think about how much those real Pure members would have done to get their hands on such a crystal. Zero happily said. Quinn, we all saw how well you did fighting against those Dalki. You did a great job, but there was only ever one of you. Fortunately, our experiments finally brought forward a success. Let me see how well you do against our own superhumans. Zero finished with the TV screen turning off. At that moment, the sound of several vents were heard producing steam, and several of the side doors were opening. It was the first time one of those from Pure was fighting, and it seemed like those on the human side were more interested in seeing what they had to offer. After all, these were people who refused to wield abilities yet somehow still managed to gain a position here, in front of the world's strongest. At some point, each of their factions had a run-in with agents of Pure. Simply because of their beliefs, a few extremists in the group would either attack any ability user on-site or simple arguments would occur. However, they weren't the type of group that planned to outright attack the others. Pure had seemed to have waged war on only the military itself, leaving most of the Big Four alone until the Civil War. The big scar on Agent 3's face was seen as he walked forward. Not once did he smile, speak, or show any form of emotional expression at all as he got into the pod. Your teammate sure seems friendly, Mona said out loud, hoping Chris would hear. He was more approachable out of the two of them. He doesn't need to speak to show off his actions. Chris simply replied with a smile. At that moment, Mona was sure she had noticed something and pulled on Samantha's sleeve, bringing her over away from the others a little bit. Before saying anything, Mona pointed towards the south container with her chin. Have you noticed what that big guy has been up to? she whispered. Samantha looked in that direction, and at a brief glance, she couldn't see anything strange. She hadn't even paid much attention to chores before this moment, unlike Mona. The Supreme Commander, the head of the Earthborn group, and many strong people were in the room at the moment. The mere thought that Pure might try to do something here seemed strange to her. It will only lead to a bad outcome, and the board must have made sure that no other Pure members would be there. They can't be planning to do something here, are they? I'm sure the board has some plan to get rid of the vampires, maybe frame them for something. But they wouldn't do anything to us. This was what Samantha was thinking. Getting rid of all of them would practically doom the human race, and it would be impossible not to notice. Maybe I'm just overthinking things, but that guy has looked far too much over at the South container. It's like he's expecting something to happen at any moment. I am just telling you so you can stay on guard. Before Agent 3 had entered into the VR machine, Leo was also paying close attention, for there was something quite strange with the former's chi. His hand was hovering firmly over his hilt as he was ready for anything. The field started to load, and it was the strangest map they had seen yet. Several large, gigantic tunnels had appeared. These tunnels were connected in several different ways, and there was a small stream of dark water. The machine had cut the top of the tunnels to let the audience observe everything and witness what exactly was happening. That's a sewer system, right? Fex said, asking the question that was on everyone's mind. On the vampire side, Jean was fighting again, and just like other vampires, he had already fought once. This map didn't seem quite favorable for him. For instance, using an explosion would most likely hurt him because of the closed walls. Or at least that's what the others thought until they saw Jean cutting his hand and throwing blood towards the wall on his side, destroying it in an instant and realigning another path of a tunnel. The game always starts with both of us on the other side. This sewer system is messing my nose. So let's deal with this quickly. Like before, everyone's eyes were focused on the fight in front of them. All except Mona, who was constantly staring at Chris to see if there were any strange movements. Right at that moment, Chris looked over at Mona and gave her a wink before giving her a wave. "It's a trap," she shouted. The shout from Mona didn't quite register with everyone as quickly as it should have done. And the next second, green, colored smoke started to enter the room immediately. It sounded like the door behind them was closed a few seconds later. "Everyone, cover your mouth. Use anything to avoid inhaling the smoke," Satch shouted. He had immediately noticed what this green smoke was: a sleeping gas. There was one user with the ability to create strong, potent sleeping gas. Far stronger than humans could make, the military used this special gas quite frequently. It was less effective against large beasts, so they rarely used it that way, but if they needed to contain a beast, they would instantly fill the room with this gas. No matter how strong of an ability user one was, if they were to inhale this gas and fall asleep, they would be sitting ducks, helpless to do anything. I see what they did," Logan thought with his face covered, using the usual spiders to form a special mask from him. He looked around and saw that others in the room were falling fast while a few were somehow persisting. They knew that I would be here, so they decided to give everything a mechanical release rather than a digital one. They must have set up quite the contraption to avoid Leo's ability as well, and it must have been someone who knew both mine and Leo's abilities well. Thinking about all this, he found it hard to pinpoint who the culprit could be. The board knew a lot about Logan's ability, but the same couldn't be said about others. In contrast, only the pure members knew about Leo's ability. Judging by the fact that Chris had left, though, Logan was putting his bets towards the latter. It looks like not everyone knew about this plan of theirs either. Logan noticed that even the butlers in the room with them had succumbed to the smoke. The vampires in the room seemed to have more strength than the others, and the smoke hadn't affected them that much, making Logan consider they might have a natural immunity to it. However, he couldn't say the same for the others. Mona, who was still standing, had activated her beast gear and tried her best to gather her strength. Still, even without breathing, it felt like the smoke was affecting her somehow. Throwing out her fist as hard as she could, it had hit the glass wall. The impact shook the whole room, but there wasn't even a scratch on it. "What is that glass made of?" "It's as hard as glathrium," Satch frowned. At the same time, Grim and Owen were still standing. Lighting was striking their bodies, and it looked as if they were in pain. Perhaps a way to keep them awake. They tried to use their abilities on the glass container, firing out a lighting strike, but it also did nothing. "The boy! He can break us out," one of the generals shouted. However, as soon as he reached Syl, he found out that the latter had long fallen asleep. The two women eventually fainted, but the large warrior grabbed Mona, placing her over one of his shoulders while supporting Samantha in the other hand, holding her by her waist. It was strange to witness because he still held the giant box in his other hand, which was why he had to place one of them over his shoulder. Clearly, it would have been easy to place the box down. Now, among the few still standing in the room were Sarah and Abdul, but the latter looked to be barely hanging on. The same could be said for those two in the Greylash family, and seeing this, Logan had been able to use his powers to generate 2 more makeshift masks for both of them. "Put them on. I could only make 2, and I won't be able to make them quick enough for the others," Logan said, wishing that he had given one to Syl. Perhaps if it was him, with the powers of all the others, he could have broken out of the glass container. Leo and Satch were also all right, but no one knew how long they could persist. On the other side, the smoke was making it hard for them to see. "I'll just have to cut the glass," Leo said as he drew his sword. At that moment, the sound of a mechanism was being opened, and it was from the VR pod. That was towards the end of the glass. Quickly standing in front of them, glowing eyes could be seen through the smoke. It was Agent 3, but something was different about him. Just like the human side, the vampires were also busy watching the spectacle down below. Nothing had happened so far between the fights, but unlike their counterparts, they had remained vigilant, constantly suspicious that something was bound to happen. In the middle of the match, smoke started to enter the room. Yet the vampire leaders didn't look panicked or scared. Instead, they just looked at each other, some of them shaking their heads. It never could have been dealt with peacefully, could it? Jake sighed. Well, Quinn did mention to all of you that something was going on, and judging by the fact that he still hasn't returned yet, it can only mean whatever they're planning has started. Vincent pointed out as he went over to the glass and pressed his hand against it. When entering the room, the first thing he noticed was that this was no ordinary glass. As someone who had happily researched new materials and matters during his time, he could tell from the beginning. Is it a mixture of beast crystal energy? In a way, what we are currently in now is more similar to a giant beast armor with an active skill. They must have done a lot of testing with crystals to get this far. Vincent, for one, was amazed at what the humans had accomplished. If only they had figured it out a few hundred years ago like the vampires had done. As impressive as something like that was, it was mostly useless, except for a situation like this. Still, it paled in comparison to the black substance that the vampires had manufactured that was able to be modeled far easier, and its durability was only a little less of the glass. They did, however, still use the same material for their windows, when they wanted something see-through and still strong. Still, the fact that they had discovered this without the help of Richard Eno meant that the humans were naturally evolving and catching up. At this moment in time, he didn't know whether to be happy or sad. "You think we can break it?" Sonny asked, noticing that Vincent was busy thinking, rather than helping out. "Although this gas might not be far less effective on us than the humans, we aren't like the undead. It will eventually put us to sleep if we don't get out of here soon enough." "Of course we can break it," Vincent replied. "I was just observing the situation on the other side. For them, it might not be so easy for them to break it if the gas has affected them." "Let's hurry up then. What if they can't get out on their own?" Fex shouted. "We have to save them." "Why?" "Some humans are betraying other humans, the way I see it. If they want to fight and kill each other, then just let them be." Katori shrugged. The smoke was affecting her seemingly more than the older vampires. The fact that she was succumbing to it more than the others was making her furious, helping her stay conscious longer. "Where have I heard something like that before?" "Oh, that's right. Isn't that the same as what happened to us vampires?" Fex argued, adamant that the right choice was to help them. "Remember, if it wasn't for Quinn and the others, you also would have just killed each other." The sound of the VR pod could be heard opening and Jean exited from the game. Immediately he could see the smoke and could tell that something was going on. There are strong vampires on the other side, Muka said, trying to make the situation seem a bit more upbeat and calm a certain worry of her fellow royal knight. Like us, they won't be affected by the gas too much. I'm sure they will be able to break out of the glass. Besides, they also have 2 monsters on their side. Vincent couldn't agree more. There was the unranked named Sarah who easily should have been able to break out of the glass using at least one of his weapons. And then there was Syl. After having fought him, Vincent couldn't imagine that one with the power of a god would fall to an ability like a sleeping gas. Even if the 2 would be taken out of the equation, there were still Leo and Satch. My worry is, why haven't they left yet? It was then that Vincent readied his fist and started to spin blood in his hand, performing the blood drill. The others, seeing this, followed the 10th leader's lead and readied their fists as well. All the leader's powers weren't needed. It was just that they wanted to work off a little frustration. All of them aimed their attack at the same place. As durable as the glass was, against the combined power of all those vampires it stood no chance, making the gas disperse into the arena. It looked like there wasn't a constant flowing amount because as soon as the gas went into the open air, they could all see clearly again. The quickest way to the other side is through the arena, Vincent said, and the group began to make their move from the stands to the other side. Inside the boardroom, 9 of the members were still seen inside. Unlike the others, their room was not being flooded with gas, though they seemed unsurprised by everything that was happening, including the vampire leaders managing to break out. It seems like it has all begun. Andy spoke. At the end of today, there will probably be one clear winner. And as for me, I actually hope the humans win and get rid of Pure. The others turned to him, surprised by his words, but they all felt the same way. They wanted to get rid of the vampires, making their goals seemingly align with Pure somewhat, but being threatened like this, seeing humanity's hope disappearing like this was something they didn't wish to see. Unfortunately, you won't be there to see the result, an old man said. It was the old board member who had returned from where he had come from. When seeing him, the others were calm as they usually were, for he was someone who had led them for over half a century. But what exactly did his words mean now? Each one of you did nothing when the Dalki came to attack the first time. You all scrambled your assets and did your best to hold on to what power you could retain. And then you took advantage of a situation. While I can't claim to be a saint, many people died because of your selfish needs that time, which is something I can't forgive. The board members were shocked to say the least after hearing Mr. Watson's words. What nonsense are you spouting? Have you gone senile in your old age? Andy shouted back, not a hint of the earlier respect in his eyes. Wasn't it you who was the first to do all of that? You hoarded all the food supplies, and that's when we came together to make a deal. In a way, you're even worse than us, so why are you talking as if you had the moral high ground? Indeed, Mr. Watson was no better than any of you. However, he's already been dealt with a very long time ago, at the start of all this nonsense known as the board. And now it's time for all of you to join him. May you find peace, knowing that your sacrifice will help me achieve my goal. Zero said. With a wave of his hand, the command was given, and the chi that had been deposited in their minds proceeded to directly strike their brain. All of them had fallen to the ground after a few seconds, their death seemingly painless, or too fast to allow them to even react. You should have read the invitation carefully. When it stated no one was to know about this event, it meant no one. Zero thought as he threw his walking stick onto the floor. The next moment, he cracked his back and stood upright, before he proceeded to dig into his face, only to reveal a strange-looking mask. Once it was ripped off, one would see the face of a young man, seemingly in his 30s. He had shaven stubble all around his face and healthy long black hair. But what was most noticeable and stood out about the person was a strange marking on the top of their forehead. It looked somewhat like a bat, as there was a large single eye and 2 wings on his forehead. Moments before Quinn had entered the room, the second that Nathan saw him leave his sight, he had a sick feeling in his stomach. It might have been hard to see under his clothing, but his body had been heavily sweating throughout the whole confrontation the 2 of them had. I'm sorry, Quinn. I really am. But if I don't do this, then my family is at risk as well. Nathan thought as he pulled out a strange-looking crystal and held it in his hand. This one was strangely round, which was an odd shape for one. Usually, beast crystals had rough edges and looked somewhat similar to raw large diamonds. The clarity of each one would go up the higher its tier. Only the crystal in Nathan's hand emitted the same type of energy as it would from a beast, yet at the same time it was clearly different. This crystal, it really will enhance my powers, and I can do this, right? Nathan started to wonder. He held onto the crystal with one hand, as it slowly started to light up. Nathan had his other hand held out, and a large bubble started to form from it, larger than he had ever produced before. It continued to grow, and even went through the walls. The enhancement crystal, it's working. But that is bad news for you, Quinn. Nathan's ability allowed him to create a zone. Inside these zones, one would be unable to use their ability. Of course, one could just move out from this zone or fight within it. Usually, though, these zones that Nathan could create were only a little bigger than a human. He could fit in a small group, but that was it. That was when a certain individual had approached him, claiming he had a use for his powers. Handing him a crystal the military man had never seen before, he had given him a task. A task to create a large bubble that would cover the entire area, so it was unable to be seen, stopping a certain individual from using his powers inside. The crystal that had been handed over to him was an enhancement crystal that would boost an ability user's powers when used. The world had only known about beast planets for a short amount of time. As they mined into the core, they discover new things and new crystals all the time, with anything new discovered to be sent back to the lab. Of course, one of the groups that was focused on mining the beast planets more than any other was the military, and it looked like they had been keeping some of their discoveries a secret. From the beginning, Nathan had known about the trap that awaited Quinn, because he would play a massive part of it. After Quinn failed to pick up on his first lie, he knew that the cursed faction had merely bluffed and had no way, other than instinct, to tell when he was lying or telling the truth. Quinn had sealed his own fate when he had refrained from using the influence skill on Nathan, because he trusted him. Trusted that he was telling the truth, which only served to make the guilt and pain in Nathan so much more worse. I've done my part, Quinn, and it may be wrong of me to say this, but I'm rooting for you. Get out of there and live, and pay them back for all they have done. Inside the dark area, Quinn could see countless people entering the room. He wasn't mistaken like he first thought himself. That's exactly what they were, people. Every single one of them looked like normal humans. Hundreds of them, but something was clearly wrong. Their eyes looked dull, a bit like they were asleep, and their movement was slow. Their condition reminds me of the marked back then with the demon tear tree. They look too different to be clones, so are all of them being controlled somehow? Channeling his power, Quinn's eyes started to glow red. The people were coming from all directions, but with his powers he wondered if he could still command them. He couldn't imagine that every single one of them had been implanted with some type of chi command. Stop! Quinn shouted, hoping it would do something, but they continued to move towards him. He imagined that somewhere Zero was watching his futile attempt and laughing at the scene. You don't want to kill them, do you? Ray asked, noticing that Quinn seemed hesitant. I've killed many times in the past, and perhaps not all of them deserved it, but with them being controlled like they are at the moment, it doesn't feel right. I don't think they're members of Pure, so I would rather not kill people who might have gotten dragged into this mess. Seeing that his influence skill didn't work, Quinn rushed over to one who had attempted to hit him. As soon as the vampire lord got within a certain range, the figure swung its arms at a speed that surpassed a regular human by far. However, it was nothing to Quinn, who managed to get behind them and placed his hand on top of their head. This doesn't make any sense. I can't feel any chi in their body, so then why isn't my influence skill working on them? If anyone can speak, speak now, Quinn demanded, expecting at least one of the hundreds to explain the situation. Alas, not a single one spoke up. Instead, something strange started to happen to the one that Quinn was holding on to. His body started to change in front of his eyes, and it appeared to start a chain reaction. The other followed suit. Their skin began changing in color, going to a pale green, while their muscles were budding in front of him. Two of their front teeth were forming into large tusks right in front of his eyes. The ears started to elongate and form downwards, growing 4 times the size, and the hair started to form into something that resembled a snake. Each strand individually strong, moving as if it was alive. Since Quinn still had his hand held onto the one in front of him, he could tell that there was energy growing inside them, energy that was similar to that of a beast. Pure. Does this mean they were finally successful in creating a beast that they could control? Similar to that of the Dalki? Quinn worried. When learning of what they planned to do, it sounded far-fetched. Since the Dalki had come from similar means, it was possible that they might create another race similar to the Dalki. However, it was apparent that Pure had found a way to make them subservient. I've seen something like this before. Ray spoke up. This scene reminds me of the beasting process during my time. Humans used beast crystals on themselves to evolve. Although, during my time there was great risk. Letting go, Quinn wanted to see what exactly these new beasts could do. Just how dangerous they were with all of them around him. What? This has happened before in the past? Quinn asked. Yes, but that was out of their own will. They would retain their human rationality, but the ones in front of you are somehow being controlled. I'm afraid you don't have the time to find a non-lethal way to get past them. Quinn was still wondering what type of beast they might have used to create them. All of them looked the same. The Dalki were created from a dragon-like beast giving them extra power. But what about these guys? Ray was right as well, these people were dangerous, and there was no way out for him at the moment. Soon, with all the new pure beasts coming towards him, Quinn activated a power he still did have. Using the 3rd stage chi, he pushed it out as a wave, knocking over all the beasts onto the floor. It looked strange, they couldn't even get close to him, and they suddenly fell out of nowhere. All apart from one, Quinn had purposely left a gap in his 3rd stage of chi to let one through. I'm sorry, Quinn said, as he dodged a claw from one of them. Looking at the arm closely, he could see a slime-like substance, unsure what it could do. With another punch, Quinn grabbed the creature's hand, as he tried to get a read on its strength. With these 2 simple movements, Quinn could tell that these humanoid beasts that had been created by Pure were strong. He felt that they might rival a 1-spike Dalki, yet no more than that. Still, if they had solved the problem that the Dalki had with producing more, and were willing to use endless humans, then they would have a frightening force at their disposal. At the same time, it also meant down the line they could create more. While holding onto the creature's hand, the hair of the creature moved, trying to wrap around his neck. But with the 3rd stage of chi, Quinn didn't even have to lift a finger to push it away. Finally, used a blood spray punch towards its stomach to end it. A large hole replaced its former midsection, and blood came shooting out from the beast's body, a mixture of black and red. This blood smells strange, Quinn noted, as he tried to make his mind numb to what he was about to do. I'll end all of your pain. After breaking out of their container, the vampires discovered that a lot of the gas that had already entered their bodies continued affecting them. In fact, it had become most obvious when they had punched to break out of the glass. Each one of them felt that their strength had weakened slightly. Even if none of them would say anything, Vincent could tell that they were a few concerned and hiding it on their face. Still, it shouldn't be a problem for whatever we face. But I can't help but worry about what is going on in there. Quinn, what exactly is taking you so long? Vincent was worried about his descendant. Before the vampires started to move, they could feel something moving under the stage. Something else that was mechanical. The vibration could mostly be felt towards their right side, where the south glass container was. They could see the back of the container opening up. In an instant, green-colored humanoid beasts began storming into the glass container, filling it up bit by bit. They hadn't attacked the container but just stood there looking towards the leaders. Are they human? Sunny asked. If they're human, then I'm ugly. Fex commented on the situation that looked to be worsening by the second. Right after it looked like all of those inside the glass container had bashed on it with their hands, breaking it with ease, and they were faced with a large hostile force. There are humans mixed in with them, Fex clarified, as he noticed some at the back who hadn't fully transformed yet. It was hard for the vampires to figure out if they were beasts or humans. Their smell was a mixture of both, and seeing their forms it seems that way as well. Unlike the Dalki though, they seemed to be somewhat in a permanently changed state. "Shit! How many of those apes are there?" Nikyu asked, drawing his sword. After breaking out of the glass, more and more were storming out, and their numbers had gone from dozens to several hundreds, and might reach 1,000 if this continued. "If they're humans, then this should work," Mukka said, running first into the army of beasts. She soon reached them when they were only a quarter way past the field. She took off her helmet for a few seconds. "Halt!" she shouted, but it seemed like despite her influence skill being abnormally strong, forcing her to wear a helmet to not accidentally set it off, right now it was proving completely ineffective. A secret she hadn't quite told the others yet. "Mukka, get back here. It doesn't look like your luck is going to help you much here," Vincent shouted. But the one to act before she got somewhat flattened by the stampede was Lee. A piece of string wrapped around the royal knight and pulled her out of the area quickly. "Quinn isn't here, what do we do? Who's in charge?" Jake panicked. "The king didn't want us to hurt humans, but can those things even be called that? They also look like they're very much looking forward to hurting us." In this type of situation, usually one of the two royal knights would take charge, but they didn't exactly instill hope. Their inexperience was showing in that Fex was panicking, and Mukka's idea having outright failed. That's when Vincent stepped forward. "I'll speak on behalf of Quinn in this situation. Do your best to refrain from killing them. That being said, your life is more important than theirs. If you don't have any other choice, then don't hesitate. None of you are dying today," the 10th leader shouted. The next second, from one of the snake-like strands of hair, on top of those monsters had opened wide and fired out a strange green liquid aimed at Vincent. The old vampire avoided the projectile, making it hit the ground, which started to melt upon contact. Retaliating, the 10th leader used a blood swipe, successfully hitting the beast, which had lifted its hands in protection. Its forearms revealed strange hard scales, and aside from being pushed back a few meters, only a scratch was left. "Oh, these are a little strong, maybe we might have to use them sooner than we thought." The 1,000 or so beasts had almost reached the vampire leaders at once, but each one of them was strong. Jean was able to use his exploding blood to hit them all and stop them from advancing too far, while being careful about the power of his ability he used. Meanwhile, the other leaders were using their martial arts and blood powers to pierce their skin. Having learned their lesson, they all avoided the forearms, which had proven to be the hardest part of their body. This meant that they were far easier to kill compared to the Dalki, though these beasts did have their own advantages. For one, the hair on the beast's body allowed them to attack at mid-range, and the acid they produced was enough to cause burns on the vampire leader's skin. During the fight, Jake had suffered a hit, and it was a place where he hadn't used blood hardening. The pain was getting to him, a vampire lord, and it was burning quite quickly. Luckily, Katori, who was by his side, had sliced the skin off, and quickly used her ability as the second leader to reverse it back to the state it was once at. "If you were going to do that, did you need to cut it off?" Jake shouted. "Everyone, do your best to avoid their acid. If you're hit, come to me," she shouted. Thanks to the warning, they were being more cautious, and the leaders had decided to protect the second leader, understanding how valuable her ability would be. Another advantage the beasts displayed were their flexible bodies. Some of those fighting hadn't fully transformed into a beast state, and it looked almost as if just their hands had been transformed. The beasts with the beast armor seemed to be getting a boost from that as well. At the same time, since they weren't actually beasts, they didn't follow a type of attack pattern. Each one of these were individual in their powers. Ultimately, most leaders stopped holding back, utilizing more deadly attacks, hoping to lower their numbers. Vampires may have great stamina, but using our blood powers like this will exhaust us, Vincent thought, as he grabbed one of the pure beasts and used its shoulders to jump off. Using his elevated position, he quickly checked out the situation in the south container. Just how many? Did they do this too? Vincent wondered, as he could see more and more people coming from the south container. more and more of the enemy. The only good thing was it was impossible for them all to fight them at once, at the same time. It was annoying as more and more of those creatures began firing the strange acid from their hair. If these are humans and our influence skill isn't working on them, then there has to be someone controlling them. Think, pure, they were capturing those from the Bree family in order to control beasts. Is it someone from the Bree family then that's controlling them? Would that even work? Vincent contemplated going out on his own to find whoever controlled them. Unfortunately, he was unable to see anyone that stuck out among the crowd, and he was worried about how the other leaders would fare without him helping out. For once, everyone was working together, and it was only thanks to that they were able to somewhat survive the onslaught. If this continues, eventually, I will have to order them to use it. Watching from an unknown location, a certain pure member that had left them all early on could see everything, and in his hand he currently held a crystal that looked almost as clear as glass. Inside the crystal there was a strange substance that floated about. I can't believe this is working. This crystal really holds the ability to control all of these. Today will be a big win for Pure. If this really works, then we'll be able to steal the abilities from others without the need for Tourdream. Lucy, it looks like we will make your dream come true after all. Just like in the main arena, right now Quinn was having to fight off an endless stream of pure beasts. He had been taking them out one by one, rather than use an attack targeting multiple ones. There were many ways Quinn could have used a number of his skills to take out the endless army. Yet he didn't, and Ray, who was with him in the system, knew why. The cursed faction leader was still trying to find some way to save them. Each time he killed one of the pure beasts, his ancestor could see that Quinn's fists hesitated for a fraction of a second. With his strength, a single blow in the right place was enough to finish them. Nevertheless, he did what needed to be done, and the pure beasts were falling to the floor. Rising above them, Quinn leapt to the air and used his gauntlet to cling onto the side of the arena walls. He readied his fist trying to punch it. As it slammed into the wall, a clang was heard and an indent was made, but there was nothing else. How thick are these walls? I've never seen so much glathrium being used, Quinn thought. Glathrium was apparently meant to be a rare substance, but he didn't think that was the case with how much he could currently see. Perhaps the board members were the ones that were creating an artificial demand by limiting its use, and that way raising the price. After learning what type of people they really were, nothing would surprise him anymore about their scummy ways. As Quinn readied himself to punch the wall once more, several of the pure beasts started to climb on top of each other, creating a pile to reach him, and at the same time they fired from their hair the green substance. Quinn would fire back at the green substance, hitting it with his blood swipes, as he quickly leapt down and headed back to the floor. Fortunately, the blood armor he was currently wearing allowed him to use his own blood powers non-stop. Not only did Quinn use that to shield himself from the special spit their hair was producing, and was able to channel blood into his attacks, as he kicked them, punched and kneed and elbowed his enemies. While fighting, Quinn noticed that some of them were changing their appearance. After sustaining enough injuries, they would eventually revert to being somewhat human. Unfortunately, it didn't stop them from attacking him, though, yet the power difference was apparent. All of that reminded him awfully of Borden, who was quite different compared to the rest of the Dalki. What is this? Quinn thought. I'm pretty sure it's the beasting process like I said before. His ancestor answered. There has been a great difference between my time and yours, but after watching them for a while I'm sure it's something similar. In the past, humans were weak, and many of them needed a boost in fighting power, so what better way than to use the strong beasts that they needed to go against. Later on, they found a way for humans to absorb the essence of a beast crystal, changing their body into this. However, it came with great risks. One required strong power to control the change. Not just anyone could do such a thing. At the same time, to minimize the risk, you wouldn't go for a high-tier beast, but would usually start from the ground up with a basic tier crystals, then intermediate and so on, but this. Just then, Quinn grabbed the serpent-like hair, and pulled one of the beast's heads down while slamming his knee into its face. Quickly, the vampire spun around and delivered a kick towards one that had managed to get behind him, sending it flying through the air. This They don't feel like they absorbed the essence of only one beast. Ray continued. It's almost like a chimera of some sorts. Like they have mixed multiple beasts' crystals into the humans. Quinn couldn't agree more. The claws, the scales, and the hair. Each one of them had different properties, and he felt as if he was fighting multiple beasts at once. It was why they were a little more difficult than regular beasts to fight. But listening to Ray speak, Quinn found something interesting in what he had said. Explain to me, if this would be the beasting process, then what level do you think these beasts were at? Quinn asked. Ray had been watching them fight for a while now, and was thinking, it's hard to say, since I don't know how strong the humans were beforehand. If the human was already strong, even a basic tier beast crystal would see them gain a huge boost by giving them a beast-like body and powers. With many beasts seemingly being used, I can only assume it would further strengthen them. However, these guys in their human form seem incredibly weak, so my guess would be an intermediate tier, king tier at best. Did he just say intermediate tier? Is the strength of an intermediate beast mixed with humans? The Dalki and the beast in front of them were both quite different yet similar. One method was combining the powers of a beast with a human, while the other was creating a new species with human and beast DNA. If what Ray said was true though, how strong would a human be if he were to go through this beasting process with a demon tier beast crystal? Quinn asked. I have no idea. Ray replied. During my time that never happened. It would have most likely just killed any human that tried to go through such a thing. But if it was possible, then judging by the situation you are in now, they would create something that was beyond a demon tier. Although Quinn knew somewhat what the answer was going to be, he was hoping he wouldn't have heard that answer. I wanted to find a way to help them, but I can't find the one controlling them, and it looks like my abilities aren't going to come back. The others are in trouble, so I have to get out of here, Quinn said to himself. As he raised his hand, blood started to gather not just from within himself, but from all the others that had been hurt as well. Inside the room, everyone was slowly watching the glowing eyes of what was in front of them. For some reason, those in the room were reluctant to move. It was as if they knew whoever was to act first would be the one that needed to deal with the pure member. It also was clear to them that something had changed with the said person. And, although Leo and such were able to see better during the night, the same couldn't exactly be said for them in the smoke, which was making it hard to see anyone's position. The smoke is still pouring into the room now. Logan noticed. I need to disable them somehow. If I get a hold onto the machines, then I might be able to use my soul weapon, but I have a feeling that I won't be able to freely move. Instead, Logan decided to use what little spiders he had left. He no longer had enough to create his regular suit of armor, and had already used a good amount of them creating the masks for those in the Greylash family. They could perhaps disable the machine somehow, if they found the right component, but it would take some time. Still, it made Logan wonder why one person hadn't acted yet. There was one who was in the room with them that had strength that equaled Syl at times. Surely he should have been able to break out of the room. When Syl went to turn his head to look in his direction, suddenly, they heard a thud, as another member of their group had passed out and had fallen to the floor. Sarah had just summoned a sword in his hand, and it looked like he was ready to act. But before he did, he had collapsed onto the ground as well. That idiot, a voice said. That idiot. A voice was heard. Due to the certain individual who had spoken a lot before, the others were able to recognize the voice. It was coming from Abdul, the unranked who stood next to Sarah's side most of the time. You didn't even bother covering your mouth. Did you think this thing wouldn't affect you or something? Abdul complained while having created a makeshift mask from ripping a piece from his shirt. The two were towards the back of the room, more so than the others, which was why the gas had taken longer to affect them compared to everyone else. I guess even if they have that immense power, there are some things that even affect them, Leo concluded. Just because Sarah had the power of a god residing in him, didn't mean his body wasn't that of a human's. Perhaps an enhanced human, but a human nonetheless, which meant that even he suffered the smoke's effect. Alas, this god of war had been too stubborn to believe that he would fall to such a thing. It looks like our strongest are falling in the room one by one, and we're too egoistic to have to deal with this mess, Satch pointed out. as he got into a fighting stance, standing by Leo's side. He looked at Mona, Sil, and now Sarah, who had all collapsed. The problem was, it wasn't exactly like the vampires were unaffected by the smoke. They just had more resistance to it. The sound of Agent 3 could be heard moving, and Satch decided to meet him head-on. "Let me take care of this," Satch shouted, going in front of the vampire knight. "If I take the first blow, then it will give the chance for Leo to strike," was the thought running through the Supreme Commander's head, and it seemed like Leo was following along with the plan, following a short distance behind him. However, a large fist of what looked to be raw muscle with no skin came out and hit Satch. He was able to lift his knee to protect himself. With his ability and new vampire body, he should have been able to withstand any blow, and this fact was proven in the game. The strike that hit him, though, wasn't just powerful, it had the power of chi behind it. Satch could feel his cells reacting strangely as an explosive power hit him, sending him flying back and hitting against the wall. Once again, the bones in his knees, he could feel they had slightly fractured, but worst of all, it didn't seem to be healing like it usually would have. "I can still use my leg. Guess I'm lucky it's not broken. But if anyone else gets hit by him, it won't end well for us." Leo noticed the other hand come towards him, and activated his soul weapon. Using it, he was able to redirect the punch over to the side. He didn't use too much of his power, afraid that it would drain him quickly. Since his last fights, he knew now that when he was facing stronger opponents, it was best if he naturally deflected the attack while only using part of his soul weapon's ability to redirect the aura. There was no way for him to increase the amount of MC cells in his body, so instead he needed to put each one to better use. Using his skill, the hand missed and went past him, and now Leo had an arm that was prime for chopping off. With his blade he struck down, making sure to coat it in chi, and he could see it quickly cutting through the muscular red flesh. His second stage chi made it as sharp as ever. However, as it reached halfway, something strange happened. It looked as if the muscles on the arm were alive. As they were cut and detached from the hand, they started to wrap around the sword, almost holding it in place. Each strand moving individually, holding onto it tight. The sword also looked to be doing nothing, as the muscles themselves were now coated in chi as well. "I can feel the strong chi through this beast's body. How can a beast use chi?" Leo wondered. "Do you need my help?" "Not yet. If it comes to it, I'll gladly fight this thing together, though," Leo replied to his familiar. Right now he had to figure out the problem in front of him, for even with his second stage of chi, it seemed that he was struggling to pull out his blade. Grim and Owen had been busy with Logan trying to find a way to get rid of the smoke, or break out of the room. Unfortunately, they haven't quite figured out a way just yet. In the first place, Grim and Owen's strength were in their abilities, yet it seemed to have no effect on the glass. Seeing that Leo and Satch might be in trouble, they could see the creature now fully as it walked up to Leo. On its back, it had what looked like countless bones sticking out from it. They were in no shape or form, but just looked like multiple hands dangling from its back. Agent 3 was roughly the same size as a Dalki, but its body was something else. Completely covered in flesh, with the same markings of white in certain places. It didn't look like a beast, but something that came from the world of the undead itself. "We have to try and get out of this place," Logan concluded, since his spiders were taking too long. Instead, he took off the casing from his arm, which revealed his Dalki self underneath. The Greylash family were too focused to be in shock, as Logan pulled back and threw a punch towards the glass as hard as he could. When it hit, though, it did little to nothing. "Damn it! My strength is not enough. Hut me, cut my arm," Logan demanded from the two. Owen was a bit hesitant, but Grim had caught on to what the boy was trying to do. A single finger was coating and lighting, as Grim went to cut Logan's Dalki arm as much as possible. Now Logan could feel the Dalki strength rising in him. He punched the wall again, and this time there had been a slight crack in it. "More!" Logan shouted, but his arm was already bleeding heavily and blood was dripping on the floor. "The boy could die," Owen said, concerned. Seeing this, the two thought of another solution and could see that the beast was getting ready to attack Leo again. Trying to stop his advance, the two were getting ready to attack the beast when a large figure handed them something. They were surprised that it was two women, Samantha and Mona. He shoved them forward quickly, trying to empathize with something. "I think he wants us to look after them," Grimm figured out. "Isn't this the beast that Mona was controlling? Is it acting on its own? I thought in situations like this, the tamed beast is meant to do whatever it can to protect its owner. So what is this?" Owen wondered while holding on to Mona. The next second, the large figure started to charge straight towards Agent 3 with no fear at all. It wasn't affected by any of the gas in the slightest, and continued to run forward until it tackled the pure agent. It also grabbed onto both of its arms and gripped it with as much strength as possible, causing it to finally let go of Leo's sword. Before any of them could react, it had crashed through the back of the glass container, shattering it, and the two were falling onto the arena stage. The two looked to be struggling mid-flight, but the large figure was still holding onto the box, until he eventually dropped the box and it fell to the ground. The impact had caused the latch to open, and a round object could be seen rolling out. The glass used to contain them was clearly robust, at least as strong as glathrium if not stronger. As such, it came as a real shock when the humanoid beast that Mona had brought along had managed to tackle Agent 3 directly out of the window, breaking through as if it had been normal glass. "Did I weaken it enough with my punch?" Logan wondered. No, the glass still should have been plenty strong on his side, yet he broke it with ease. Logan was one of the few people who actually knew who and what was hidden inside the armor. Ignoring the how of the matter, the glass breaking was actually good news for the rest of them. The smoke started to leave the container as it escaped and dispersed into the air. Those that had been affected by the smoke, though, continued to sleep. As for how long, it would depend on their own constitution, most likely. Those who saw the glass break were now concerned about two things. Immediately, they could hear a great noise, resembling the sounds of fighting. It seemed the glass container had also been quite soundproof. As for the other thing they had to keep in mind, it was Agent 3. However, they were distracted because when they peeked their heads out, they could see an enormous number of green-colored figures. At the moment, the vampires were fighting off the horde of pure beasts, using everything they could, and they had somewhat cleared an area around them. It was apparent that they had already killed quite a few of the strange beasts, as their bodies could be seen piled on top of each other. My word! What is all of this? Owen couldn't help but let out. Even he had never expected to see such a scene. Trying to sense their energy, Leo could tell that all of these things were just like Agent 3. The source of red energy was different, and the ones that were fighting out there didn't have the power of chi, yet he could tell that the others were struggling. Where is Chris? If he left his other agent here, he shouldn't be too far. Leo thought as he tried to sense him, but before he could even try to locate and track him down, he could see another problem coming towards them. The issue that the vampires were dealing with was soon becoming theirs as well. The green-colored beasts created that were at the edge of the stadium had also noticed the shattering glass. Turning their heads, they headed over to the human group. "The others aren't waking up," Abdul shouted. "We have to protect them." They couldn't agree more. Nearly all of them left the glass container. They could see the pure beasts climbing on top of the stage, while Abdul remained in the glass container, drawing his bow and quickly aiming at them. He pulled on the string of the weapon without using an arrow. However, once he had let go, it struck one of the beasts who had just made it to the top of the stands where the others were. It immediately fell as blood came out from its chest. Abdul was a user of the wind ability, and he was a strong one at that. Putting his ability with his good beast weapon, he was quite the dangerous fighter. He just hadn't been able to show it off due to him losing to one of the vampires from before. Still, on top of the pure beasts that were coming towards them, there was another figure that had stood up from the ground. It was a large man wearing armor. He looked around as if he was looking for something, and soon after, Agent 3 stood there. Now out of the smoke, his figure looked even more menacing. The first thing the pure agent did was attempt to punch the one who had grabbed him. The other figure reacted by summoning out a type of large shield. It was mainly black, with the outside covered in a strange white material. On a closer look, it looked to have been made out of bones, but they were unsure if that was the case or not. The shield took the strong blow, and even then the punch didn't seem to affect him as much as the others. Pushing forward, he had even pushed back Agent 3 slightly. That thing. It was able to take the strong blow that I couldn't? Satch was baffled as he witnessed it. Apparently there had been a hidden monster among all of them. Still, there were some strange actions, since the figure seemed to be more bothered about whatever it was looking for than the fight. After blocking one bunch, Agent 3 started to punch the shield in quick succession. With this, it looked like the blows were getting through as they were being pushed back into the stands. Just then as well, one of the beasts kept and looked like it was going after the figure, but before it reached, it was zapped with lighting. "Protect the big guy," Owen shouted. The others seemed to agree as they were already moving in front of him. Those that were still conscious had formed a type of circle. They also wanted to protect the glass container slightly above, as well as the one fighting. If they could, they wanted to help the figure as well. However, the pure beasts coming towards them were far too much. "Now that we're out of the game, we can show a bit more of our powers," Grimm said, as lightning hit him and his whole body started to spark up. With his power even greater than before, he fired out towards all of those in front of them. To them, they were just wild beasts that were attacking, similar to that of the Dalki. Agent 3 seemed to change his tactic, as his attacks were unable to break that shield. When it punched again, his hand soon changed into several tentacles. The muscles on his arm had stretched and split, and started to spread around the shield itself. It looked as if it was consuming the shield. Agent 3 then tried to yank it, but the large figure also pulled back, and it came down to a battle of strength between the two of them. Something soon started to form on the other hand of the figure. It looked like a sword similarly crafted from bones. Using it, the armored creature swung down on the strange tentacles and managed to slice off the limbs that even Leo had been unable to. It's not even using chi. Just what is that thing? It nearly has the same strength as Quinn. The only figures that have great strength are those like Linda or Peter. Leo had learned a little about the undead classes that could be made from vampires, but this was beyond anything he had seen before. Still, Agent 3 moved back after parts of its arm had been sliced off, and the wriggling parts of his body on the floor started to move and return to his limb. Soon they joined up, and his arm was back in the shape it once was. Rather than use this opportunity to strike down his opponent, they could see that the figure was still busy looking around. Finally, it seemed to have found what it was looking for, as it immediately started to run towards a certain direction. The others who would glance at the fight from time to time were finding its actions incredibly strange, questioning whether it had chosen to abandon them all of a sudden. That didn't make sense though, since it had yet to suffer any injuries, and it had been doing extremely. In the midst of its running, Agent 3 stretched out its arm once more, changing it into a tentacle-like form. It grabbed onto one of the figure's legs and pulled him to the ground. While on the floor, the figure reached out as if it was just about to grab for something. It quickly turned around and did something that none of them expected. Rather than use its sword to attack the tentacles, it had decided to cut off its own leg. At the same time, its shield and sword disappeared into particles as if they had never existed to begin with. Not looking back, it desperately crawled across the floor until it leaped onto the other side, all to grab what it was looking for. Everyone had seen this desperate act, and they weren't sure why it was trying to do all of this. Then suddenly, from where it had cut off its leg, bones started to grow. It had the shape of a foot but no flesh, allowing it to stand up. When it did, they all could now see what it was holding in its hands. "Is that a head?" Abdul called out. Not only that, but it had a wide smile with eyes that looked like they never blinked. Yet the most shocking thing was that many of them recognized exactly who the figure was. "Old man, what has happened to you?" Satch asked, feeling incredibly saddened. The vampire leaders were still in the middle of their endless battle, and at this rate, Vincent wasn't so sure if his backup plan would work as he had strategized. "If times get desperate, I thought maybe the others would use their inner blood weapon," Vincent thought. "These beasts are strong, but from the fights, they should have realized that we wouldn't just fall to these guys. That was why I thought the real threat would come later. But I didn't see anything. Are they planning to wear us down with countless numbers?" This whole situation reminds me of Quinn when he was on Blade Island. The soul weapon and blood weapon had some differences. For instance, using a soul weapon would consume a large amount of MC cells, so it was considered the final move or a last resort at times. However, a blood weapon could be used constantly, the only downside being that there needed to be blood to use it. And there was plenty of blood around them, so that wasn't the problem. However, after running some tests, Vincent had found out something that all of the vampire leaders knew as well. Unlike the other blood weapons made from the dead vampires, this was created from the blood crystal within their bodies. This meant that if they destroyed the blood weapon itself, it would also affect the user. This was something they all felt, which was also why they wouldn't just use it as they wished. It was a double-edged sword, but one only the vampires knew. At that moment, Vincent saw the glass break from the other side and two large figures falling from the container. Since the vampires were doing well and could probably keep this up for a little longer, Vincent started to make his way through the crowd, splitting from the circle the leaders had made. He is just like the king. He seems to care more about the humans than his own fellow vampires, Jake commented. Hey! Gene shouted as he had stopped using his explosive powers. Vampires could only use their abilities so much, and seeing that even if he had used his ability completely, it wouldn't get rid of the problem, he was starting to save it from more serious situations. Remember, Vincent already left us once. He has no reason to protect us. And are you saying that you are too weak that you can't survive without him? This comment somewhat grimaced Jake, and he turned this embarrassment into anger, throwing out a fist and striking one of the beasts right in the face. Upon getting close, Vincent could see that the humans were doing a good job protecting themselves. After all, these were strong, but some of them weren't present. He could only speculate that the gas had got to them. Still, what he was more concerned about was the large figure. That Dullahan. I guess if the legends of its powers are true, then there is no reason for us to worry, Vincent thought. Right now, everyone could see that the large figure had grabbed an object, and by his side, it was Oscar's face on the head. Only it had a constant creepy smile that looked like it was somewhat stuck. Oscar, you're still alive. But Quinn said, he couldn't save you. Something was telling Satch that this wasn't the same Oscar that he knew. Perhaps it was his nose or something else. But even Owen had the same feeling as they looked at a great man that once stood by their side fighting and protecting their lives. While his head was detached from his body of all things. Even in death, you are still helping us. Which means I can't slack either. Satch went for a strong thigh kick, hitting one of the beasts into another, and was hoping to turn around and help Oscar, but more were upon him. Just let him focus on his own fight, Owen shouted. Believe in our old ally. The only good thing is that at least Samantha is asleep not to witness this. I guess that's why Mona had placed all that armor on him, Satch guessed. Since getting his head, it now looked like Oscar was fully focused on the person in front of him. He then held out his head with one hand towards Pierce Agent 3. At the same time, the bone sword appeared in his other hand. It was clear that something strange was happening, because as Oscar moved forward still with his own head shoved in front of him, for some reason, Agent 3 wasn't moving at all. It was as if his feet were stuck. Arg! Agent 3 screamed, and the muscles on his body ripped apart, forming the tentacles again and heading straight for Oscar. At that moment, he shoved his sword into the ground, and what looked like large white spikes shot up from the ground. They looked like large cut human bones, and in that instant, each of them pierced through the tentacles and hands formed on the end, grabbing onto the strange tentacles holding them in place. Now, running forward, Oscar swung his sword aiming to slash Agent 3's head. But at that moment, the latter suddenly moved and escaped within a breath's time. Now, just when Agent 3 was ready to strike again, Oscar lifted up his head again and pushed it directly in front of the latter's face. And once again, Agent 3 froze. It seems the rumors are true. In front of the Dullahan, it's impossible to escape once its real eyes are set on you. The body becomes immobile. Vincent thought, looking at the fight that was going on. Although Agent 3 could not move his legs, he could still move his arms and the rest of his body. He also noticed that he could move his legs again when it tried to attack until he lifted his head. Knowing this, Agent 3 was ready to make a comeback. He waited for the next attack. That was until he felt several bones pierce his body from below. The same that had grabbed his tentacles had now gone through his legs. But the worst part was, he could see from the top of the spike bones that hands were forming on them. Each of these bone hands grabbed onto a part of the body with great strength, holding Agent 3 in place. They had even gone through his hands, and because of this newfound grip, the former was unable to move at all. It looked like an adult toying with a child. One long bone then arose from the ground where Oscar was standing and reached up to the height of his head. The bone then started to form a hand and held his head in place, still directly looking at Agent 3. Since Agent 3 couldn't move his legs, he couldn't use the full strength of his whole body either. The hands only needed to restrict the muscle in each area. But it didn't make sense. How could just bones by holding down someone who already had great strength? Now that the bone was holding up Oscar's head, Oscar had two hands free and placed one on top of Agent 3's head, holding it still. Then with the other hand, the bone sword was ready. He twisted his body slightly and swung the sword with his full strength, slicing Agent 3's head off in one go. The bones then went back into the ground, no longer holding up Agent 3's body, allowing it to fall onto the ground, while only the bone holding up his own head remained. Then with the head of Agent 3 in his hand, he stabbed it with his sword, holding it up for all the others to see as if he was a general in the olden days, having successfully beheaded the enemy leader. That was far more impressive than I thought. What monster did you create, Eno? Vincent thought. Even then, though, Oscar wasn't done yet. As he could see, there was still a lot more to be done. The flesh of the head started to fall as if it was melting, only leaving the bone. Then he pushed the skull into his own body if he had somewhat absorbed it. Oscar walked over to where his leg was lying. Picking it up, he easily reattached it by just placing his leg where his foot once was, retracting the new bone that had grown. From his position, an intense green light began to glow, and a few seconds later, a large black horse appeared, green smoke blowing from its nostrils. Immediately, Oscar leapt onto the horse's back, and the weapon in his hand started to form into something else. It shifted from a sword into something longer, something similar to a whip that looked to have been made from a human spine. That thing could be troublesome, Chris thought as he had seen everything the legendary Dullahan could do. Everyone was taking note of what Oscar was up to for one reason or another. For instance, they wanted to know what he had become. Clearly, his head was detached from his body, and somehow he was still moving and alive. Even his strength was different from before. At the same time, they had all felt Agent 3's strength for a brief moment, and they could tell he was strong. This was why they were regularly paying attention to the fight, and they had seen that Oscar had dominated Agent 3 throughout the whole fight. Oscar had strength before, his soul weapon was unique, and he was one of the best users of his Earth ability. Still, without his Demon Tier weapon, many wondered whether he could or should still be considered one of the strongest along with the Big Four. Which was why the military needed more strong figures other than just Oscar. However, after seeing what he had just done, without a doubt, he was now deserving to be called one of the strongest. Not only that, but he had defeated Agent 3 and had done it in such a fearful and aggressive way that the rest of them were frightened. Still, at least he was on our side, was what they were thinking. Moments later, after Agent 3's death, they all witnessed Oscar summoning a large black horse, and it looked just as frightening as Oscar's face himself. It was incredibly muscular and larger than any horse they had ever seen. They felt as if it would be able to stomp anything that got in its path with its strong front legs. However, it was clearly a magical beast, as the green mist from its nostrils indicated so. It was at that moment that Leo, too, felt something coming out from his body, and before he knew it, Oven had been summoned as a black cat appeared in front of Leo. The first thing it did was pounce on one of the enemies in front of him, pushing it back with its strength and causing the pure beast to fall to the ground. Then it performed a backflip and landed on the floor. "I didn't summon you. What are you doing?" Leo asked. "I'm sorry, but it's not my fault," Oven shrugged. And when it spoke, others around could hear it as well. They were starting to wonder if they were losing their mind. "It's because of him," Oven pointed at the horse with his paw. The power of the four kings is strong, and it drew me out. Besides, I can't let him do all the work and show up. It's my time to shine as well. Who knows? Maybe the four kings will have some reunion at some point. Oven said, licking its paw. Everyone, the beasts have started to move. Fall back. I can't kill them fast enough. Abdul shouted. He had been firing arrows after arrows at the few that managed to get through and headed for the glass container, but his MC cells were lowering, and it looked like now that Agent 3 had failed at its task. The beasts were going around the large figure with the horse and was heading towards the glass container. Witnessing this, the others listened to Abdul and fell back. They had only gone out there to make sure that no one would interrupt Oscar's fight. Now that was dealt with, they could fall back towards the glass container, just focusing on the enemy in front of them. Their main priority was protecting those in the glass container. Although the beasts seemed endless, and their numbers still hadn't dwindled, they could deal with this if Sarah or Sil woke up. The other one is still out there. Is he not going to come back as well? Abdul asked as he could see that the figure on the horse remained in front, and so did the black cat. I think the two of them will just be fine. We should focus on defending this place and looking after the others. Satch answered. It was true because the second the pure beasts got close to the black horse, it tilted back on its rear legs and slammed them down at the right moment, hitting two of the pure beasts right on their heads. Even with the hard scales on their arms, they were crushed under the weight and strength of the familiar. At the same time, its two front legs slammed onto the ground. It sent out a strange green force that stumbled all those in the nearby area. It was as if they were startled for a few seconds in that small moment. Oscar then swung his bone-made whip into the pure beasts, and in the next second, their heads were all rolling onto the floor. It looks like you were right when you said we didn't have to worry about him, Grim commented. What happened to him? He was not like this before. The answer to this question was what all of them wanted to know. The horse started to move fast through the tide of pure beasts, and it looked like a green stream. Whatever the beasts tried to do, the familiar horse, known as one of the kings of the familiar world, was able to stomp through with no problem. Destroying whatever was in its way, it took out many beasts, and at the same time, Oscar was easily swinging his weapon. For some reason, targeting only their heads. It was hard for the others to tell if he was having fun or not because the head was still firmly held by Oscar's side, and not once did the smile dwindle from its face. At the same time, Oven didn't just sit back and watch. He needed to prove why he also was one of the four kings. With his nimble and small body, he was able to jump and avoid being hit. Each time he swiped his paw at the beast's head, it would twist their heads until they would break. Once in a while, if one of the beasts got too close, he would also breathe out fire. A headless horseman. The headless horseman. Nikyu shouted as he sliced down one of the beasts with his sword. I thought it was only a legend. All legends have to stem from somewhere, Katori commented. Blood Fairy is real, and now the Headless Horseman. I wouldn't be surprised if werewolves started to make an appearance as well. The vampires weren't too worried about the Headless Horseman because the smell coming off Oscar's body. They could tell that it was an undead creature. It was a subclass, so if anything, it was more on their side than the humans. However, if they had seen its previous action in the glass container form before, perhaps they wouldn't think that too much. This is good. With the two familiars out, the rate at which we can take down these beasts is more than the rate at which they are coming. Soon, we can make our move and try to find out who is controlling this, or find a way to close that container where they are all coming from. Still watching from an unknown location, Chris let out a big sigh. I guess we couldn't have been that lucky that just with Agent 3 and the C-class samples would be enough to wipe them all out. However, they have done well. I guess it's time to send in the B samples as well then. Looking up ahead, Vincent was staring at the south container. As the numbers finally decreased, he tried to find a way out of here, out of this situation. That was until he saw something stepping through the glass container. Instead of the green-colored beasts, there were several red-colored beasts, all varying in different sizes. They looked like walls of flesh with bones sticking out of their back. At the same time, Owen and the rest of them witnessed this as well. Agent 3 wasn't the only one, Satch said. All of the beasts that had entered the arena were coming from the same place. The south container, which at the beginning had remained empty. This was where there would be a continuous stream of beasts and partially transformed humans appearing. Now though, just as they were about to head to that location, they could see that there was an entire row of the same red type of beast that Oscar had just defeated. Although these guys aren't as strong as Agent 3 and don't have the chi that he had, they have been mixed with the same beast DNA. You have dealt with an army of the C classes. Let's see you deal with the B classes. The humans seeing this knew it was trouble and were wondering what their best course of action was. Satch turned his head, thinking it might be best if they tried to run towards the stadium. Only so many of the beasts would be able to follow them. At the same time, he was sure that those board members or someone would have had an emergency teleporter to get out of here. As long as they had Logan, they should be able to leave the place relatively easily. Leaders, be ready for a battle. Be prepared to use everything you can, Vincent shouted out. With how well the familiars and Oscar were dealing with the C-class beasts, he thought as long as they could deal with the B-class, they could somewhat get out of here. Until something strange had happened, around 10 or so B-class had entered, but that was all. No more green-colored beast was entering as they had seen before, nor were there any more red-colored beasts either. Wait, that's it. If it's just these, if this is the end of their forces, then we can deal with them, Vincent thought, seeing some type of hope. What he didn't know was this wasn't the plan at all, and the one most confused by this was Chris, who had been left in charge of those in the stadium. Why are there only 10 B-class beasts, and there should be even more C-classes? What is going on? Chris thought. Seeing this, Chris was a little worried that the others might be able to escape from this, so he had no choice. The north container started to open, and then regular humans began to come through. They carried high-grade beast gear on them. These were members of Pure, and each one of them had been trained in Chi. They too were joining the fight, leaving the humans and vampires with little choice of where to go. Inside the specially made south container, Quinn didn't know how much time had passed, and his mind had become so numb after trying ways to defeat all those around him. Endless. How long had they been running experiments on people for? These aren't clones like they were on Blade Island. Each one of these are individual people, Quinn thought. Quinn had raised the blood from the others that he had hurt around him. He then hardened them into small pellets with his skills, and as the beasts approached him, he shot them all out towards the enemy. The hardened blood shot out like bullets and went right through whatever defense the beast had, killing them almost immediately. 2 rows of the beasts had been killed from this, and still it seemed like more were coming towards him. The arena was strange, constantly shifting. Walls would move forward, and a container of beasts would come out from them. At one point, Quinn had tried to go into one of these containers. Here he could see that there was just a large room filled with beasts, and the container wasn't moving back once he was in it. Finding himself trapped, the enemies would storm behind him. They had somewhat blocked his way out. It had taken him a chi blast filled with blood to get out of the area, leaving countless bodies lying on the floor. It looked like entering the containers wasn't a solution to him getting out of the place. How many have I killed already? Nearly a 1,000, or is it even more? Quinn thought. That's when Quinn noticed something else. Something that had finally changed. The containers where the green-colored beasts were coming from. When this one opened, it had revealed a room filled with a different beast he hadn't seen before. These beasts had red-colored skin that looked like the flesh of muscle. On their back, they had several white parts sticking out from it, similar to that of a hedgehog, but the parts looked thick. Another type. It wouldn't surprise me that they were experimenting with more beasts. They might have even more than this, Ray commented. Quinn was inclined to agree, but then just how many different types of beasts did they have? Once again, Quinn wanted to test this hybrid beast strength. He didn't need long since it threw out its arm from a few meters away, and the red tentacles had latched onto his hand, grabbing onto them tightly. This one seems to be more troublesome than the others. I have to get rid of them all, Quinn shouted as blades started to come out from his arms and had pierced through the tentacles attached to himself. His soul weapon had been activated, and the twin tail chains were now in his hands. Several tentacles of muscle came towards him, and swinging his arms, Quinn was able to shred through them quickly. At the same time, any of the green-colored beasts that got in the way were sliced up as well. Bit by bit, Quinn cared less about all those around him, as he could just imagine the danger from above worsening. However, the flesh that Quinn would cut, even though his twin blades naturally were infused with the power of chi, he could see them wriggling about on the floor and going back to the beast it had come from. Unless Quinn killed the beasts, they would continually return to its body and regenerate. The containers now had a mix of the green-colored beasts and the red ones. The new type of beast seemed endless. With the twin tails, Quinn was slaughtering them, killing them at a quicker rate than he had done before. Also, with his blood control, he could even allow the twin tails to produce blood attacks as well. However, the new type of beast seemed like they could somewhat join up their walls of muscle and clump together. They had created a system where whatever attack Quinn would give to them, another would attack and heal while another part would come back to get the wall. Changing their tactic, the number of creatures that were present on the arena floor was increasing. Hitting them in the right place, Quinn could still kill them, but by then, another container full of beasts would arrive. "Arg!" Quinn shouted. "This is endless. I have to get out of here." Seeing the frustration, there was one who thought they could help out. "Quinn, I still think you can deal with this yourself. You are strong, but you seem to be reluctant to use your absolute blood control," Ray said. This was true. Quinn could feel it. Using the blood of others did put a strain on his body. If he was to use it now, who knew if he would be in a good enough condition to help the others? "Then I have something that might be able to help you out. When you transferred me into the system, I could tell that I might be able to do something. I wasn't sure what it was at first, but it looks like some of my power had been transferred over to the system as well, and not all of it was left in the tablet. Maybe I can help you." Just then, as Ray attempted to pass over what leftover power he had, an option had appeared on the system. "The system has been infused with a strange power. The power is now able to be used by the user. Would you like to use this power?" Seeing the low amount of B-class beasts come out from the south section was worrying Chris for many reasons. As the highest-ranking pure agent after Zero, he was the most knowledgeable one about this entire operation. Even now he knew what was going on in different areas and also knew about the operations that had been going on in the stadium. Still, he didn't know everything about the man, but with the information he had, he started going through the list of possibilities that might have led to this outcome. "We've upped our production massively for this event, and we've brought over 10,000 beasts, a mixture of C-class and B-class. So far, a fifth of their total number should have been released. They were all being held up in the south side of the stadium. If they aren't coming out now, there are a few possibilities. Did someone else take care of them? Did they manage to get some type of help we've overlooked? Or, no, it couldn't be. Isn't Quinn in the south side at the moment?" The pure agent wondered. That's when he could see something in the distance. Using chi to enhance his eyesight, he could make out a figure. It was hard, but even from where he stood, the energy coming off that beast was something else. The next second, a large red blast came out, and in seconds the 10 or so B-class beasts that had just come out had been defeated, their bodies no longer even visible. Inside the arena, Quinn had just received a special option from the system, something he had never seen before. The system, was it influenced by Ray? Quinn wondered. Before, Eno had been able to influence the system, so I guess it shouldn't be a surprise that Ray can do it as well. He's stuck in my head, and seems to have been integrated into the system somewhat. But what will it do? Do you really have the time to be worrying about that right now? Ray rushed his descendant. Without your shadow powers, there really are only a few ways you can get out of this place, so just press yes. Seeing that the containers were still moving, and not knowing what was happening outside, was killing Quinn on the inside. Yes. Energy is now being transferred to the user. Your body is changing. A great red energy escaped from Quinn's body, a force that had pushed back all the beasts. The force was constant like a pulse, and each time it hit them they no longer moved. No matter what the beasts tried to do, after a certain point they were unable to approach him. Meanwhile, Quinn could feel a great pain in his body as it was changing. He quickly took off the blood armor, as he could feel his body growing, and it was restricting his movements. His whole body started to grow larger. When looking at his hands, Quinn could see that large dark red scales were running up his arms. His fingers became more claw-like, yet they still kept most of its human shape. Worst of all, though, Quinn could feel that his face was slightly changing. Something was forming on the top of his head, yet it only affected the top half of his face. The thing was pointing out, and it closely resembled the skull of a dragon. His teeth sharpened, growing in size to fit his changed face, yet the bottom half of his face remained what it was. By now, his whole body had finished forming several hard red scales that covered him from head to toe, yet there were two more significant changes. For one, a sharp large tail started to grow from his lower back and midway. 3 large spikes could be seen sticking out from it on either side. Lastly, 2 gigantic wings sprouted from Quinn's upper back. They were mostly black in color, the top half was solid, while the bottom of the wings looked almost see-through. They were red, yet clear like glass, similar to that of the blood fairy. Finally, his transformation had been completed. You have successfully transformed into the Crimson Vampiric Dragon Warrior. The system didn't need to inform him. He could feel the change that his body had gone through. He could feel various types of aura that were pulsing throughout his body, and he was sure, at this point in time, he was the strongest he had ever been. A tail and wings, they feel foreign yet familiar to me. I guess I might look something like a Dalki. All of this is your power, Ray? Quinn asked, but there was no reply. It was hard to imagine that Ray had given up most of his power, leaving only a fraction. Yet with this little energy, his body had drastically changed. While in this state, Quinn checked the system. He was still unable to use his shadow or summon the others. At the same time, he checked if a certain quest had been completed. It looks like the quest to become something beyond a vampire isn't complete, which means this is something else, just an influence of Ray. The red pulse that came off from Quinn had stopped, and the beasts in the room could finally move again. Yet none of them charged in immediately. They only did so once they received an order to do exactly that. Their bodies started to move. For some reason, there was an instinct inside Quinn that was taking him over. As all of them came towards him, he had the urge to just shout at the top of his lungs. At that moment, his mouth opened wide as he looked up at the ceiling and let out a roar that wouldn't pale in comparison to a certain demon-tier beast. Standing outside, Nathan was still there with the crystal in his hand. He had no clue what was going on inside, but continued to use his powers, wondering what might have happened by now. Was I imagining things? This whole arena should be soundproof, especially with how much Galthrium they used. Shaking off the sound he had heard, Nathan continued to do his job. However, soon enough, he got confirmation that he hadn't been imagining things. He could see a hand pierce right through the thick Galthrium wall, treating it as nothing more than a minor annoyance, as it started to pull it apart bit by bit. The first thing he could see was the skull of a dragon and the fierce red pointed eyes. What monsters have Pure been creating? Nathan thought, falling over backwards trying to decide to stay or leave. Chris continued to look down the hallway until he could see what it looked like. A new beast. It had hard red scales and a skull on top of its head, but it was one that he did not recognize. He wondered if Agent 4 might have forgotten to tell him about it, some secret plan in case they might need it, or something still in the experimental stage. At the same time, the beast didn't seem to be responding to the crystal or his actions. If that is one of ours, then why isn't it following any of my orders? Chris was starting to get a very bad feeling. The suspected beast continued to move forward and looked out at all those in the arena. The Pure members, together with the green beasts, were still fighting against the other two groups. At that moment, Chris received an urgent message on his receiver. Agent 1, get out of there, now! The voice on the other side was for Zero, but it was the most panicked he had ever heard his master. Abort the entire mission. But what about all the beasts, and our members? Chris questioned. I'm sure if I joined in the fight, along with you, we could dash. No! Zero cut him off. Forget everything. The entire mission has failed. We made a mistake. I made a very grave mistake. Don't you see that I have completely underestimated how strong that man was? The moment Quinn entered the arena, all of them could feel a power from the south side of the area that was impossible to ignore. From wherever they were, it felt like a heavy pressure was pushing down on them, and when they turned, all they could see was a strange, large creature. It was hard to even figure out what it was. Its appearance resembled a bloodsucker who had been mixed with a dalki, with a dash of blood fairy on top of that. With such a drastic image change, it was safe to say that none of them recognized that creature as Quinn, their king, leader, or friend. At the moment, the one who had been commanding the vampires so far was trying to figure out what to do. This scent is something I've never smelt before. I can't quite pinpoint if it's a beast or a vampire, but its features, is it another type of beast? Or is this Quinn's next stage of evolution? In the end, the 10th leader assumed it to be the latter, mainly because it had only killed the new beasts that had appeared, rather than focus on them. At the same time, he could only imagine one person that would be able to stop the onslaught of beasts. He did not have time to ponder over this matter too long, though, since at the same time he noticed something else strange that had occurred, wondering if that might also be Quinn's doing. During their fight, pure agents had started to come from the north container, where the board members should have been. It looked like the beasts were letting them through, and soon both groups would have some trouble on their hands. But then suddenly something happened to the pure beasts. Those that were partially transformed had gone into a full transformation. Now looking like complete beasts rather than beasts with human features, they had suddenly turned on the pure members. Using his ears, Vincent was trying to pick up information, so he could get a grip on what was happening. What's going on? Everything was working fine up until that beast showed up. Why are they suddenly at? The man couldn't finish his sentence, as he had been killed midway. The pure members were skilled, but the unexpected attack had caught them off guard, and against the onslaught of beasts they stood no chance, even if they were to work together, like the humans and vampires had done. This doesn't seem to be part of their plan. What was the case for them going out of control? Vincent wondered. If I think about it, why is there a need to control them in the first place? If they were able to create a beast and human hybrid with the humans, they should be in control. As long as they were willing participants like those from Pure, it would be fine. But maybe it's still more beast than human. They still have created some type of imbalance, which is why they need to be controlled. In the meantime, another strange thing was happening on the south side. For the first time, Quinn started to walk forward. He wasn't a wild beast. Despite his changed appearance, he could still think rationally. He had merely stopped to take in the entire situation, and had come to the same conclusion as Vincent. I bet they just used whoever they could find for their personal gain. Quinn deduced. That's why there are members of Pure that haven't even gone through the process themselves. They deserve to be killed by their own creations. The moment Quinn walked forward, each beast was making way for him, even those that were in the midst of fighting. Whether it was consciously or subconsciously, he didn't know. But now that they weren't controlled anymore, the likeliest scenario was that their natural instincts had taken over. Yet, there were still plenty that were attacking the others. Looking far, Quinn could see that the pure members who had come from the north side looked to already be trying to retreat, running back towards the glass container. I won't let you, Quinn decided, as his wings flapped as fast as a bug. They were as thick and heavy as a drain from the top, so the strength of the wind it was producing was incredible, and the speed looked somewhat unbelievable. The next second, they saw a red stream graze the sky, and landing directly in the north entrance was the vampiric dragon blocking their way. The pure agents wanted to turn away, seeing such a thing, but there was an army following them. Everything's gone south since that thing appeared. Let's deal with it. To make everything return to normal, a pure member shouted to motivate his remaining colleagues. The next second, Quinn turned around, swinging out his large tail. He was still far away from them, but in the next moment it became clear that that wasn't an issue. A single red line in the shape of the tail flew through the sky. It was larger than any blood swipe he had ever performed before, and it was far more powerful. The pure members tried using their chi to block it, activating their armor skills, and some took out some odd crystals. But as soon as the red aura touched their bodies, their fate was sealed. So far it had gone through 3 rows of beasts and people, slicing them all in half. "Everyone, leave the area floor. Let our king deal with this," Vincent yelled at the top of his lungs, hoping the others could hear this as well. Leo of course heard this, and ordered the others to do the same. Most of them were on the stage rather than on the arena's ground floor, but there was one that was still down there. Giving this command to his familiar who was out on the field, it quickly rushed onto the beast to where the horse was. "Hey, you heard what they said. Take your master to the top of the stage, hurry." Oven warned and started to disappear into the mist himself as he went back to Leo. The horse seemed to understand its call, and soon was running back and jumped onto the stage, while everyone watched what was about to commence. Those who had been unable to evade the vampiric dragon's tail swipe, all had perished. The attack had reached halfway before it had eventually ended. That was all from something as simple as a blood swipe with my tail. Just how much power does this form hold? I can tell that I haven't even touched the surface of this power. There are so many things I can do. With this, I might actually be able to get rid of the Dalki. Quinn was starting to reconsider whether Ray might have actually been telling the truth when he had claimed that something like the dragon that had protected the tablet would have been nothing to him. Seeing all of those in front of him, he was ready to finish them all. He could tell that they were no longer under control, but none of them had reverted to what they once were. Seeing how they were still going after those around them, he was sure that they had either embraced their beast side, or it had simply taken over. Quinn's wings started to stretch back, almost touching each other. His chest then started to grow as he took in air, and tilted his head back. Red aura energy from within was gathering, and at the same time, blood seemed to be rising from the others around, heading towards Quinn's direction. It looked like some type of gravity as all the droplets headed towards him. Then, swinging his head back forward with his jaws split wide open, a gigantic beam left Quinn's mouth. Its range was wide enough to cover the whole arena from where he was, apart from the stands. Everything it touched started to disintegrate. "This power reminds me of Laxmus. Is Quinn now the same as him?" Sunny asked. "No. This should be different, look," Vincent said. The red beam had ended, and there wasn't a single beast left. Not only that, but part of the ground had disappeared with them. If one was to look at the south side of the arena, there was no stadium there anymore. Looking further, the buildings that used to be there had also completely disappeared off the face of the earth. He seems to be even stronger than the original king. Everyone had been fighting non-stop ever since the pure beasts first appeared. And even though the game didn't tire out their bodies, it still did take a toll on their mental health. To put it simply, nearly all of them were exhausted. Just the pressure that their lives and the lives of others behind them were on the line made them feel exhausted. Still, they persisted, and now that the fight seemed over, all of them felt like they could relax. That was if this new beast, who had just blasted a gigantic hole in the stadium, was on their side. The thing was, after seeing what it was capable of, they all knew deep down that if it wasn't on their side, they had most likely lost this fight anyway. The vampires were the first to move out on the field. They were tired, but unlike the other side, who were now just sitting on the floor or lying on the ground, exhausted. The leaders went to the partially destroyed area's floor towards the person they thought was their king. At the same time, many of the leaders felt like this was to show that they had one-upped the other side by showing that they still had the strength to fight more. Soon, they all stood in front of Quinn, looking up at his new form, but even they were quite scared. "Vincent, you're sure this is Quinn, right? I mean, why hasn't he changed back to what he looked like before?" Niku asked, with his voice a little shaky. "I'm sure," Vincent said unconvincingly. "It's me, don't worry. I'm glad to see that none of you are seriously hurt," Quinn answered. When speaking, his voice was deeper than usual, but there was a slight resemblance to him. Thankfully his jaw remained in a constant shape that was somewhat like a human, so he could speak clearly enough that the others could understand him. "Pure. I can't believe they did all of this. I knew they were planning something, but I never thought that something like this was possible," Quinn continued. Their leader was also a member of the board. It seems both parties have been involved in this matter since the beginning. I just don't understand what their aim is anymore. Although the others were also thinking the same and were interested in Pure, they were far more interested in Quinn himself, but it felt rude to ask their king and savior what exactly he was right now. But he certainly didn't look like a vampire. Quinn, what happened to you? When you were away, did Pure capture you and experiment on you or something? Vincent eventually asked what was on everyone's mind. Just as Quinn was about to answer, the humans who had passed out due to the gas began to wake up slowly. Some had woken up quicker than others, one of them being Sarah. In doing so, when he looked out the glass container, he first saw the state of the field. Since there was nothing on the field itself, it was hard for them all to imagine just what they had slept through. However, there were still countless dead beast bodies lying on the stage, and it gave them an idea. When looking around though, Sarah's eyes had latched onto a particularly large beast. A red dragon. Am I seeing things? Sarah said to himself, standing up. He soon drew out his blade and jumped from the stage, dashing past everything. It seemed he used his ability on his boots that allowed him almost to fly until he had reached Quinn's position. However, before Sarah could even draw his blade, nearly all of the leaders had their hands ready to pierce Sarah's neck. Haha, I guess a fight between me and all of you will be interesting, but I don't care about you lot. I'm here for him. You, Sarah pointed. What's your relation to the red dragon? Red dragon, Quinn thought. When thinking about this, he could only think of one dragon. Ray. He knew his current powers had come from him, and his form was certainly red. This is the one with the god powers, correct? Ray? Did you know him? Quinn asked, but there was no answer. At that moment, red particles started to drift off from Quinn's wings. As the particles left his body, he began to shrink down in size, and even the mask on his face started to disintegrate until it revealed his face. Eventually, Quinn had reverted to his human form. He could tell his power was gone. There was no system timer, nor did he feel drained. It was as if the energy was just leaving him, going off somewhere else. What he felt a little depressed about was that his ancestor's voice, whom he only recently got used to hearing, seemed to have disappeared as well. Oh, it's you, Sarah said, taking his hand off his hilt, showing he was no threat. Sarah knew that the power he recognized earlier was nowhere to be felt anymore. It looks like we all have a lot to discuss. Quinn smiled. At that moment, there was a large ship flying above them, and it eventually landed in the center of the arena. Some of them thought it might have Pure's reinforcements, but Quinn wasn't worried. He could sense the people in the ship. As the ramp went down, there were many familiar faces, and Sam was seen waving out to them all. Whoa! Looks like we will get quite the story to hear from here. Sam smiled. Currently, both Chris and Zero were on planet Earth. They had made their escape and were in a small submarine heading back to the main large submarine that was to be used as pure space. Ever since Chris had reunited with Zero, he could see anger on the latter's face which hadn't said a word, and eventually, Chris couldn't hold it in anymore. Why did you give up so quickly? We lost a lot of our members back there, and if we were going to run, couldn't we have at least taken them with us? Chris asked, his tone filled with anger. Oh, you're angry, are you? Zero snarled, turning around. His forehead wrinkled, scrunching up the marking on his forehead slightly. Trust me, you aren't anywhere near as annoyed as I am. If we had just completed this task, if we had just gotten rid of them, why didn't you join the fight? Chris asked. With me, you, and the A-class hybrids, we could have done something. If we had gotten their powers, then this whole thing would have been over by now. Shut up. Agent Zero slammed his fist down and looked like he was about to hit Chris himself at any second but stopped himself a little short from doing so. You didn't see what I witnessed. That thing didn't look like a vampire or a beast. None of them even wanted to touch him, and he would have wiped us all out, including the A-classes, if that was to happen. I thought maybe this was the right time to strike, but that kid's power is too strong. All of our hard work so far would have been ruined, and I still need more myself. We will just have to wait, grow our strength once again, and come back so even that kid won't be able to stop us. It was a good thing that we were still able to at least get them out of there, not all is lost, and we can evaluate their strength due to the fight. We can put the data to good use for all of us." After finishing his words, the marking on top of Zero's head started to light up slightly in a slight golden glow. He touched it for a few seconds and walked out of the room. "Tell me if anything happens." As soon as he was far away enough, he opened his mouth to speak. "I know. I'm sorry I failed my task, but I promise I won't fail again. So please give me another chance." Zero pursed his lips. Despite the grand-scale attack that had transpired, it seemed like all of the invitees had come out of the situation alive, be it the unranked, the generals, or the others. Both groups were also thankful for the cursed faction's arrival because there was still a lot more that needed to be done. The stadium was still intact and had many empty rooms for them to use. For now, people involved in the incident were taking a rest. In the meantime, Sam, along with the cursed faction and a few others, were investigating the place. He and Logan had gone around the experimental facilities to see what was going on and if they could gather any information. Logan learned some things, but it wasn't enough, which was expected because many things were ruined. Other than that, there were also a few of the pure beasts which had been left alive. Most of them were injured during the fight but not quite killed. After capturing them, they were placed in one of the glass container rooms to learn more about them later. The problem was, they were still acting like beasts and were trying to attack any human or vampire that they would see on sight. After gathering the information, everyone thought they deserved a good night's rest. But before doing so, every group had contracted their respective planets to see if everything was okay. Thankfully, everything was all right, and no news of anything happening here had spread to the outside world, and that included the word about the death of the board members. In the morning, once they woke up, there was going to be a meeting where all of them would gather and share information about what exactly had happened. Pure had involved them all, and now they had to work together to make sure nothing like this repeated. While in his own room for the night, Quinn felt a bit down. The lights were switched off and they had gotten makeshift sleeping bags for him and his group. Everyone from the cursed faction seemed to be sleeping peacefully. Some vampires were as well, while others were awake, pacing around the room. The vampires weren't much of a sleeper in the first place. As for Quinn, he was thinking about something else. "Please, Ray, if you can hear me? Are you there?" Quinn thought to try one more time, but there was no reply just like before. He thought that perhaps it was due to using his energy, that maybe he would be back in the system once it returned, but it didn't seem to be that way. While checking through his system, Quinn couldn't see any option to turn into what he had done today. But at the same time, the quest to evolve into something beyond a vampire lord was still there. When Quinn had received the quest, he had done so even before he knew about Ray, so he could only assume this next evolution would be evolving the vampire side of himself. At the same time, the power that Ray had given him had turned him into something else entirely, almost like hybrid beasts which he had seen today. "I'm sorry for calling you annoying, my ancestor," Quinn thought. "Now that I think about it, I didn't even have much time to ask you about your past, family, or anything like that. Maybe I'll never complete that quest." The quest in question was to learn more about the Talon family. There were still a few more that perhaps could still give Quinn answers, such as Bliss and the new god he had met, Sarah. From what he had heard from the others, Sarah was beyond strong, and they had also told him about Oscar being quite strong as well. Quinn was sad for Ray's loss. He was hoping that he would be able to keep that power because he knew it would aid them greatly when facing the Dalki. He hadn't scratched the surface of the form he was in at that time. Maybe one day. Quinn sighed. The new day soon arrived. Some people from the cursed faction had already become familiar with Sam and the others as they shared their experiences about yesterday's incident with each other. It was good because Quinn didn't really want to explain it again and again, and it would give Sam an idea of what the meeting would be like when they all got together. Because right now, Quinn couldn't wrap his head around quite what had happened. So he was hoping by bringing them all together, they would be able to uncover answers. All of the cursed faction members walked into the canteen. This was different from the one that the board had converted into a type of dining hall. This was another one that was actually being used as a canteen with long tables and several seats. In total, they were using 3 sets of tables for this meeting. The cursed faction sat on one table on their own while Quinn remained standing. Then, at the center table, there were the vampire leaders on one side and the ones that represented their current groups on the other. For example, Satch and Samantha, being the two highest-ranking people from the Earth group, sat at this table. Then Abdul and Sarah, who had proved themselves, were seated at the table. Grimm, Owen, Mona, and the large figure whose identity, for now, had been asked to remain a secret by those who had seen his face. Everyone else, such as the generals, Greylash family members, and the unranked, were seated on the third table. They seemed to be quiet at least. Quinn thought as he looked at the center table and could see that the leaders and humans were shooting daggers at each other with their eyes. It reminded him of when the cursed faction leaders and the vampires had met each other for the first time. If there is one thing this event did, it actually really did introduce the vampires and the humans to each other. Now both sides had come together to fight a similar enemy. Maybe this meeting will go smoother than I thought. Perhaps this was the step we needed to go forward, and we can use this as a stepping stone to face the Dalki. Of all things, Quinn needed to see something positive from the events that had transpired. As the meeting started, Quinn first spoke to everyone about what happened while he was away, how he had escaped and what he had seen and been through while roaming through the place. He didn't really explain what that form of his they all saw and just put it down to being one of his many powers. After that, Sam explained what had happened with them and at the military base, what they had found out with Pure having taken over everything, and the event being a trap since the beginning. Finally, there were the two reports from Vincent about the vampires and from Owen and Satch about what happened with the humans. Everyone got an idea how each group had played their part in helping them all survive, and those that had been affected by the gas were thankful that they were still alive after hearing what happened. Some, including Leo, were shocked to learn that Zero was one of the board members and the board members as they knew were now dead. Questions, for now, would be refrained until everyone explained everything just in case they got their answer during the explanation. After they discussed what had happened, there was still a lot to talk about, like what to do next, but before even that, they needed to talk about what else they had learned. As you know, a lot happened, but there was one person in all of this who seemed to know more about Pure's plans and what they were up to, and there are a lot of questions I want to ask him. For one, how was Pure even able to control the beasts in the first place? And what are these other types of crystal we still don't know about? It was then a shadow appeared, and Nathan was thrown out from the shadow to the ground on his knees. He stood up and saw all the eyes were on him. Some were even surprised. Judging by Quinn's story, they thought he would have perhaps already killed him, but he was very, very much alive. Now tell us, what did Pure want? Quinn asked with his eyes glowing red. He was going to get the truth this time, no matter what. Nathan looked nervous, almost scared of Quinn, and he was right to be after he had seen what the latter had done. After Quinn had torn down the Galthrium wall, Nathan had laid eyes in the room for a brief second and saw everyone in the room had been killed. Before that, there is something I would like to bring up first. I thought if we all asked what was on our minds, then you would be able to ask Nathan for the answer. Mona said as she raised her hand politely. She could guess that Quinn was about to use his power based on the red eyes. Logan and I have done some investigating into the hybrid beasts, and we learned a few things, Mona said. This was an interesting topic to many of them, as everyone wanted to know just how Pure was able to control such a large army. The hybrid beasts, as we will refer to them, are hybrids of beasts and humans. However, we found out that among the captured hybrids, all of them have lost the human consciousness, or in simple words, the human mind. They are just like beasts until I use my ability to control them. Just like with regular beasts, my power works on them as well, and I can control them. I heard about what members of Pure were doing. They were capturing members of my family and also capturing beasts doing some sort of experiment. I'm sure that we can all come to the same conclusion when I say this. How have they learned to use the Bree family's power? I doubt someone from my family taught it to someone else, even if that was the case. Controlling a large number of beasts is something that even I can't do. When Mona had brought it up, this was something Quinn hadn't even thought of too much. He thought that perhaps they had found a way to use the Bree family's power. But if Mona was saying she couldn't control this many, how could they do such a thing? All eyes were on Nathan, and Quinn also turned towards him. No, Quinn, I will tell the truth this time. I will answer willingly, so don't worry, Nathan said. If you want, later you can just use your skill to ask whether I told the truth or not. He had a point, and Quinn agreed. Otherwise, he would constantly ask several questions with the influence skill. Answer Mona's questions and explain about the crystal you have, Quinn asked, in a tone that was unlike how he would speak to Nathan before, and no one could blame Quinn for acting this way. He was being direct with a person who was practically a traitor. Yes, Quinn could understand why Nathan had done such a thing, but in doing so, Nathan had put the lives of everyone here today at risk, and Quinn could have lost them all. First, Nathan was a little nervous. He was an adult, someone who used to be respected, but he had never quite been put in the situation he was in today with all these powerful figures scrutinizing him in disgust. The crystal I have in my hand is an enhancement crystal. As you know, more than any of the other groups, the Earthborn group has been focusing on the mining of the beast planets we own or used to own. Instead of fighting beasts to gather their crystals, the military was trying to find a safer way. I'm sure the generals and Satch will know that we would send new finds back to the lab to analyze every time a new crystal was found. Especially after what had happened with another set of crystals found. He's talking about a set of active crystals, Satch said. It was a disaster for the military back then. Such crystals reacted as soon as we touched them with our bare hands, similar to activating gear. It caused them to explode, and a lot of lives were lost. Because of this, new crystals that were found would be handed to the military for analysis before moving forward. In the first place, not many could figure out how to use a new crystal. Nathan nodded, showing that the information he said was true. The thing was, as you now know, Pure had been a member of the board for a long time. I can't pinpoint when exactly, but it seems to be shortly after the First War that Zero had taken over Mr. Watson's place. I'm not even sure the other members of his family knew. Zero, their leader, had all of this information available to him, and it was easy for him to obtain these crystals. At the same time, it was effortless for them to cover up any discoveries related to these things. I just want to say that I am not a member of Pure, so some of my knowledge may have a few hiccups, but it seems that Pure have their own research team. At the same time, they would use certain tactics to use the military's research team and work together without the latter knowing that they were helping the enemy. In these labs, they discovered many things, even new materials such as the glass-like containers you were stuck in. Anyway, there were 3 types of crystals found in total. One is the enhancement crystal. This is the round crystal I have in my hand at the moment. Like beast crystals, they too have different tiers, but it's harder to tell unless you are holding one. This crystal allows you to enhance your ability power. It gives a boost in MC cells as long as you are still holding the crystal. Then there are the upgrade crystals. Depending on their tier, they can upgrade beast gear to the next step. There are a lot of crystals, probably more than I mentioned, that have been found, but I have no clue about them. As I said, I was only invited to help out at the Pure Space a couple of times, so I don't know everything, but because I was involved in a few of their plans, they did tell me a few things. What they have is something called a storage crystal. It's a clear crystal that looks like complete glass with nothing inside. But with it, they can extract abilities and place them inside. I didn't know that they were capturing members of the Bree family, but if that's the case, then I imagine that somehow they were able to get your family's ability and store it in the crystal. This is the most probable guess. Hearing Nathan's words brought up a faint memory for Quinn. The crystal was similar to what Bryce had. He was using a crystal to store the power of the shadow, but did this mean that they could store multiple powers? Otherwise, it wouldn't make any sense. It seemed like Mona had come to the same conclusion. Veins popped up on her forehead out of anger. She could only imagine how many members of the Bree family were killed or their powers were taken away from them, also that the Pure could control the hybrid beasts. Wait, are you saying they can take any of our abilities away? Samantha asked. Is that what they were trying to do today? And they can even use them? Nathan shook his head as he didn't have an answer. Originally Pure were after True Dream, Sam said with his finger on his chin. I guess now that they have found these crystals, there is no longer a need for him because they can do the same thing without him. If they still had these crystals and powers now, they don't have to worry about their experiments getting out of hand and becoming too beast-like. They just want to create the strongest hybrids possible. There was a bit of silence in the room as the generals and others were taking in the information. They felt betrayed by those they worked for and trusted. These crystals. Mukka was the first to speak from the vampire side. We actually already knew of them. We have a few as well. All heads, including Quinn's, turned to the vampire, for even Quinn didn't know about this. It was strange to find out this information about vampires knowing these crystals because it was something even Quinn was unaware of. He was sure that if the vampires had such crystals, then when he had first obtained the upgrade crystal, Vincent would have known about it. "Don't look at me," Vincent said, shrugging his shoulders as if he could read Quinn's mind. "There was a period in my life where I know no details of what happened." "Can you elaborate a little?" Quinn asked, smiling towards Mukka. "You have to remember that a lot of vampires pride themselves on their natural strength, and only the 10th family was interested in things like using the beast crystals for combat. In contrast, we focused on their use more so in everyday life as an energy source. When the 10th leader disappeared, there weren't many vampires who were interested in beast crystals anymore. In fact, it's safe to say that there were none. Still, during our expeditions, we did come across different crystals. The round one that is in his hand, I have seen it before. About the others, I can't say if we have or not because I do not know what they look like. But sometimes, we came across crystals that don't exactly match up to the regular beast crystals you know of today." Quinn thanked Mukka for explaining. He would need to look into that when they got back. Thankfully, they had transported everything in the vampire settlement with them. The only thing he was wondering about was whether these crystals were abundant in the vampire solar system or not. If they were, then there would be another tool that they could use to help them in the war against the Dalki. At the moment, Quinn had some 4th family members out exploring the beast planets, searching for a nest crystal. It would be a boost if he could instruct them to look for these other crystals. For the next few minutes, Mona asked Nathan a few more questions, mainly to do with the Bree family, but he didn't seem to know much about the exact situation. Just to make sure the latter was being honest, Quinn had used his influence skill this time, and it seemed like he had been telling the truth all along. "Is there any more information that we can try asking from Nathan before we move on to other things?" Quinn asked. At that moment, Satch raised his hand. "Pure. How were they able to get you to help them out? We heard from Sam about the base they took over. What is the current situation with all of the members of the board and what is going to happen now? How was Pure able to do all of this?" Nathan gulped before answering this question. The question alone made him recall some scenes in his head. "I was one of the lucky ones," Nathan finally replied. "When Sam ordered me to help out the Earthborn group, Satch, you sent me to Earth for a task. At the time, everything was going well, and every one of the Earthborn forces was focused on fighting the Dalki. From what I gathered, it was a single attack orchestrated by Pure. They had hit each of the cities and the military bases all at the same time. Our forces were weak, they were powerful, but the final nail on the coffin was the Pure members who were part of the group. At the moment, every force on Earth is pretty much under their control. Family members are being used as hostages, leaving those like me with no choice but to act and do their bidding. I am afraid that they have the whole world as a hostage, including the B-Board's power. They all knew that this wasn't good news at all and was the worst outcome they could expect. For one, the board were families that the military and other groups relied on. This was the main reason why the former could blackmail them into this event in the first place. After what had happened and with things not going their way, it was possible that unless the people here were willing to fight their own and go to war, Earth now belonged to Pure. If we have time, resources won't be too much of an issue, Quinn said. There are ways for us to get the things we need to help fight. When saying this, Quinn was thinking about using the vampire resources and the beast planets in their solar system. Still, this pressure that we could be attacked from our back at any time is not a good one. We need to get Earth back by any means while not moving our forces which are fighting against the Dalki. If we make one movement, the latter will notice this, and it won't be long before we get into something even more troublesome. It was then that an unexpected person had raised their hand, one that had been silent for almost the entire time. It was the unranked Sarah sitting at the table. "Let me take care of Pure," Sarah said. "I wasn't involved in this war with the Dalki anyway, but I'll make sure that all of these Pure members no longer exist." "What is in it for you?" Samantha asked. What do you want in return? Samantha refused to believe that someone who hadn't joined the fight so far was just willing to help out. Because they have made this personal, Sarah said. They tried to take my life. I don't take too kindly to those who take my life. So no, I'm not doing it for you. I'm doing this for myself. You guys can just pick up the scraps that are left. I would also like to go along with him, Leo spoke up. I, as a member of the cursed faction, can help out greatly in many ways, and I can also sense chi, which means I can pick out the pure members more effortlessly. This was true, but Quinn could imagine the real reason why Leo wanted to go. To find out his master and what exactly they had planned to do. The only worry was that Quinn could no longer summon Leo with his skill if he needed him or his help. I'm still thinking like this, If there is someone I can't defeat now, Leo wouldn't be much help either. I should let him do his own thing, and it would be good to have someone on the inside. Please, let me go as well, Nathan suddenly said. My family, and the others they have hostage, I might also recognize a few of them. He knew it was a long shot, but he thought Quinn could probably help as well. I have a suggestion, Sam said. I think he should be allowed to go, and Sarah and Leo should lead the vampire soldiers. Other than us in this room, we don't know who is with Pure and who is not, nor do we know who could switch sides at any point in time. However, the vampire soldiers are different, and I'm sure they have a great interest in making sure that Earth is safe along with the rest of them as well. Sarah didn't seem to have any problem with their suggestion, but he did have one condition. I'm okay with all of this. I don't mind you guys keeping an eye on me, but let me say one thing. If we are ever in trouble, a serious situation that I think is dangerous, let me take command. Follow my orders down to the last line, and I promise that we will get out of it alive. Due to Sarah's power and how much they actually needed his help, there was no problem with Sam and Leo agreeing to their requirements. Of course, Nathan could go along, but he would be kept under the mindful watch of Leo. If you are worried about humans so much, there is something you could do. Katori interrupted them all. Why don't you just turn him into one of us? He would follow the orders of the turner, and he would lose his power to stop your abilities. I think that would be the safest thing to do. This remark reminded all the humans in the room what the vampires really were and the most frightening thing about them. Some of them wanted to object when hearing this, but the thing was, they weren't trusting Nathan either. I will leave that choice up to Leo or the vampire soldiers to do, Quinn said. Thank you for the suggestion, though. Right now, we still don't know what Pure Same is. If they already had so much control over the board members, why did they want to get rid of us so badly? It's almost as if they wanted us to lose this war. So, try your best to find out about Pure, and as for the rest of us, we will take care of the Dalki, Quinn stated. The meeting looked like it was coming to an end with a lot learned and everyone informing what they planned to do now. That's when the room was opened up to more questions, and a shy lady raised her hand slowly. I just wanted to ask, who is the 10th leader? Samantha said with her face red. At first, people thought it was a strange question for Samantha to ask in a meeting like this. Why would one of those from the Earthborn group care about the vampire leaders? But there was another lady in the room who managed to figure it out quicker than the others and couldn't help but laugh. The 10th leader? Why would she want to know about the 10th leader? Vex asked out loud, a little annoyed. Samantha stood up, though, and started looking towards the other table. Eventually, everyone was starting to remember the match they had. Samantha had gone up against the 10th leader in her fight. And who could forget the ending of their match? I'm the leader of the 10th family, Vincent admitted as he stood up. Samantha looked at him up and down. Vincent was wearing the same clothing as her opponent had, the mask still covering his face. Since it was also covering his mouth, it was hard to tell what he fully looked like, but he certainly did look like the character from the game. I wanted to ask, why did you say that? You liked me? She struggled to finish her words. Some people in the room were starting to get secondhand embarrassment and couldn't help but turn away. What a brave girl. But did she really have to do this right here, in front of everyone? Mona wondered. Well, of course, it's because you are a beautiful woman. You are strong, have nice curves, and your dash. Vincent answered confidently, but suddenly a loud yell interrupted him. New! Fex was the one who had yelled. "What the hell are you saying?" Turning her head towards the source of the shout, Samantha could tell who it was. The first vampire she had ever met. But why was he yelling like that? "What do I do? Vincent's ruining my image, and what if she starts to like him now, thinking he was the one who confessed? But do I come out here in front of anyone? Will that be a big deal?" While he was panicking, a friend had come by his side. "You know, after Helen died, and I saw the video message she left, I realized something. You never know what might happen, and you could lose your chance to tell someone how you truly feel. So honestly, you should just go for it and tell her what you want." Quinn whispered to him. "Besides, I seem to recall you telling me that you would only take my love advice if I became king. However, if you're too scared, feel free to consider this an order." The words from a king, his friend, had encouraged Fex, and he stood up from his seat. "No, Samantha. The one that fought against you in that match. Yes, it was the 10th leader, but the truth was I was the one that fought you. I was pretending to be the 10th leader at the time," Fex confessed. Part of him wanted to look away out of embarrassment. But since he had decided to say as much, he looked straight into her eyes. "What is going on right now?" Sunny whispered to Jean next to her. "I feel like I'm watching some drama or something." Samantha had her hand covering her mouth as the truth had unfolded. So you were the one who told me that you think you are in love with me?" The young woman asked for clarification, to which Fex just nodded. Soon, cheering from the generals and others was heard. "Answer the brave boy. He's a vampire, though. Can a vampire and a human have a relationship? You're still thinking that way? You're behind the times." "What do you mean behind the times? This is happening too soon." "I think maybe?" Samantha didn't know what to say, as she had paused. Before she could say anything else, though, the people heard a loud bang. Then a giant figure stood up, a large imprint of his fist embedded on the table in front of him. Those who had seen what the figure had done on the field, none of them wanted to get in its way, and they could see that it was slowly making its way towards Fex. "Oh, I guess Oscar will have the last say in all of this after all." Owen chuckled under his fan. The royal knight walked up, and the two figures stood opposite each other. Fex had learned who was under the suit of armor, and since he had practically asked his daughter to go out with her, it seemed only right that he faced her father. Don't you want to speak?" Fex asked. Quinn summoned a pen and a piece of paper from the shadow, handing it over to Oscar. In turn, he received the precious box to hold on to. It looked like it was hard for Oscar to let it go, as he gripped it tightly. "I'll look after it," Quinn promised, and it was then Oscar's fingertips had allowed him to. With both hands free, Oscar wrote something on the notepad and turned it around, shoving it in Fex's face. "If you want the woman, then you have to prove that you can protect her." Fex read the writing out loud, with a scratched-out word next to the word woman. "You won that game using the body of another. So now prove that you are strong enough to protect her on your own by... You want me to fight and defeat you?" Some of them nearly chickened when they heard this, and even the vampire leaders felt sorry for Fex. The mythical beast, the Dullahan, was more impressive than any of them, and they were sure that it would be nearly impossible for Fex to beat him. I, Fex was mulling, but he needed to make a decision. "I accept. You're right. I need to prove that I can look after her." Both sides were interested as it looked like they were about to witness another fight. "Wait!" Samantha shouted, jumping in between the two of them, and she kicked both of the men by on their shin. "What do you two idiots think you're doing? Don't I get a say in any of this? I don't need some stranger making up rules for me. I can decide for myself," Samantha argued. "I can like who I want, and I can choose who I want to be with, besides." Samantha turned towards Fex. "You already risked your life to protect me once before, so I guess I wouldn't mind giving it a shot." The others could see a smile on her face, hidden behind her red cheeks, and those on the sidelines started to whistle and cheer once again. Whether this was the beginning of a romance between a human and a vampire, only time would tell, but the meeting had come to an end. While final points were getting sorted about what each person was to do, the groups were getting ready. For one, the hybrid beasts needed to be handed to one of them, and they needed to discuss when and how to update each other on their situations. This was left to Sam, and in the meantime, Quinn headed over to speak to a certain person. He had gone to the canteen tables where all unranked were seated and approached a certain person. "You're Sarah? Is that correct?" Quinn asked. "Oh, the leader of the cursed faction and the king of the vampires has come to greet me," Sarah said. "It seems the one I fought in the game wasn't you. The two of you don't feel the same. It looks like it will be another time when we get to spar with each other. To what do I owe the pleasure to meet such a great one as yourself?" Quinn looked around and could see that the others were each having their own conversation. He wasn't sure that the topic he wanted to talk about was something others should be listening in on, so he decided to give him a hint. "I wanted to talk to you about some people you might know. It's come to my knowledge that you might be the same as them." Quinn answered. "Do you happen to know a woman by the name of Bliss?" Hearing this name caused Sarah to raise an eyebrow. It was a clear sign that he knew who she was. "And, do you know someone called Ray?" Quinn asked. "Ray Talon." This name caused Sarah to get up from his seat. "I thought there was something special about you. Why don't the two of us chat while taking a walk?" The lab on the main Dalki spaceship that they called home had been a lot busier ever since they had obtained the dragon from Blade Island. The Jim clones, along with other Dalki, had been working on a number of different things. After obtaining the demon tier beast, they had focused on creating a number of new Dalki. They had an idea of the process from Jim's research, and there were also the clones that had his brain and memories from a certain point in time. Rather than just creating any type of Dalki, they had been creating the new era of Dalki as Graham had called them. These were Dalki that were based on certain individuals from the humans that they had fought. Using their DNA as a base structure, they were able to create more unique and stronger Dalki. As for all of those that would be considered a type of failure, they were sent to Graham and others for some training, though none of those Dalki ever came back. Still, it was because of this that the lab had expanded, growing twice its size as it had taken on more projects. Some Dalki had even been created for the sole purpose of helping out with experiments and other tasks. In one part of the lab, there was a place that had seemingly been forgotten because of the new advancements that the Dalki were focusing on. There also was another reason for its abandonment. It used to be Jim's private lab. Everything that was needed from it had already been taken out and distributed to the other areas. In the back of the lab, through a heavy locked door, there were a few cells. Dangerous beasts, Dalki, although very rarely unless used as an experiment, but also prisoners would be placed behind a large solid glass wall. Apart from two of them, all other cells were now empty. In one of them, a figure started to bang on the glass a couple of times. He was trying to grab the attention of two individuals that were free on the outside, who were acting as guards. One of these was a clone of Jim, whereas the other was a three-spiked Dalki. In a way, they were also keeping an eye on each other. "Hey, what the hell is happening outside? We haven't had an update on anything. Come on, with my talents. I'm just wasting away in this cell. Go call the real Jim and tell him that True Dream wants to speak with him." The person who was in the cell was Jack True Dream, former member of the Big Four. There was no way to tell how much time had passed in that prison cell, but he knew that it had never been this long since the real Jim had passed by to ask them to do something for them. Seeing that there was no reaction, True Dream just let out a big sigh. "He's dead, isn't he?" True Dream asked. "Well, it looks like even you can get startled. Well, now I don't know who is winning this war, whether it's the Dalki or the humans. What do you think, my friend?" "I'm not your friend," the other man replied instantly. He had crouched down, rocking back and forth. He had heavy bags under his eyes, and he had quite long scruffy black hair that stuck out everywhere. "You can't say that Jim is dead until we see that he's dead." "Crazy as always," True Dream mumbled from the confinements of his cell. "Then why do you think he hasn't come to see us? It's not like the Dalki have any reason to tell us if he died or not. Heck, I bet that crazy Graham has done him in, just because Jim gave him a Hawaiian shirt or something." There was still no answer from any of the other three, and it seemed it would be that way for a long time. In the end, True Dream decided to go back to his bed and lie down as well. "I was just wondering, why the hell are you so loyal to that guy? Anyway?" True Dream asked. We have nothing better to do in here, so we might as well talk, right? In here we're nothing more than lab rats, but you were with him before I even met him. And even after all this time you seem to still care for him. Come on, with the way you hung around him, one could have mistaken you for a girl who was having a real crush on her best friend. However, it seemed to be very one-sided. Given your ability, couldn't you have changed that, making it so that he would have followed you? Admit it, it must have at least crossed your mind once or twice. Then again, knowing that guy, he must have had a precaution to that. Was that it? Did you try and fail, and then it hit you instead? Usually True Dream wasn't this talkative, but he had started going a little mad not being able to talk to anyone. So now that he had a neighbor, it was one potential buddy. He wasn't expecting an answer either, which was why he continued to ramble and goading him in. He saved me, the man eventually answered. I was just another starving kid, out on the street, and he fed me. For me, that was enough of a reason to repay him with the rest of my life and do whatever he wishes. My parents either didn't care about me enough, or they couldn't support us. So one day they just left me out on the streets. The other homeless were happy to beat me just because I was weaker than them, and took what little food I managed to scavenge. Everyone else just turned a blind eye, walking past me like I didn't even exist. The only person who didn't was him. You know, I've heard people often claim if they were in a similar situation to what I was in, they would rather die. Each day was painful, be it from hunger and or the beatings of others. But for me, well, dying always seemed like a very scary thing. I could never think about dying, and all I wanted to do was live. Why wasn't I allowed to live? Just because I had no money? Because I was a child? Because people didn't care about me? Well, he changed that. He allowed me to live, so I decided to help him however he wishes. There was a silence before True Dream answered. His cellmate's story wasn't exactly a special one. Jack knew some people from his own family had lived like that. During the war, there were plenty that had been abandoned and couldn't be taken in, especially if they had no use or power for abilities. Sounds a bit fishy if you ask me. True Dream commented after lifting his body from his lying position. Do you think he might have picked you just because he knew what power you had? At least to me, it seems like he just used you so you could help him deal with all of those vampires. I mean, he doesn't have any other humans by his side other than the two of us. Hey, why don't you tell him the truth? True Dream addressed the gym clone, who would have for sure known the answer. True Dream thought. Even if that was the case, does it matter? The man questioned True Dream, for the first time looking up at him. In the end, he was the one who got me out of that hell. Whether it was because he wanted to help me or for ulterior motives, I don't care. Once again, after that conversation there was silence between the two of them, and True Dream was trying to think. If Jim was really dead, then they needed to get out of here. What about you? The man eventually asked back. It was the first time since the two of them had been together that the other man had asked True Dream a question of his own. You turned up one day by his side. So what's your story? Thinking back to what happened that day, True Dream couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. Well, for me, I did something incredibly stupid. You probably don't know them, but I decided to go up against a group of people called the Blade family. After that, I guess you could say Jim saved me as well. Come to think of it, how did you know? True Dream asked, looking at the Jim clone. How did you know the Blade family was going to come after me that day? Looking to his left, Jim stared at the Dalki, before walking forward and eventually went up the glass, standing on the other side looking in. Today felt like it was a strange day. Usually, no matter how much he complained or talked, no one would react to anything he said. But today of all days, two people choose to react differently. Maybe today is the day. I feel a change coming. True Dream thought as he quickly licked his dry lips with his tongue. The Jim clone just looked at him without saying anything, which was infuriating Jack even more, until he eventually exploded. Are you going to answer me? Or did you just come here to stare at my face all day? True Dream shouted in frustration. He doesn't seem to know, his cellmate explained. It's most likely that he doesn't know about what you are asking him. When I was with Graham and Jim, they made me change the memories of his clones in the facility as some type of safety measure. As I understand, it was a way for them to still listen to Graham even though they were clones. After these words had been spoken, The clone turned its head towards the other cell. Are you saying that my current memories are not mine? Is this to do with the ability he spoke of? I always thought things felt a bit off. Turning around, the clone went back to his position standing next to the Dalki guard, who gave him a brief stare. It was clear he wasn't pleased with the words that were spoken earlier. Once again, some time had passed and nothing was said by anyone in their room. Everyone was minding their own business as they had been doing, but True Dream had been busy scheming a plan that might see him escape. All clones should have memories from the original up to the point in time they were created, right? In that case, he should have known the answer to my question before you meddled with his memories. Correct? True Dream asked. By the way, you never told me your name. Malik, the man in the other cell replied. And yes, you're correct, but there's no way for us to know when these clones were created. Some could have been created even today. Assuming he's still alive, Malik, True Dream pointed out. You know, there's someone in this room that probably knows the answer to that question. Isn't that right, big guy? Today was a strange day. This thought kept repeating in True Dream's head, and so far 2 people were acting weirdly in the room. So perhaps he could get one more person to act out and complete this strange day. Why don't you tell us the truth? True Dream asked. I mean, what harm does letting us know do? Are you scared of Graham? I thought Dalki weren't meant to have fear, always striving to the top, trying to become the strongest of their kind. Yet what you're doing here seems to be the opposite of that. Be honest, did you piss Graham or someone else off to have been assigned guard duty? Neither one of us has any ability that would allow us to escape this confinement, and that Jim clone should be more than enough to check up on us. At the same time, you have every right to be afraid of Graham. He probably sees your lives as expandable fools at best. He always talks about how he is doing everything for the continuation of the Dalki race, or to become a complete race. But is that really his goal? Someone who eats other Dalki to get stronger? In the first place, isn't he completely different from the rest of you guys? And I'm not just talking about his weird clothing fetish, but maybe he actually just wants to create a load like him? Have you ever thought about his actions? He never tries to fix a current Dalki. Instead, he is always trying to create a complete one. So what happens once he creates a complete one? Is he going to cure the rest of you? Or will he simply let you die off and have the new generation take over? True Dream had stopped speaking there, carefully observing the Dalki the entire time to watch out for some type of reaction. Alas, there was none, at least not one that he could notice. Perhaps he just has an excellent poker face, but this Dalki seems to be even calmer than the rest. A knock was heard on the outside door, and when it was opened, food was handed over to the Jim clone. It was drink and food to keep their 2 prisoners alive. Nothing too fancy, basic gruel to eat and normal water to drink. There was a small slot in the glass that could be opened from the captor's side. The food would be placed there on a type of tray and then pushed forward. First, the one to be served was Malik, but the clone's actions were also strange. When opening the gap, instead of pushing the tray through as he would usually do, the clone pushed its hands through as well. His body was positioned in a way to cover the view from the Dalki, and Jim didn't say anything, just looked at Malik as he silently mouthed the words. I want to know the truth. Let's find out if Jim is really still alive. Making out what the other had said, Malik touched the clone's hands quickly and activated his power. I'll remove all the memories that I have altered, Malik thought. The interaction only took about a second, and after that the tray was passed and the clone went on to the next container, as he went to pass food on to True Dream as well. You wanted to know how I knew about you? Jim asked. Your family has been monitored by the vampires for a long time, Jack True Dream. Suddenly, True Dream's attention was caught. Today really was a strange day, but it might also become a very wonderful one. Yours is a power that is able to cross boundaries, more boundaries than you might imagine, and a long time ago we used one of your ancestors to transfer a certain power. They considered that power to be too dangerous, hence they had decided to get rid of your family line. Don't feel bad for them though, your family was scum and always were scum, which was why they had overlooked a certain matter. You see, your ancestor had raped quite a few women during his time, and before his death he had gotten one of them pregnant. This person hadn't told anyone about the child, which was why they had overlooked this fact, but I was interested in your power. Did you know that abilities find a way to appear in those most suited for them? Even if True Dream back then hadn't taught anyone his ability, it would go to those most suited. Yet, the True Dream ability was nowhere to be found. Maybe that was because the most suited family line was still around. It was a guess, but as a vampire I had a lot of time. That led me to my search. A stroke of luck, you might call it, but I decided to look into that man's past and searched for the women he had mistreated. That's what led me to eventually find one of your forefathers. I told them about their dead father, and they decided to take the name once again. It was only a matter of time, of generations, until the ability would fall into that bloodline again. I didn't have a use for your power so much back then, but thought that maybe one day I would, and that's why I kept my eye on you. For the first time since speaking, the three-spiked Dalki moved forward. How do you know all of that? Answer me now. True Dream didn't feel disheartened to find out about his family's past. For one, that had nothing to do with him. Those crimes had been committed centuries before his own birth, so why should he care what another person did? Merely because he shared a blood relation to them. Nevertheless, True Dream saw a light in this situation. With everyone in the room, perhaps they could change the situation. It looks like you remember everything. True Dream smiled. And you, what are you going to do, go running to Graham? Will that help you in any way? Instead, how about we make a deal? You heard what he said, didn't you? I have a special power. A power that can even cross boundaries. And let's say we decided to keep something secret even from Graham. I can give you power, my big friend. Power that would allow you to even topple Graham. Would you like to carry on living with an uncertain future? Or would you prefer to create your own? True Dream asked with an evil smirk. Honestly, True Dream wasn't so sure if the Dalki would accept his offer. If it had shown some type of reaction to his early comments, it would have been more convincing, but since there was nothing to go on, he was starting to get a bit worried. Somehow, True Dream's words had managed to convince everyone else in the room, and Malik had managed to do his part. However, if the Dalki proved to be loyal to Graham, then it would mean True Dream would have to pray that the clone of Jim was strong enough to beat the three-spiked Dalki. A 3 spikes is tough, especially without any beast gear. Maybe Malik could do something if he managed to touch him before being splattered, but I doubt the clone alone would be enough. True Dream thought. The good news was that Dalki hadn't outright refused. He was taking his time, considering the deal that had been put in front of him. The Dalki stood in front of the glass while Jim had moved to the side away, creeping over to where Malik was. It seemed like the clone was frightened. Good luck with me putting hope into that guy, True Dream thought. The next second, the Dalki started to chuckle. What you say does interest me. All of our race wish to grow and get stronger, but there is one universal thing that each of us instinctively knows. It is impossible for a lower spike to beat one higher one in a one-on-one fight. Are you aware that our leader has recently evolved into a 6 spike? So, tell me, human, how exactly do you plan to help me become stronger than Graham? The Dalki asked. The biggest grin appeared on True Dream's face, because with this answer he knew that he had got the Dalki right where he wanted him. I am an honest person, True Dream replied. Based on what you said, you would never fight against a 4 spike, correct? Perhaps I might be unable to give you power that can beat Graham just yet, but I can definitely give you power that allows you to beat those above you. Grow. Evolve and trust that I can allow you to catch up. You know about the powers that the vampires and humans hold? The things we refer to as abilities? Well, you see, that vampire over there captured me to make use of my power, which allows me to steal the abilities of others and transfer them over. However, there is something that Graham doesn't know yet. Your leader believes that I'm unable to move these powers to the Dalki or the vampires. I'm willing to give you an ability that will make you stronger, and I always save the best abilities. The truth was, True Dream was spouting a pile of bullshit. Jim had never asked him to move any ability to a vampire, much less a Dalki. As such, he had no idea if there would be such a restriction, but based on the story he was told moments ago, he was gambling that it might not be the case. If the Dalki could gain abilities, they would evolve a step further. I like the sound of that. The Dalki guard agreed. just in time to hear a door opening from behind. Since they had won his trust, the Jim clone had audibly let out Malik from his glass cell. "So it looks like you are joining this strange team of weirdos then," Jim commented, smiling nervously. A group consisting of a Dalki guard, 2 humans and a vampire clone. Seeing how True Dream was looking at him, Jim felt like he had to say something else. "You always need a backup plan. If the Dalki hadn't agreed then, we would have had to have used a little friend here," Jim said, slapping Malik on the back. "To get out of this place, in case we are found out, I will have to give you one of these powers, and I'm sure that you wouldn't let me leave until I have you one. The only problem is the method of transfer is a little complicated. But just so you know, I'm not trying anything," True Dream warned, turning his head away as he looked at the Dalki's face. "Anything for strength," the creature replied. True Dream nodded towards Jim, and unsure if it was coincidence or not. At that moment, Malik touched the back of the Dalki. Memories were starting to flood his head. At the same time, True Dream held on to the Dalki head using its thigh to kick himself up and pressed his lips on the other. It was the condition that he needed to pass his power to the other. Once it was complete, True Dream wiped his lips. "Are you done?" "Yes," Malik said. "We didn't know if he would betray us after getting the power, so I have given him a backstory that will make sure that he will stay loyal to us forever. If not, at least the power will remain in his mind." The Dalki came out of it and looked at all of those in the room. "Thank you for saving me, and for giving me this power." True Dream wondered what memories Malik had exactly put in his mind to make the Dalki think that they had saved him. His ability was perhaps one of the most frightening True Dream had ever come across, and if he could avoid it, he would never allow Malik to touch him. "Well, do you know the best way to get out of here?" True Dream asked. "I do. There are plenty of ships at the docks that are connected to the lab. The others use them all the time to transfer things between the areas. However, they know that I'm supposed to be your guard, so we will have to sneak our way round. Perhaps I could convince a few of them, and there will be many that don't care what I'm doing due to how busy it is. But if they see the 2 of you..." The Dalki stopped there, because the others understood what would happen if the 2 of them were to be spotted. "No!" Malik refused. "We need to go and get the original Jim. If you can't agree to this, then I won't come with you. I won't alert the guards, but I won't leave this place without him either." This was a problem. From the few conversations True Dream had with Malik so far, he could tell that his mind was somewhat childlike. If not that, he was heavily dependent on Jim for everything. More on the borderline of obsessed with him. "Man, I'm jealous to have someone this obsessed with you. I wonder how he did it," True Dream thought. "I was hoping the clone would be enough, but I guess not. His power is also too strong to utilize. If we run into just a single Dalki as well, he could change their memory to help us. Our chance of escape relies on him. I'm useless without other people, but that's why I'm the best at gathering people around me." "I actually agree with him," the clone surprisingly added. "I was created a long time ago when the lab first started. My knowledge of everything Jim has done, and the knowledge of what is going on out there, is limited." "There is a problem with that," Dalki said. "Jim is dead. I don't know the full details of what happened since I wasn't taken along for that task, but apparently those who went to retrieve the dragon brought back his deceased body." That answer seemed to somewhat shock Malik. He started to rub his hands through his hair, while stretching his skin back. It looked like he might create a fire with how fast he was going. "Just his body?" the clone asked. "Then we can still do something. If the original body is there, it means that Graham was keeping him for some reason. Perhaps his brain is still intact. If that's the case, we can create a new clone. It will have all the knowledge and memories of Jim before he died." The clone then turned towards Malik and placed both his hands on his shoulder, lifting his head up, so he could see him in the eye. "Look at me. All of us are clones. We are no less than Jim. We have the same mind as him, the same thoughts, we just haven't lived the same life as him. If we create a new clone from his dead body, his mind will live on. The mind of the complete Jim. We have to save him right now. And before you say anything, True Dream, yes, he is needed. We have to start thinking about what we are going to do once we leave this place." Hearing the words seemed to give Malik some type of hope. His eyes looked less lost, and once again it looked like Jim, even if it was a clone, knew just the right words to say for him to cling onto. The group decided to leave, and when they exited from the room, they could see that Jim's lab had been abandoned. There were literally wires hanging from above, and it just added to the brutal reality that the real Jim was gone. The one who they were following was the three-spiked Dalki, who they had decided to call Pine. This was because of a set of small scales on the top of his head that stuck out, making him resemble a pineapple. When opening the door outside the lab, it led to several large hallways which looked mostly empty. Apart from a few Dalki and clones that would run past once in a while delivering something to the other areas. "Why are they so busy?" True Dream asked. "It's Graham. After obtaining the demon tier beast, he's ramped up production on everything. Anyway, the good news is the most dangerous person, Graham himself, isn't here." Pine answered. The clone and Pine were able to walk side by side. This was because there were plenty of clones in the area anyway, and like Pine thought, everyone was too busy focusing on their own task to care what others were doing. Between the two of them, they were able to tell if the area was clear and tell when the other two were able to move. While looking in the lab, True Dream also noticed that there were no cameras. "I guess there is no need. All the Dalki work together, and it's not like there's an enemy faction or intruders to worry about. I bet they never thought a Dalki would turn on them quite like this." True Dream smiled at his achievement. Eventually, the group reached the lab, but the next part would be the most difficult one. There were people inside the lab at all times. Fortunately, Jim's body wasn't kept in Graham's private room or anything, but it was nevertheless heavily guarded, at least on the outside. 2 3-spiked Dalki could be seen standing in front of the door. The group was only a turn away from reaching the entrance. "What do we do?" True Dream whispered. "I have a plan," Malik suggested. Walking through the hallway was Pine and the clone, and when they reached the door, they quickly turned to the 2 guards. "What are you doing?" "Keep moving," the Dalki instructed, almost immediately attacking. But in that instant, Pine grabbed both of their arms, acting first. Then from his back, Malik jumped over the 2 Dalki and touched both of them. Seconds later, and both of the Dalki bowed down. "Graham, you have returned. And it's nice to see you as well, Jim." One of the guards addressed them. Watching it all only strengthened True Dream's fear of Malik's frightening ability. Eventually, Pine had told the 2 guards to leave and head somewhere else for the time being, allowing the 2 humans to enter the lab as well. Here they could see the countless glass containers, and floating on one side was Jim's body. They all knew straight away, looking at the body, that Jim really had died. "I wonder what happened while we were trapped in that place. I also wonder how the world would react regarding our return," True Dream said. Next, Jim went up to the machine, and it was time to start the cloning process and create a new clone of Jim Eno. Since Jim was one of the ones that had taught Graham everything he knew, and a lot of the technology was based on what he had introduced to them, Jim was able to recreate a new clone from what was left, reactively easy. How many experiments have they run? One of the nest crystals. Its energy has nearly completely faded. I never even knew a nest crystal could run out of energy, the clone thought. On a closer look at the body, he noticed that actually, one of the nest crystals had been removed from the real Jim's body, while the other was left in his hand. Still, it was enough energy to create another. A blob started to form, which soon formed into the grown man known as Jim Eno. The claw machine moved and eventually pulled the new clone out from the glass container and dropped a naked Jim onto the floor. "Damn it! That brat killed me. He killed me." Jim started to scream, hitting the floor. He soon got up and could see the others, and the outcome certainly was a little strange. He was expecting to meet with Graham. After updating them on the situation, Jim had learnt that there had been a gap between his death and him being created into a new clone. Because for the clone, his last memories were of what had happened on Blade Island. "I see, now that my real body is dead, Graham doesn't have any use for me since I no longer have my ability. But he kept me and my brain intact, so he could still ask me questions whenever he would need me," Jim said in disgust. After hearing what was said from Jim though, True Dream had equally disgusting feelings. He had learned that Quinn, the boy with the shadow ability, had gotten so far in his life. Yet here, his life had completely changed after meeting him. It was because of that shadow ability that he made me go after the blades. What is all of this crap? That damned kid better be alive, so I can kill him myself. True Dream thought. The good news was there looked to be another one that equally wanted to kill the boy known as Quinn as well. After that, it will be the Blade family, and that damned military that ruined me. While the others were thinking and planning what to do next, Jim went to the console and the clone was taking a look at what he was doing, but since they were both the same person they understood until Malik had asked. "What are you doing?" Malik asked. "What do you think? Graham kept me alive just to use me. I don't like that, not at all. I'm tired of being used by people. The Jim up there is dead, and the only use it will be now is to Graham. Every time another clone gets created, it will be from when I died on Blade Island. Graham could pretend to be on my side, get the information he wants and then kill that, and the next clone would be none the wiser about what happened. Who knows how often he has done that already. If we leave him up there, Graham will just be able to do this again and again, killing me over and over. But then, you won't be able to clone yourself if one of you dies in the future." True Dream mentioned. "It's okay. I will use the remaining nest crystal from the original body on myself. I won't die, but you're right, I won't be able to clone myself either. But it's what needs to be done." Malik wanted to stop him, but he didn't because he knew that no matter what, since it was Jim's mind that was making the decision, that all the Jims would think the same way. This is what the real Jim would have done, and he had to trust Jim's mind. Bringing out Eno's real body was easy. Using the crane they dropped his body onto the floor as well. Eno took the clothes that were on him, which were a bit torn and ragged, but it was better than running around the place naked. After that, he took the nest crystal and placed it in his chest pocket for now. He would have to figure out how to use it properly some other time. Then finally he looked at his head and hovered his foot slightly above it. "Goodbye, myself," Jim said, stomping hard on the ground and crushing his head and brain. After that, it was time for the group to leave, but now there was one more person with them. In order to avoid confusion when calling the two names, for now they resulted in calling the old clone CJ, for Clone Jim. Even though the new clone was Jim as well, it seemed like Jim didn't like that fact and told them it was easier if they just forgot that he was a clone. Sneaking out of the lab though was far easier than they thought, and once again Pine was filling in Jim on the advancement the Dalki had made. "It's good to know that all my hard work wasn't completely in vain, at least they managed to capture the dragon. Still, I'm a bit surprised why they stopped. According to my original plan, after capturing the one on Blade Island they should have caught the second shortly after. Does that mean something went wrong? Did Arthur fail? Or did he turn sides again?" The idea of Arthur failing seemed somewhat impossible to him, but he would just have to find out more as time went on. Eventually, they had exited out of the lab with little difficulty, and after heading through the terrain and around the building they had reached the docking bay of ships. Here, ships were constantly flying out and coming into the lab. After watching them for a while, what they noticed was the movement of dead Dalki bodies, being shipped backwards and forwards. "Here's where it gets hard," Pine said. "We can't sneak anymore. We have no choice but to steal one of those things. Or we can try to use my ability to get people to help us," Malik argued. The problem was the large field that was in between where they were and the closest medium-sized ship. They had no choice. The only thing they could do was walk, and pretend like they were naturally meant to be there. They hid True Dream and Malik towards the center, and if people did see them, they treated them like prisoners. At least they could tell the others that Graham was the one that ordered them. They could see a ship in sight. They were about 20 meters from making it until, "Hey, what are you guys doing here on the field? Who are those?" a Dalki yelled. They debated just running to the ship, but with a Dalki's strength it would be easy for them to just jump and take down the ship. Turning around, they all hoped they would deal with the Dalki easily. When they did, they could see a Dalki with 4 spikes on its back. "What is this? Those are the 2 humans that are meant to be in the lab. What are you doing here?" the Dalki shouted. "I'm going to have to call this one in." Before he could, though, Pine dashed forward and grabbed the Dalki by the arm. "Damn it! Let's get out of here," Jim shouted. "The 3 spike is done for." No, True Dream said. He's not. That 3 spike is a little different. The next few moments came and went like a blur because with ease the 3 spike was able to beat and kill the 4 spike. It was the first time something like that had ever happened in the Dalki's history. After getting rid of the troublesome one, the rest of them got on board the ship and started heading off. As they were leaving there were several that seemed to have spotted them. But since they hadn't prepared for anything like this happening, their reaction was too slow, allowing the ragtag group to escape. While in the ship, after realizing they were safely away, they all looked at each other for a moment, and Jim started to laugh. Haha, so what do we do now? The vampires won't accept us, since I'm their enemy. We all have a grudge against humans. The Dalki will be searching for us, and we can no longer go back there. It seems like there's nobody who will accept any of us. Jim pointed out. The words sounded sad, but saying the words he was smiling. I guess we just have to make our own place that will accept us. True Dream replied. We will come back when we are ready. Let's just let the Dalki and the rest of this play out. Everyone had remained at the stadium for a while. There wasn't any trouble happening on their respective planets, so they thought it was safe to stay there for the time being. Everyone also had this underlying feeling that when they went back, perhaps it would be difficult for all the leaders to meet up again once the war started again. Not that they still weren't in a war. On top of that, little bits still needed to be figured out by everyone before they moved out. After what they had learnt about Pierce's coordinated attack, Earth wasn't a safe place for them anymore, and they could practically trust no one. As if vampire agents working for the Dalki hadn't been enough, now they had to watch out for humans as well, all while fighting in a war. While Sam was discussing things with the others, Sarah and Quinn had taken a walk around the large stadium. Taking a slow stroll through the entire thing would take around 2 hours. It was that big. Alas, it was no longer possible to make the entire tour, since a big chunk of it had been destroyed. On their walk, Sarah had asked Quinn a number of questions. To start off with, he had wanted to know how Quinn knew about Bliss and Ray. The cursed faction leader didn't hide any of the facts, telling him how the former had come to meet him after his adventure on Blade Island, and how he was related to the latter. In order for Sarah to feel more safe around Quinn, he also informed the others that he knew exactly what he was. A god. When calling him one, the other reacted in an unexpected way. Sarah had started to laugh. A god, huh? Some of those people really are up their own arse. Sarah said. A word created by humans for those that they worship. I don't like using that word to describe myself, but if it makes it easier for you, then sure. Go ahead. With that out of the way, Quinn proceeded to ask Sarah about his past, about his relation with Ray and what he knew about the Talent family. Sarah wasn't shy about this, and after Quinn had revealed to be Ray's descendant, Sarah went on to explain what he knew of the other's ancestors, how in the past Ray had gone through so many journeys and had so many enemies, quite like what they had today. Quinn was truly lost for words after hearing everything Ray had accomplished, and it sounded as if his exaggerations might have really been on the mark. There were some things Sarah didn't seem to know, but based on what Quinn had heard Ray say, he could fill the gaps. Still, even after finding out everything, the quest to learn more about the Talent family had not changed in any way. I guess in the end, I really am going to have to talk to Bliss. If Ray was really a dragon and not a human, maybe Bliss will know more about the actual Talent family. Quinn thought. I would like to ask a favor from you, Sarah requested after all the talking they had done. I want the two of us to have a fight after all of this is over. You see, in the past, Ray and I didn't really have the chance to finish our matches, and I'm afraid we won't ever get to. Unlike us, he isn't a god, as you so call it. He won't be coming back, not unless Bliss has done anything to make it so. Either way, you have part of his bloodline in you, and I can tell you're one scary person. So my request is, get stronger, reach your peak, and then look for me, so we can have a match. Hearing this, Quinn thought Sarah wasn't a bad person after all. Perhaps, unlike another person, Sarah had just chosen not to get as involved with the humans' problems as the others. To meddle less unless he felt like he really needed to. You don't think I could beat you right now? Quinn joked back, but he was also quite serious. He hadn't seen Sarah fight, so he had no idea of his real strength and whether someone at his level could beat him. At the same time, Quinn found it hard to imagine there would be many who could beat him. Sarah gave him a little tap and hit him slowly on the chest, allowing the vampire to feel the difference. Not yet. Ray might have had the power to fight the gods, yet you're not there yet. Perhaps if you were to take on that form from before, but I doubt you need to tell me that it was just borrowed power. Become something as powerful as that from yourself. Go beyond what you are right now. In the meantime, you can trust me to take care of Pure. The words spoken by Sarah reminded Quinn of another quest that had been assigned, which was to become something beyond a vampire lord. Perhaps he was right. In Quinn's mind, the enemy had always been the Dalki, so would he need strength beyond his current realm to deal with beings like Sarah in the future? Or were the Dalki themselves also becoming a race that the gods would have to be wary about? Sure, you have a deal. Quinn smiled, shaking his hand. I think Leo and the rest will be in good hands. After their conversation, he went back to Sam for an update on things. The vampire soldiers being led by Ashley were on their way. Once they arrived, they would be briefed on what they were to do and head off with Leo and Sarah. Then, with their worry of Pure in the back of their minds, Satch, Owen and the cursed faction would head back. At the same time, a decision had been made that the vampires would be supporting the two groups in the war. Before that, Quinn was to head back to the vampire settlement to check on what crystals they had. At the same time, armor and beast gear would be made for each of the vampire leaders. Then the leaders would be split up. Their families were to support either the Earthborn group or the Greylash group. All of this shouldn't take more than a couple of weeks at most. Not only was Alex working on this, but so were all the other forgers as well. Everyone had agreed to come together after this event, because the decision had been made. No longer would they be waiting with the vampires' help on their side. It was time for them to stop being on the defensive. They were going to take the war to the Dalki. If the Dalki weren't attacking them, it meant they were preparing something. If Quinn and the rest could finish their preparations first, then they would equally attack first and get the jump on them. Helen, I promise I'll avenge you. After Quinn had informed all the leaders of what was going on, Quinn allowed the leaders to decide who they thought they would be best suited to help. The Greylash or the Earthborn group based on what they had seen so far. After the meeting was done, and they were informed of what was to happen, there was one leader that had stayed behind wanting to speak to Quinn. Surprisingly, it was the fifth leader, Sunny Kent. Quinn was a little worried when she asked this, but out of all the leaders, she seemed to give off the most calming aura and seemed to be the least threatening out of them all. Your Majesty, Sunny addressed him in a soft voice, sitting down in the canteen. The whole area was empty with just the two of them alone. She had her hands placed in front of her, with her fingers crossed, sitting upright in the perfect position. Her hairstyle was neat and kept behind her, which reminded Quinn of a motherly figure. Yes, Sunny, Quinn replied. I think your plan is well, and while they are unsure of our power, it is a good chance to fight back. But I wanted to talk to you about something. You see, I have been doing research into the familiars that us vampires use, and I think if we were to utilize the vampire subclasses and the familiars, we could increase our chances even further in this war. This naturally caught Quinn's attention. He knew the strength of familiars, but it seemed like many vampires didn't have, or at least didn't utilize them much in a fight. He always wondered if it had to do with their pride, if they regarded them as a distraction, or if it had other reasons. From what he had learned, it was a little difficult to control familiars, which was why sometimes vampires opted to not use them even in a fight. The fifth family were better at this because they could communicate with them, and ones like Quinn's familiar were different because they were able to act on their own. Still, if there was maybe a way for the vampires to utilize them more, or they got rid of their traditions to allow all of them to have familiars, it might give them a big boost to their strength. Have you heard of the 4 kings? Sunny asked. On the field I saw 2 of them appear, and I know you have one with you as well, but if we can get the 4th all together, get them to work together, then it could increase our force drastically. The 4 kings, it was a term that Quinn had learnt not too long ago and had heard about it recently as it had popped up again. Still, he didn't know too much about it or about them. When first obtaining his own familiar, the Boneclaw, he had heard it be called the Undead King from the others. Some thought it was just a title due to its appearance and great strength as a familiar. According to Leo, who had traveled to the familiar world with the others, it wasn't just a title. It was a name that had been given to it in the familiar world. Something that the other familiars also knew him as. A large world with familiars all around that lived off a certain type of energy. Here there were 4 rulers. The Bone Claw, Leo's cat, and Oscar's horse. Quinn mumbled as he went through them all. Exactly. Sunny smiled, doing a small little clap as if she was pleased that he already knew some details. Honestly, I was surprised to see them all. I didn't even know your vampire knight had one. As you know, our family is able to communicate with familiars, which is why I was able to get information of my own about this world and come to know a little about the 4 kings. For me, the familiars have always been a great interest of mine. They command over territories in their world that stretch quite far and wide. Many vampires don't know this, but at times, when one person has summoned a familiar, another will refuse to come out. This is because these 2 familiars are from different territories. It seems like they don't get along, but their relationship appears to be more complicated than that. You could think of these familiars as if they were from different kingdoms. My familiar nor the ones I have talked to know much about why these territories are in place or why they were divided like so. Either that or they feel like they cannot speak about it. It seems, though, the system they had was set up even before their time, but something that hasn't happened before that has now. 3 of these kings have made contracts with the outside. Perhaps if we could gather all 4 of them, we could call for help from their world. We just need to find the 4th king, which is why I wanted to talk to you. Perhaps your Bone Claw, another king, would know the answer? How to contact them. Thinking about Sunny's suggestion, it was worth a shot. But there was a problem. Quinn and the Bone Claw hardly talked. It seemed like Bones only came out when it felt like it, usually either when Quinn was desperately in trouble or when Quinn had a strong desire for something. I can try, but even when I have communicated with my familiar in the past, it's been tough to communicate with him. He speaks with few words. Quinn replied. What if you summoned him? Sunny asked. I could talk to him instead. There aren't many familiars that can speak our language, so that would make sense. Nodding, Quinn agreed to the request. He closed his eyes and tried summoning him. He focused at first on his anger and tried to see if the Bone Claw would come out that way. But there was nothing. Then, there was only one other thing Quinn could do, and that was to head inside his mind and try to connect with it. Eventually, Quinn had gone into a deep concentration and had entered a black room. I never thought about it before, but this reminds me of the shadow space as well, Quinn thought. Looking in front of him, he saw no one, until eventually, the mist started to appear, and the large Bone Claw's body was formed. It stared down at Quinn. After having countless battles and seeing countless things, the large figure still looked horrifying compared to everything else that he had seen. Long ago, I beat you in that battle when you challenged me. I thought you would help me after that. So why won't you let me summon you out of my own free will? Quinn asked. The Bone Claw lifted its long dangly finger and pointed towards Quinn's chest. You, 2 sides. The Bone Claw said and then imitated his chest breaking in half. It was safe to say Quinn didn't understand what he was saying, but if he was to understand the gist of it. The problem was to do with himself. Forgetting about this for now, he decided to stick to the task. Do you mind going out now? We want to talk to you. It's about your world and the 4 kings. Quinn asked. Quinn didn't know if what he had said had upset his familiar, but before he knew it, he had turned into mist once again and disappeared. Yep, definitely not the talkative type. Opening his eyes, he could see Sunny with a big smile on her face like she was expecting something, which just made it harder to tell her, and for some reason, Quinn felt a bit embarrassed that he had failed. It's okay. Don't worry about it. A lot of the direct descendants have trouble summoning their familiars as well, Sunny said, trying to comfort him, but it didn't make Quinn feel any better. She was talking about direct descendants. Did that mean that none of the others had this problem? I just thought of something, Quinn said as he raised his head. There is one who is a little talkative compared to the others. We could always ask him. Sunny tilted her head because she wasn't sure what she meant by that. Still, Quinn knew there was one familiar that could speak just fine, as an individual often complained about him. A short while later, returning to the canteen was Leo, But he wasn't alone as they decided to bring Oscar as well. Along with him was Mona. She actually didn't want to come along but insisted that he was attached to her by the hip for some reason. Even Mona didn't quite know why, and often Oscar would give signals asking her to check up on Samantha. It was also because of this reason that Mona would be staying with the Earth group for the time being, rather than going with Quinn or the Greylash group. As for the reason why they were all invited, it was to find out answers. Quinn had come up with a backup plan. For one, he thought Sunny would be able to communicate with the horse if need be, but honestly he didn't think that would have to be the case. Soon, a little black cat appeared on the table, and it was none other than the familiar known as Ovinnik, or Oven for short. "What do you think you guys are doing?" the cat shouted as it licked its paw. It was hard to tell if he was concerned or not. The sound of his voice showed urgency while his actions, such as licking his fat paw, appeared as if he wasn't worried at all. "Why would you bring 3 of the kings in this area? You want to cause a fight," Oven said. "You're lucky that I promote peace more than anything." After saying these words, the black cat laid on its back and just started to roll side to side, once again diminishing the urgency of his message. "Actually, the reason why we called you was so we could find the 4th king." Sunny smiled. "We were hoping that we could ask for help from the familiars during this war." After hearing these words, Oven stopped rolling and got up, and then there was a smile on his face. "You want the 4 familiar kings to help you?" Oven said. "I'm wondering, woman, did you know that there is a war going on in the familiar world as well? Or perhaps that's why you are making this suggestion right now." Oven's words didn't seem to surprise Sunny, but with the small interaction Quinn had with her, he was wondering if this leader ever could get surprised by anything. Thinking about it, he just never saw her startled. I wonder what her face was like when she saw Laxmus? The strange thought had entered Quinn's mind. Regardless, it was hard to tell if she really did know what was going on in the familiar world or not. Judging by the fact she could talk to them, Quinn was inclined to agree with Oven's thinking. "Explain if you can, please," Quinn asked, since it didn't look like Sunny was going to say anything. "Also, if there is any way we can get the king on our side, it would be a great help. So far, all of the kings have shown their great strength, and I'm sure this one will be the same. Even if they are only half as strong as you." The usual smirk appeared on Oven's face upon hearing this. "If you really want to cuddle up to me so much, then you should come over here and rub my belly," Oven said, tapping it a few times. A small empty sound was heard as his big belly shook for a fraction of a second when it was hit. "But seriously, you all know nothing of the familiar world, do you?" After letting out a big sigh, Oven strolled across the table and then laid down in front of Leo. He touched him a couple of times with his paw until Leo eventually started to scratch his belly. He seemed to be enjoying himself, and Quinn wondered if the former really would tell them the story while like that. "First, let me tell you, the familiar world is huge, and new familiars enter our world daily, but frankly we don't have as many familiars as the humans. However, it's not because we don't want more, there is a simple reason for that. There is a lack of energy. Our world produces the energy we feed on, but it's weak. At the same time, that energy we feed on is also what makes up our world itself. And that's why we are attracted to other worlds and make contracts with others so we can take this energy from our hosts. At the same time, these links with you guys allow us to pour more energy into our world. In a way, those that are creating contracts with the vampires are doing a service to the world. Like me." The cat smugly pointed at itself still on its back. "Still, even with all of this help and extra energy, it's not enough compared to the number of familiars coming to our world. Which is why there is a need to cull our own kind. The energy itself is what creates our world and allows us to live. If the energy disappears, our whole world will be destroyed, and no one will survive. Some older familiars are willing to go on their own, leaving the world and no longer existing. Those who have contracted before and had their desires filled have more chance of accepting this, while others put up a bit of a fight. This is where the duty of the 4 kings comes into the picture. We, familiars, are far stronger than the others, and we are forced to get rid of those who do not wish to go. It was our natural selection, It started when we were elected by the others in our areas, worshipped by the other familiars, because their lives were suddenly in our hands. Quinn felt strange hearing the story. For some reason, he felt a little sorry for these kings. He couldn't imagine the need to kill his own just for a feeble amount of resources. Sure, the other familiars looked up to the kings, but it wasn't because of respect. Instead, it was fear. It reminded him a little of his own situation. At the same time, if they had chosen to do nothing, if these great powers had chosen just to let the familiars roam free, consuming the energy, then it would mean the whole world would no longer exist and none of them would survive. Their job was a necessary one. He wasn't sure if familiars had the same feelings and emotions as humans, but if Oven was anything to go by, some of them were just as emotional as humans. If a similar situation had happened on Earth, Quinn honestly wondered what would happen. Perhaps with the way humans were, there would have been a war no matter what. And what about the war then? Why are familiars fighting over each other if things have always been okay? It seems sudden. Sunny asked. It looked like Oven was enjoying his scratches a little too much as he didn't reply straight away and continued to roll around, which eventually caused Leo to stop. When he did, Oven knocked on Leo's hand a few times. Answer her, Leo asked. Rolling, Oven sat up once again. It's actually because of everyone in this room, Oven answered. The familiar kings are picky, but it's because we search for those that will help fill our desire and also supply us with a large amount of energy. The contract with the kings has allowed an increased rate of energy to transfer to our world, but only to our territories. In other words, more familiars are permitted to enter our world. This sounds like a good thing and you would be right, but it made others jealous. For instance, the undead king was absent for a long time, but his land had obtained benefits due to his contract. The other three, including me, decided to ignore this. However, the horse disappeared, and his land was supplied with energy, leaving only two, including me. At the time, there was still a general balance because of two kings. They were next to two lands that were thriving with energy, but then I had decided to leave as well, supplying my territory with extra energy. This had left the remaining king and the other familiars in those territories quite jealous. Our lands were thriving with energy, so we could have more familiars and less needed to be killed, but the same can't be said for their territory. So, you're saying this is your fault? Sunny said immediately with the usual smile on her face. For the first time, it looked like Oven was displeased. My fault? Did you not hear the bone claw was the first one, and then the horse disappeared? Was I supposed just to stay put? The two of them are equally at fault. Also, the remaining one stayed back to start a war. Isn't there a simple solution to the problem then? Quinn asked. Why don't they just make a contract with one of the vampires or something else? Wouldn't that mean his territory receives energy as well? The others agreed on the point that Quinn had made. They thought that the solution was so easy they were looking forward to having the four kings on their side. Yes, I agree that would be the easiest solution, but remember what I said about the four kings being stubborn? That king is the most stubborn of them all. The energy that is given to our territory is more of a bonus. More so than that, we don't just feed on energy, but what we as individual familiars feed on is your desire. Each one of us, when making a contract with you, was attracted to a certain part of you, a certain emotion. And unfortunately, that one has never made a contract with another one before. So I would say you have a few options. Find someone who can match his desire, which I think is highly unlikely. No one likes that fat guy anyway. Or, you will have to find some way to force him. But be warned, he's strong. Whoever ends up contracting with him has to be sure they can beat him. Otherwise, they might end up losing their life. Oven warned. At the moment, Quinn was waiting for three things before continuing further with what he wanted to do. One of these was for the vampire soldiers to arrive. He wanted to speak to Ashley on a few things and clearly state what they needed to do. With Paul no longer being with them, Quinn couldn't help but be a little worried. After promising them that they would see their families again, he was giving them an incredibly dangerous mission, and he didn't like that. When they did arrive, Leo would be leaving with Sarah to handle the matters on Earth. This was one reason why Quinn thought they needed to do it now if they wanted to sort out this familiar matter. because Oven seemed like he would be a lot of help. Looking at the fat black cat again, Quinn wasn't too sure he agreed with his own thought on this. Another thing he was waiting for was beast gear for all the vampire leaders and the special crystals to be utilized, and lastly, for a nest crystal to be discovered by the fourth family. The nest crystal would upgrade his system, and he would be able to attack the Dalki at full strength. Although the nest crystal was at the bottom of his list because he didn't know how effective it would be or how long it would take. It was because of these things that he needed to wait, and he even thought sending someone to try and get the fourth king on their side wasn't too bad, as long as it didn't take up too much time, of course. Still, how they would solve this issue was something Quinn was seriously stumped on at the moment, and the others could see that. "I have a small suggestion," Leo commented. "When visiting the familiar world, I found that the energy that is released from our bodies, and the energy that you guys speak of is similar to our chi, and it is our life energy. However, what I never understood and still fail to understand till this day is, why do you make contracts with vampires rather than humans who are low on chi? I and Quinn are an exception to this rule, but the others aren't. Perhaps if you were to use a human who was high in chi instead, the fourth king might be interested." Oven sighed again as if he was expecting this question to pop up. For this one, there are a couple of answers. First, the energy passed on through us isn't energy borrowed from you directly. Why do you think your chi doesn't decrease even though we are with you? We are simply using you to absorb the chi around and pass it on to our world. Although what you say is correct as well. The more chi you can control in your body, the more we can pass. Only in certain situations would we need to get chi directly from you. The second is about the link that is established. The link and those connected to our world have always been vampires. Whether that's because your ritual only works with vampires, or if our two species are related somehow, who knows. But not once in our history has anyone contracted with a human. Oven explained. That's because it doesn't work. Sunny spoke straight away. Our historical records show that a ritual used to summon a familiar with a human doesn't work. Like the familiar said, maybe it's because our ways or the magic circles that we have passed on for generations are set to not work with humans, but those circles in the first place were made by one of the originals. Magic, a word Quinn had heard a few times from his ancestor. According to Logan, magic existed in the world at one point in history but has been long forgotten. So it was unlikely anyone knew how to create a ritual so a human could connect to the familiar world. Maybe there was one person, but he was suspected dead, and if Logan didn't have the knowledge, it meant it was something that Richard didn't wish to pass on. "Wait," Quinn said, thinking about this. "How did you connect to the world last time? I mean, isn't there a physical difference between going to the familiar world and trying to connect to it?" "You're correct," Oven replied. "Maybe if you actually went to the familiar world, that can happen. As to how to get there, the answer is actually with you." Oven pointed his paw towards Quinn's chest. The latter looked down and wondered what he meant, but then remembered the story that Leo had narrated. The Bone Claw was the one that had created a portal for the others to escape. Could he create a portal for them and a human to go there and meet the fourth king? "Well, it's decided then. I'm sure you can at least get your familiar to do this, right?" Sunny said, already standing up and oddly looking at Quinn. At the same time, he wondered how she knew what Oven meant. "I mean, sure, maybe." Quinn was losing confidence by the second, but he should be able to convince the Bone Claw somehow. Though we still have a problem then. We need to find someone. 1, they need to be a human. 2, they want a contract with a familiar and is willing to go with us. And last but not least, they need to be strong enough to handle the familiar. Those conditions are nearly impossible to fulfill. When thinking about who to select, he realized that if they wanted more chances of a contract, it would have to be one with strong chi and match the desire of the fourth king. There weren't many strong humans still left in the cursed faction. "I can help search those with strong chi," Leo claimed. "I think if we journey together with the other kings, they can guide us quicker so it won't take too long. I also think we should select more than one person just in case. That way, we have a higher chance of one having a desire that matches the fourth king's." "How long will this take?" Leo knew they didn't have much time on hand. "With all of us helping you, then not too long. Maybe a couple of hours to get to your destination as long as we don't run into any trouble." However, the place is basically a war zone and a very chaotic one. But I believe that when they see 3 kings together, it should suppress any fighting, so everything should go all right. What I worry about is whether you will have a human strong enough to face him. Do you remember last time, with every second, the energy from your bodies naturally disappeared and went into the familiar world? This means humans might get even weaker as time goes on in that world. After a fight, they would have to rush back to the portal. It's a big risk. Quinn knew it was a risk, which was why if he couldn't think or find anyone suitable, he would abandon this plan. The familiars would be able to support in the war, but it wasn't a guarantee they would help them win it, and he wasn't willing to sacrifice the others. At the same time, there was another worry troubling Quinn. That was, if the war continued in the familiar world, that maybe the Bone Claw and the other 2 kings would have to head back. Meaning they could no longer use them. Not that Quinn used the Bone Claw much in the first place, but if he relied on the latter and didn't have him in the time of need, things would get troublesome. Now, who would be best to suit a familiar, and who would be able to help us? Quinn thought. Once they found their contestants, it looked like Quinn would be heading to the familiar world, the place where the Bone Claw and the others lived. All the invitees for the event were still staying in the northern part of the stadium. Everyone was dwelling in one place, so it was easier for them to communicate, and it also made it easier for Quinn to walk around with Leo and search for those who had strong signs of chi. At the moment, they were striding through a hallway and heading to the training room. What better place to find those who were strong? Oven was sprawled on Leo's head. It had been a while since he had been taken out, and he was enjoying his time. At the same time, they thought that maybe they could get some suggestions on who to pick from the cat. Since the conditions for a familiar making a contract weren't exactly crystal clear. Just so that we're on the same wavelength here, Quinn repeated. There are 2 conditions. One for the desire of the 2 to match up, and for the king to be attracted to the strong chi in the contractor's body. The reason why we're thinking of humans is that if the chi on its own is attractive enough, they would care less about the desire, correct? How many times are you going to ask me? Oven yawned. Yes, that's correct, and no, I don't know what his desire is. If we knew, he would have left before the others, but think what your desire was that the Bone Claw was attracted to was. For me, it was the pursuit of strength. I could tell that this one is obsessed with refining his skills. Now, I don't know the reason behind it and I don't care, but as long as he keeps looking to improve, that's all right with me. It was a question worth pondering over because Quinn didn't know why the Bone Claw was with him. Or to be more precise, why it had chosen him. Wasn't it meant to be a creature that feasted on Quinn's dark desires? Perhaps that was the reason why he couldn't summon it at the moment. Still, Quinn couldn't help but think back to the strange actions the Bone Claw had done not too long ago. What does it mean? I just don't understand. You used to belong to Richard Eno. What is different between him and me? Or maybe I need to find what is similar about the 2 of us. Regardless, the Bone Claw would still listen to Quinn from time to time, and if it thought Quinn was no longer any use to it or hated his apparent desire, then it would make no sense for the Bone Claw to continue protecting Quinn when it had done. Perhaps there was more in it than what the cat was letting on. Inside the training room, there were those who just never stopped fighting for a second, aiming to improve their skills. None of the vampire leaders were present. It looked like rather than the 2 sides getting along, they had decided just to put up with each other, apart from one. The others in the room were sparring against each other, striving to improve as they had nothing else to do in the meantime, and inspired by the matches they had seen. As for the only vampire leader in the room, the royal knight who was present, it was Fex. He was sitting on the floor with his back against the wall, and sitting beside him was none other than Samantha. The 2 of them seemed to be talking, and Quinn saw a side of Fex which he had never seen before. He looked quite shy, turning his head away constantly from Samantha. They hadn't had much time together after the confession, so it was clear their relationship hadn't developed, but at least it looked like things were going in the right direction. It also took a lot for Quinn to ignore what the 2 were saying. It seemed Fex hadn't noticed Quinn had entered and could hear every word the 2 spoke. She has potential. The chi force in her is quite strong already, but she has never been trained in it, nor has she naturally summoned it. Leo commented, seeing Quinn was looking in their direction. Quinn was thinking. The main problem here was that Samantha was part of the Earthborn group and not the Cursed faction. For now, she was listening to them and Satch, but this didn't guarantee 100% that she would stay on their side once this was all over. However, seeing her speaking with Fex on good terms and not caring for who he was, had given Quinn some hope. I think we can ask her. You said the more people we have, the higher the chances, correct? Quinn suggested. They carried on walking around the room as Leo sensed their chi. They would then tell them all once gathered about the task and see who wished to come and those who didn't. That's when they spotted Syl with all his brothers. Syl is strong and is a human. Don't the Blade family members have a lot of chi as well? Quinn thought aloud. Syl seems to be an exception to that. He himself hasn't been through many tough situations, or at least not as many as the other Blades. It looks like he relies on his abilities a bit too much. Leo commented. From the last visit, we know that that place will start draining chi as soon as we reach there, and the situation would be even direr for Syl. There were other candidates such as Logan and others, but they all seemed to have small amounts of chi that worried Leo, but there was someone in the room who had more chi than any others. What about Layla? Leo suggested. Although she is a vampire subclass, and the rest of us have high amounts of chi, I believe that there is still a good chance that the king could choose her as well. Without a doubt, Layla had high amounts of her chi. Not just her own, but from her mother as well. Quinn was fine with this suggestion. At least he thought he was. These days, he would be more settled when he could see members of the cursed faction in front of him rather than away from him. Perhaps due to what happened to Helen. Finally, after looking around some more, they came across two others who had an acceptable amount of chi in their bodies. One of them was one of the unranked Abdul, the bow and arrow user. We don't know the unranked well at all, but Abdul is close to Sarah, and I feel like I could trust him. Although Abdul won't be helping the fight against the Dalki, the fight against Pure is important as well, but I would the familiar choose someone else. Oh, I think he might like that one. Oven smirked and didn't really elaborate on why. It was just when Quinn had somewhat made his decision that he wasn't the right fit for the familiar that he had said that. In the end, Quinn had to think if they would be better with the familiar than without, and he decided to go ahead since it was not only their concern but also that of the familiar world. As for the last person, who also had a surprisingly good amount of chi potential in their body, was someone Quinn hadn't expected. Him. Leo pointed at the person and he was already a strong one. As for who Leo was pointing at, it was Owen. As usual, he was talking to his grandfather and Hermes, with the fan covering his face. In the end, they had gathered everyone with the high chi and most potential to get a contract with the final king. They had pulled them off to one side, and even Fex, who had long noticed the group, has joined them, and with him was Samantha, Layla, Abdul, and Owen. If all went well and their journey to the familiar world worked out, one of these would be getting a strong familiar which would boost their strength. After gathering all of the participants, Quinn explained why they were here and how they would be transferring to another world to get what was called a familiar. He also made it clear to them what the risks were and why they were selected. For one, there was always the risk that the familiar might attempt to kill its host at any point in time. However, it didn't seem to faze this group of individuals, and all of them even seemed more excited by the prospect of getting a familiar. I guess they all have been through a lot, so that would be expected. As I said, you don't necessarily have to come, and even if you do come, only one of you will be selected. Also, Leo, Oscar, and I will be heading there as well, Quinn explained. It was then that the unranked Abdul raised his hand. I'm okay with all of this, even though it sounds quite handy, but I kind of need to understand the risk to reward. How strong are these familiars, and how strong is this one? It was hard for Quinn to pinpoint their strength. They were helpful in several ways and couldn't die, which was a big plus, but as for how strong this one was, he couldn't imagine it being any weaker than the other kings. I mean, all of you saw the power of the horse that was out in the field. Well, that is the level of the familiar that we are after. Flashbacks appeared in their heads of the strong horse that easily plowed through the hybrid beasts. And upon thinking that they might have a similar familiar with them, it made them even more excited. Was that horse that strong? Samantha wondered since she was one of the ones who had passed out due to the gas. I guess I don't really know what a familiar is like. I can show you, Fex said as he tapped his earring, and it started to light up, releasing a little bull with bat-like wings and a giant nose ring. Master! Ham immediately started to fly towards Fex and grabbed onto his face. I thought you forgot about me. You never talk to me these days, and you're getting so strong that I thought you forgot about me. Fex immediately pulled off Ham and held him by the back of his wings, showing others the snotty-nosed flying bull. Fex's face was a little red. He thought maybe he could score some points with Samantha showing something cute. However, this bull looked anything but cute. What's his name? Samantha said as she reached out her hand and stroked the top of his head. Ham, Fex replied. I don't bring him out much these days because it's dangerous, and I care about him a lot. He mumbled, not really knowing what he was saying but was just trying to gauge Samantha's reaction, who seemed to like the bull. As for the others watching, they all just hoped that they got something that looked a bit more helpful than that, something more like the horse. Well, if you are all in agreement, then we will head off straight away, Quinn said. The group first went to the canteen where Sunny was waiting. She would also be coming along on this journey. Although they had Oven who could communicate with the familiars and help them out, Quinn felt more safe having someone he trusted. On top of that, Sunny had insisted on joining since it was all her idea to begin with. After gathering in the canteen, Samantha couldn't help but stare at the large figure beside the former's side. Hey, so I'm not going to come with you on this one. All right? Mona said, knocking his back a few times. But Quinn is going to take care of you, so don't do anything crazy. Those heading out will be Quinn, Oscar, Sunny, Samantha, Abdul, Owen and Layla, while the others will remain behind. Too many people would attract attention, and there was no need for the extra. While everyone was getting ready, many said their goodbyes. Owen spoke to his grandfather and Hermes, Fex with Samantha, and even Oscar and Mona had a chat with a book and pencil. This left two people standing next to each other, who hardly had alone time in a while. It's nice, huh? Layla said. Everyone has someone, and I think the two of them make a good couple, don't you think? It was clear that Layla was talking about Fex and Samantha as Fex had a worrying expression and was telling her to be careful, even showing her a few punches here and there, which she could try. It is nice, Quinn replied. And I haven't forgotten. I promise I'll find a way to get rid of that dash. You know, Layla cut Quinn off. I used to think that Aaron and Fex would make a good couple together if they spent more time together. But I guess it just never worked out. It's interesting, right? The more time you spend away from someone, no matter how strong those feelings were at one point in time, they start to fade, and then someone new comes into their view. I can't wait forever. Quinn, and I miss her. She left without saying anything to me, to anyone, and I wonder where she is. Hearing this, Quinn didn't know what to say. He wasn't really good at comforting someone. She's strong enough to make that decision. Quinn replied and closed his eyes, since at the moment, everyone was relying on a certain familiar of his. Entering the space and the connection with his familiar again, he could see the bone claws form. At least he's appearing in front of me. Earlier, he wouldn't even do that. Quinn thought. I have a favor to ask Dash before Quinn could say anything. The bone claw started to disappear again. After what Quinn had just said about it, he thought it was playing a joke on him. That was until they could see it being summoned on the outside. The large figure appeared in the middle, with its long dangly fingers that almost grazed the floor. This, Abdul gulped. What is this monster? This is your familiar. Abdul had seen the mist come out from Quinn, so he could only assume. Yes, Quinn nodded. He will be taking us to the other world. That's certainly frightening, Owen said, although they didn't look scared at all. I hope there is something that suits my taste there. Something more beautiful and elegant. The bone claw then started to draw a large circle with its finger, leaving a trail behind. As it finally connected, it opened a portal, and the group was ready to head into the familiar world. A short while after Quinn and the others had left, a large spaceship arrived at the stadium. This was one of the ships belonging to the Cursed faction. It was landing in the broken large area of the stadium that hadn't been repaired. Here Sam was waiting for them, as he had expected them to arrive. When the ship landed, the ramp descended. He saw Ashley step out first, with the rest of the vampire soldiers behind him in an orderly fashion. They all looked around carefully at the scene around them and could only imagine what type of fighting had happened here. "It's good to see you again," Ashley said, saluting Sam. This was a bit awkward for Sam since he didn't really impose military procedures on his people, but he returned one out of respect. Just then, he noticed someone else behind Ashley slowly making their way down. She wasn't a vampire soldier and was an acquaintance of his, staring off into space. "Haley, it's nice to see you again," Sam said with an awkward smile. "Yes, it's nice to see you as well. I was wondering where Quinn is. I wanted to talk to him about my father," Haley asked. The group stepped inside the specially created teleporter, and they were on the other side in no time. The feeling was actually better and smoother than when they went through their own created teleporters. Many remembered their first experience as a few people would get sick, but the school trained the students well for that. After stepping out, everyone started looking at each other. They were making sure each one of them was there and in one piece. Even Abdul was checking if all his fingers and toes were intact. After the initial inspection, it took them a second or two to appreciate the new world they had arrived at. Unlike the Beast Planet, each of them could feel something different about the place. A mystic color was enveloping the sky, a mix of purple and blues. Even the trees, plants, and everything around them looked foreign and not even part of their universe. Never mind the world. Then there was the energy they felt, as if something was slowly slipping away from them. Leo recalled this feeling, and he could even see the little balls of energy flying around, or sense would be a better word. The last to arrive through the teleporter was the Bone Claw, and as he stepped out, the teleporter soon disappeared. Currently, the group was standing on mostly hard ground, with a few odd patches of purple, pink, or red-colored grass, randomly placed all over. The Bone Claw bent down slightly and made and drew through the ground, creating an X. Then he looked at everyone else as if he wanted to say something. Oven, who was still on top of Leo's head, cleared his throat before speaking. "All right, listen up. The Bone Claw has used a lot of energy to open a portal between our two worlds. The thing is, moving in this world, you move in the real world as well. In simple words, if we want to head back to the stadium, we will have to come back to this spot. Then the Bone Claw will open another gate for all of us to head back." Oven gave himself a triumphant nod, having translated everything. It was then that Quinn wondered if the Bone Claw would be coming with them on this journey. Just then, he could see it opening another portal and was leaving. "Where is it going?" Quinn asked. "This isn't his territory," Oven answered. "Most likely, he's going back to check if things are all right back there, and he will need to borrow the energy from the others to open a teleporter to take us all back as well." It made Quinn wonder if the Bone Claw could have just teleported them to their destination then, but it was probably due to the energy problem. "You said all the kings have a territory, correct?" Sunny asked. "Then whose territory are we in right now?" Oven pointed towards the large figure with his paw, indicating that it was the horse's territory. "From here, if we keep up a good pace, it will take us around an hour or so to get there, but maybe they can help us out," Oven explained. "Is it not possible for you to create a portal and move us all to our right location?" Layla asked. "I mean, Quinn's familiar got us here. Can't you at least do that?" This comment had clearly frustrated the cat, and it looked like he was going to pounce off from Leo's head any second. But before he could, Leo grabbed his familiar and started to scratch it to calm it down. "You see, we all have our advantages and disadvantages. The Bone Claw is just very good at using energy, and it's similar to his power in the first place. If you want me to create a fire that will burn you to ashes, sure, go ahead. I'll be happy to do that." Oven smirked. Before stepping ahead to follow Leo and the cat, Oscar paused for a second as something appeared before him, and the others had seen it before. After a bright light shone, a horse with the green glow appeared, and it looked just as powerful as it did before. The large figure then suddenly started to walk over to where Samantha was. She was unsure what he was doing, but moving his one free hand, it looked like he wanted her to take it. As she took his hand, Oscar then led Samantha up to the horse and lifted her on top. Well, I guess that makes sense since she's the only girl here, Abdul commented, and straight away, he felt two pairs of deathly stares on his back. One was coming from Sunny and the other from Layla. I meant, the one delicate girl. Aren't you both vampires? Abdul cried back. The next second, the horse neighed, and when it did, the sound echoed throughout the land. It was strange the others could tell the horse had made an incredibly loud noise. Yet none of them felt like it was piercing or hurting their ears. They waited a few moments, and eventually several horses, smaller than the one itself but glowing white with a horn on their head, appeared. Unicorns! People will call me crazy if I were to tell anyone what I've seen, Abdul exclaimed. What? Vampires? Headless men? And a bull with wings aren't crazy already, Layla said, passing by him and now stroking the horse. This is his territory, Oven said. And it looks like he's giving all of us a free ride. This will save us a lot of time. The others found it quite impressive. It seemed like they really were kings here. Even the horses, when appearing, had given a slight bow, showing their respect. Everyone got on a horse, most having one for themselves. At the same time, Quinn and Sunny had been left together on another. Leading the way were Leo and Oven. They thought that perhaps the large figure with his gigantic horse would be leading the way since it was its territory, but it decided to ride alongside Samantha. Now I know something's up. He's clearly treated differently compared to everyone else. But why? Does he like me? Samantha thought, but it didn't seem to be the case based on the interaction it had with Vex. Either way, it wasn't doing her harm. When the horses started to run, they didn't gallop or run like regular horses. Instead, it felt like they were almost gliding. Each time their foot hit the ground, they would be propelled forward at an incredible speed, passing the landmass quickly. There was something else that all of them were noticing as well. One of them was that all the familiars they came across were moving out of the way from them, allowing them all to pass. The others were enjoying the sight as they looked at all the familiars in the distance. That was until part of their energy escaped from them, turning into a small glowing ball floating and drifting away. They felt it. There was no need for an explanation, and they understood very well that the time they had was short. It was then that the horses suddenly stopped dead in their tracks. Not too far in the distance, a large hill could be, standing like a huge wall. What's that? Is that the place? Abdul asked. The horses won't move further. This is the border of their land, Oven said. From this point onward, we need to be careful. I'm really not sure how they will treat us. They will either shower us with gifts, scurry away, or attack us on sight. Getting off the horses, the group began to move as they headed into enemy territory. Just as they were about to reach the top of the hill, Owen said, I have something to ask. You are a cat, the other is a horse, and Quinn's is, well, let's just call him special. I was wondering, what form or shape does this one take? The others were also interested in knowing the answer, as they had finally reached the top. But just as Oven was about to reply, others paused and stood their mouths wide open in surprise at the sight in front of them. Everyone had paused for a second to look at what was in front of them after climbing up the hill. They were stumped at the scene because everything in front of them was destroyed and ravaged. Even now, they could see things still burning. It was clear that a tremendous fight had taken place right here, if not a war. It wasn't like none of them had seen such a sight before, but compared to the scenic views that had just come across in the previous territory, it wasn't a wrong guess that this place must have also been quite beautiful. But even this couldn't escape from the ravages of war. The land looked somewhat scorched, but not by one's typical red flames as they would see. These flames nonetheless were boring down the ground and slowly disappearing. Everything that was being destroyed was letting out a strange mystic mist that would add to the sky and more. Another reminder that this world and its actions weren't quite like theirs. What happened here? I know you said that there was a war between the familiars, but where are the familiars? Layla asked since they didn't see any dead creatures on the ground. It almost was as if everything had just vanished. When familiars die in this world, they just disappear, Oven explained. Their energy is then taken by the world and redistributed, as you can see. The others at first were wondering what Oven was talking about, but soon they could see that once the flames had dwindled, the land was quickly becoming what it once was. The grass slowly grew, the trees reappeared, and even what looked like strange destroyed rocks were now reforming back into the shape they once were. This world is fragile, and there needs to be a constant balance. This world is alive the same as us familiars, which is why its energy is so important to us. Oven explained. But it will need more energy to restore itself to its previous state than the energy it's getting from the dead, which means that perhaps a purge might take place soon. Honestly, war in the familiar world doesn't help anyone. Even if a king were to wage war against another, then after the fight, the land would need to heal itself, taking more energy than required, and they would have to kill their own so they wouldn't destroy the world. It doesn't make any sense what that fat man is doing, Oven said, surely annoyed. While talking, one was staring intensely at the other side and even walked forward, placing his sword into the ground. I would suggest avoiding this area, Leo replied. The land seems to be drawing energy from anything nearby at the moment, and it is hungry. Won't that take longer then? Sunny replied. If we have to find another way, then more energy will drain away from us anyway, and since this land is healing, then they can't be far. Or at least those responsible for this can't be far. The old woman is right, Oven claimed. Although Sunny clearly didn't like the nickname, she folded her arms after hearing those words and even kicked the ground, sending a piece of it far off into the distance. Seeing this, Oven looked at her with the corner of his eye and thought he better calm down with the teasing if he didn't want to become that rock. If the place was like this, then it means they are close. Perhaps an attack happened, and then they returned to their own territory. The fact that the horse doesn't know about this yet just means that they fought and left this place recently. The group moved forward onto the land. They now had to travel by foot, so their speed had greatly reduced. But the second they stepped on the land, they could feel energy escaping from their feet. It was a strange feeling, as if someone was pulling on their insides, making them weaker by the second. The land was even still growing around them, restoring itself. It looked like they were watching plants and trees grow on a time-lapse, but in person. They sprouted, bringing new life in seconds. The only one unaffected by the energy drain was Samantha, as she had stayed on the large horse while everyone else walked. She didn't even have the choice to say anything. The large figure had already picked her up and placed her on the horse. Not that she was complaining about not having to use her legs. She just thought she was getting special treatment like some type of princess. It made her worry a little about what the others might think of this, but no one complained. Well, nearly no one. You know, I'm starting to think Samantha doesn't need a familiar. She has that big guy protecting her, and he has the horse anyway. She basically already has one. Don't you think it should be given to one of us? Abdul said, smiling as he had hit Layla on the shoulder, thinking she would agree with him, but she just stared back at him, remembering what he had said earlier. The group saw densely forested areas up ahead and in the distance 2 large mountains. It looked like an endless valley as the trees continued like a tunnel past the mountains. But before they entered the forest, the horse suddenly stopped. It plodded on one of its hoofs onto the ground 2 times, creating rings of green aura that went across the land. It looked like 2 ripples in water, only there was no water, and they were going through the air. The green ripples went through everyone and continued until they eventually hit the forest trees and shook slightly. They're here, Oven shouted as he stretched out its back and jumped off from Leo. It looks like we won't be getting the warm welcome I was expecting. When the ring of aura had hit the trees, they could see something on its trunk start to emerge. It was as if its body was changing, and a large black color could be seen, but it was moving. Finally, when it lifted up from the ground, they saw 2 large heads. It looked like they were 2 giant snakes. Their bodies were as thick as the trees themselves. They were disguised with camouflage, but the horse had managed to see through it. The snakes opened their mouths wide, showing their 2 large, long fangs as they scurried off the trees and onto the floor towards them. You dare bare your fangs at me? Do you know who I am? Oven clamored as it jumped up. The snake was about to snap at the small cat, but the latter slammed down on the top of its head before it could move. The snake was whacked to the ground, and in a few seconds, its body started to turn into balls of energy, similar to what the group had seen around themselves. Feel free to kill these guys. It's clear that they haven't learned their place, and by fighting against us, they no longer care about the world, Oven declared. It was then that the group could notice a disturbance in the trees up ahead. All of them took a deep breath as they stared ahead because the enemy didn't have just a few snakes, rather a whole army. Then, Quinn turned around to the others walking in front of them all. It's all right. If we can't get out of this, then what hope do we have against the Dalki? When Quinn had his head turned towards them, the other remaining large snake near the tree charged straight towards him with its mouth wide open. The others hadn't seen the real Quinn fight for a while, and they were about to see what he could do firsthand. Suddenly, the snake fell to the floor, collapsing before it even reached him. They saw nothing as it turned into particles like the others. As they stared at Quinn, it felt like they were looking at a god, one who these insignificant creatures can't even touch. Show off. These were the first words that had come out of Oven's mouth after he had seen what Quinn had done. The others weren't sure what had just happened as the familiar perished before even reaching Quinn. However, there were a few who had noticed and knew what had happened. Leo, using his ability, was able to sense a short burst of chi. It wasn't a large amount, but Quinn had shaped it into a sharp arrow, and he had formed it behind his back, similar to how he could control the shadow using the second stage. Then finally, using the third stage of chi, it went outward from his body, aiming directly at the familiar's head and killing it in a single blow. A short and powerful blow, an attack invisible to the naked eye. This place absorbs all of our chi, which is why I don't wish to use it too much in a fight, Leo thought. Yet Quinn, he was able to control it so well and easily and wasn't afraid to control the right amount. His chi control and the amount in his body grow a lot. Quinn had felt the drain effect that Leo was thinking about. He knew that the best choice wasn't for them to use chi while here, but he just wanted to test a few things. How bad it would be if they did use it and his own control over chi. In the end, there was no telling what enemies they might face, and he could feel something else as well. Their abilities, including that of his shadow, didn't seem to work perfectly in this place either. It wasn't that they couldn't use their abilities, but almost whatever they did use would escape from their bodies, not allowing it to restore. It's quite clear that we don't belong in this world, and it's almost as if the world itself is telling us this as well, Quinn thought. It hadn't been long since Quinn had learned the third stage of chi, but recently he had been thinking about it more and more ever since he had learned of chi command, as Quinn referred to it. There were many different things that one could do with it, and Quinn had no idea how he would even learn those things. Briefly talking it over with Leo, it seemed he didn't know about it either. The new stages of chi and more were all a whole new world to him as well. He had some theories on how they worked but had yet to test out those theories. Either way, Quinn was sure if Leo was unable to figure it out, he wouldn't be able to either. So instead, he focused on improving what he knew best, and he realized something. His control with the second stage was his best out of the stages of chi. The best way for him to use chi was to shape it as he wished. He was so skilled at this because the way to do it was similar to how Quinn used his shadow powers. The others didn't have time to idolize what Quinn had accomplished because they could tell that an army was heading towards them and would come out of the forest at any second. Hey, aren't you two kings as well? Can't you call in your own familiars to fight? Abdul asked. My territory is far from here, Oven replied. Although the horse is nearest, he is counting on you guys. He doesn't wish to involve his people in this fight and hopes we can solve this ourselves. Everyone readied themselves for battle, and the first thing that appeared across the forest were more snakes. All of them in different colors and patterns all over. Some heads were different from others, and their tongues were all different shapes and styles. The sizes of them were vastly different as well. Some were as big as the first pair they had seen, as large as the trees, while others were as small as a grass snake on earth. Just then, one of them opened its mouth, and a long tongue shot out. Before it reached the group, Leo came in front and sliced the tongue to not hook anyone. But several snakes hissed, and even more tongues shot towards the group. Layla had started to do the same with her sword. The familiars didn't seem strong, so there was no need for her to transform, and she thought it was a good chance to improve her sword skills as she watched Leo carefully as well. As for Owen, he calmly placed a single hand on the ground and started an electric current along the surface. It reached far and wide and caused many of the snakes to perish. Others were frozen for a few seconds, and some were even resilient to his powers as they continued to crawl. His attack was the most effective to get rid of them all in one go because of the range. "I see you guys will be fine without me. I'll go up ahead and stop more from coming out of the forest," Quinn shouted as he ran and jumped over the snakes. Once in a while, he would find an open space on the ground and use that to leap again, ignoring most of the smaller snakes until he went off into the forest. No one was really worried about Quinn, not after what he had done just shown them. "Why did he just leave us? Is he taking it easy?" Abdul complained as he pulled his bow at the endless amount of snakes. "No, Quinn cares about us more than anything," Layla replied. "If he left, it means he knows we can handle it." Abdul wasn't so sure as he could see the number of familiars around them were increasing, and the cat was now back on Leo's head after killing a few snakes. The fighting continued for a while, and Oscar remained near the horse, refusing to let Samantha fight. She felt awful because more snakes now surrounded them than the others, and she couldn't even fight. Just then, a sudden large black snake, bigger than the first two they had met when they first entered the forest, came around from the back and got between the two of them. Oscar was already dealing with 4 giant snakes while Samantha remained on the horse. Seeing this, Oscar had summoned the bone-like whip and started to hit them, slicing their bodies in half. But these snakes seemed not to be dying no matter how many times they were sliced and cut. For some reason, Oscar wasn't using his bone-like summoning powers and could only form the weapons in his hands. Eventually, one of the snakes constricted around the box in his arm. He could see the large snake surrounding the horse, and out of fear of what might happen, he dropped the box, allowing the snake to constrict it further. The snake crushed the box within seconds, and out from the box, something popped from the top and landed on the ground. Oscar jumped up onto the large familiar and ran across its body. Seeing its head up ahead, he threw out its bone-like whip, wrapping it around the familiar's head. As he pulled the whip, the bones on the whip dug into the skin more and more until they went through the giant snake's head, and it burst into particles once again. Looking at the horse, Oscar wondered if Samantha was okay, but she was nowhere to be seen. But upon looking around, he found Samantha on the surface, walking towards something. "Thank you for saving me," she said as she walked towards the object on the floor. It was facing the other way, and all she could see was its back. "I know this thing is precious to you. I see you always carry it around, but I always wondered what was inside it." That's when she paused for a few seconds. She was close enough to realize it was a human head. The fighting had mostly stopped around them. It seemed like the familiars quickly realized they were outmatched, as these newcomers hadn't suffered a single scratch. However, the humans and vampires also experienced how much quicker their energy was draining in the familiar world. Honestly, they weren't sure how much longer they would have been able to keep fighting the familiars. Leo noticed that even Abdul, who nobody had ever taught on how to use chi, was using it subconsciously in his attacks. That's why his arrows had more power in them compared to a normal archer. In this case, it wasn't a good thing. The only one that was using next to no chi at all was Owen. That man is certainly special. To be so powerful and have even more power inside him without even realizing it. Leo thought, I wonder just how much power he would have if he were to use chi as well. As the fighting started to stop, the 10th family's vampire knight thought of something interesting as he walked over to the leader of the Greylash group. Meanwhile, towards the back of the group, Samantha had stopped in her tracks as she looked at something on the ground. The reason she had stopped was because she could tell by the outline it was a head. During the war, she had seen people's heads get knocked off, splattered and destroyed. It wasn't a pretty sight, but it was something she had grown used to. The reason Samantha stopped was because she saw no reason why anyone would be carrying around a head of all things. In the end, she decided to walk forward because there was something that was drawing her to the head, but she couldn't quite tell what it was. Inching closer and closer, there was someone who could see what she was doing. The large figure wanted to scream and tell her to stop as he held out his hands. But no words could be spoken, and for some reason, his powers weren't working either. He tried to order the familiar to move instead, but by then it was too late, as Samantha had already seen what it was, and immediately she went to pick up the head. Normally she wouldn't have picked up the head, but noticing who it was, she felt compelled to. The young woman fell to her knees as she looked at the face. What have I done? Samantha couldn't hold back her tears, and even then continued to look at the head that even now in this situation smiled at her. The large figure no longer moved and just stood there in place, helplessly listening to the cries of his daughter. The others, turning around, were unsure what had happened. Leo and Owen somewhat knew, but the others had no clue. They stayed there for a bit out of respect, not saying anything, until Samantha stood up with the head in her hands. Some would have thought her to ask the large figure why he was carrying around the head, why he had become like this, but Samantha already knew deep down as she walked towards the figure. All of it was because of the request she had made to a certain person. She held the head carefully like a baby and headed towards the armored figure, before slowly giving him a hug, tears continuing to run down her face, as she sobbed. Oscar placed his hands around his daughter, trying to give her some warmth, even though it was impossible in this cold body of his. I understand now why you've been looking after me this whole time. I can't believe it. I really can't. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I was too selfish. Instead of respecting your wish to allow you to finally rest, I've allowed him to turn you into this. Just because I wanted you back. I wanted to see you again. I'm so sorry, Father. She continued to cry. There were days that went past where Samantha was unable to think clearly. She was always worried about the decision she had made, wondering what had become of her father, whether he was okay, and each day she had regretted her actions. Now seeing him, she felt sorrow, but at the same time, even though she knew it was selfish, she felt joy being able to hold him like so. She didn't know if it was the armor. His touch felt cold. His hands that had no armor felt cold, which was only upsetting her even more and reminding her of what had been done. Those who hadn't known the situation had overheard Samantha's cry and somewhat understood what was going on, but still couldn't believe what might have led to these strange circumstances. The Dullahan, the legendary creature, is a human's father? Sunny thought, observing the situation. I wonder how this came to be, and I wonder if Quinn knew anything about this. While Sunny was thinking about her king, large noises seemed to be coming from the forest. Everyone turned to look in the direction, and they hadn't noticed, but the noises had been going off quite frequently since they had been fighting. Now the fighting had stopped. They could hear it even clearer. They watched for a few seconds and wondered if they should head inside. It was the direction that they would be going in after all. A few seconds later, they saw a gigantic dark-scaled snake with giant horns on the top of its head, and several eyes down its side, lifting its head. It looked like it was chasing after something in the sky, and it was. The small figure that could be seen was Quinn. The snake was enormous. It was by far the biggest familiar they had seen since getting here, something that could be called a titan. It was hard to tell if it was hurt, for familiars didn't seem to get wounds on their body. Their energy would just continue to weaken before they eventually disappeared. But it didn't matter, as the familiar missed Quinn and he landed on the top of its head. Then, with his hand, he slammed it down as hard as he could. It was almost a repeat of what they had seen Oven do, only this was a snake that was 20 times the size and looked 20 times as fierce. I guess while we were busy here, our king was busy fighting that, Sunny commented. When the snake hit the ground, the whole place shook for a few seconds, and then particles started to spread out just like it would do when any of the other familiars had been killed. We should go see Quinn, Samantha said, wiping away her tears. Me and you can catch up after this. Okay? The group was ready to move to where Quinn was. Even before that, he had already returned to the other's position. That was a little harder than I thought. For a second, I thought he was the fourth king. Hang on. You mean that wasn't one of the 4 kings? Abdul was shocked. Seeing how many snakes there were, he was sure that the leader of this place would have to be here. If it wasn't that giant snake, didn't that mean there was an even bigger one nearby? I know what you're thinking. But no, that fatso isn't a snake. Oven commented. Anyway, good job, young kid. With that, it looks like you've got the attention of that guy. It was then that the entire ground started to shake once more. But it wasn't small like it would be when something struck the ground. Instead, this was constant and was going on for a long time. What is happening? Layla questioned, a bit panicked, as she rushed over to grab onto Quinn. I wasn't joking when I called him fat. Oven clarified. Off in the distance, they could see that pieces of the mountain were falling, breaking off slowly. Suddenly, a large hand broke through, far bigger than any they had ever seen. I think he might have gotten fatter, Oven said. The mountain was huge. It wasn't small by any means, and due to the distance, it was making it even harder for them to comprehend just how big it was, but without a doubt it was no smaller than those on Earth. Yet they had seen a colossal hand rupture through the mountain. It was moving at an incredibly slow pace for its size. Still, loads of rocks started to roll down the mountain top as the shaking continued underneath everyone's feet. That damn fatty. Does he not care about the world? Oven shouted. He sleeps in those damn mountains, breaks out of them, and the whole world suffers because of the energy it takes for restoration. It's like he doesn't even care about the energy that is all around us. Although a lot of them had negative opinions of Oven, and always found it strange how a fat cat could call others fat, there was one thing they were all sure about. He cared about this place. Maybe that's the reason the familiar never contracted anyone, because he only cares about himself? Sunny speculated. The others were trying to figure out just what was coming out from the mountains, but with only a large, strange, dark-scaled arm to go by, it was nearly impossible. The arm looked human, yet at the same time it was unlike one. Let's not stand around here and head towards the familiar then, Quinn suggested. We are going to meet him anyway, and it looks like it's going to take him a while to get out of the mountains. With Quinn making the first move, the rest followed as well. However, Quinn paused for a second as he stared ahead. He noticed that a box that he would usually see with them was no longer there. Oscar was holding onto his head with the creepy smile by his side. He no longer had it in the box that he usually would carry it in. This meant that Samantha knew who the large figure was without a doubt. As they were making their way through, now Samantha and Oscar were both riding on top of the horse, and they decided to approach Quinn's side. I saw the look you gave and the face you pulled back then, Quinn, Samantha said. Your face really shows all your feelings. You're bad at hiding your thoughts. This was the first time Quinn had heard something like this, but maybe others were too nice to tell him. Was it always obvious what he was feeling on his face? Now he was starting to become somewhat self-conscious. I know you know something, what happened to my father and maybe even about the person who took him away at that time. I won't question you about it now, but it would be best if you tell me all about it when we get back. Quinn nodded because he also knew it wasn't the right time, but Oscar's actions were strange. From what he could remember, Oscar should have had no memories of what had happened, at least when he asked him that was the case, so why did he remember Samantha and protect her? Perhaps they would find out the answers to these questions later on. Going through the forest, it looked like there were still many familiars, and not all were snakes, but they were all making way for the group, or maybe they were heading back to the mountain area. If that familiar always sleeps in this condition, how is he starting wars from up there? Abdul asked. They pray to the mountain and he answers them, I guess, Oven said. Honestly, I try not to mess with the others' business, but maybe he gets familiars to just sacrifice themselves to him by jumping into the top like a volcano. It was clear that Oven didn't like this man, but it still didn't stop Abdul from asking his next question. So, I was just wondering, out of all the familiars, which one of you is the strongest? I don't mean with your followers, etc., but on an individual basis. Everyone glanced at Abdul for a moment as they continued to run forward. They couldn't believe that he was asking such a question at a time like this. Of course, they all had the same thought on their mind, but it just felt like asking such a thing was, well, rude. Do you think we had a big tournament and fought each other to determine that type of stuff? Oven complained. We aren't as stupid as you humans. Although he could be. The mountain rocks continued to fall and finally, a second hand came out. The group was about halfway through when they realized that whatever it was It was really slow but made up for it in size. Ovanik, done luck. I see you have personally come here. A loud voice boomed, making the whole ground tremble. It was unclear if the voice came from the mountain, under the ground, or was directly transmitted into their heads. Genbu, look what you are doing. How many familiars have you taken out? Are you doing this just because you are jealous? Oven yelled back. They soon reached the foot of the mountain and now could just see how huge it was. However, the familiar still hadn't come out from the mountain top. Jealous of you who abandoned this place? I am the one who cares about this place the most, which is why I always remain here. I even sleep in this world. Genbu, the familiar king, shouted. Step back, Leo shouted. He could sense a rise in energy coming from the mountain through his vision. So far, he had felt only energy in the arms that he could see, but now he sensed the whole figure gathering energy inside. With Leo moving away, the others did too, and they ran back through the trees to the mountain on the other side. Although Leo could feel the energy and was frightened, it still looked like the familiar hadn't broken out yet, even after 10 minutes as they arrived at the base of the other mountain. What the hell? You got me scared and panicked for no reason. Abdul's complexion scrunched. He wasn't like the others. It was incredibly tiring for him every time he ran. He didn't have any special attributes like lighting foot technique. He did have the power of the wind that allowed him to somewhat keep up with the others, but it was very tiring for him. Ah, screw this, just come out. Abdul shouted as he drew his bow and fired it towards the mountain. The others didn't see any arrow leave but knew he had launched the attack, and the next second, the whole mountain top crumbled as the familiar broke through it all. He appeared like a devastating massive monster. The rocks fell from the creature, and that's when it fell on its stomach. The familiar could not stand upright on its back legs, and now with the destroyed mountain, it could no longer keep itself upright as it started to fall. The others were a little afraid that it might flatten them, but Oven looked calm, as he knew they were in the right spot not to get hurt. The familiar crashed into the ground, destroying all the trees and forest below him. And now its head, almost the size of a blip, was staring at the group in front of him. This is the familiar, Abdul said, looking at its eyes. From a little further back, one could see its whole body. It had large back scales on its arms and legs, its small tail sticking out of the back, and its long neck with a head on top was in their direction. But the most standout feature of the creature was the purple shell it had on its entire body. It's a turtle, everyone. You have made the wrong choice coming here. Now all of you must leave this world. I will continue to protect and be the guardian of the familiar world as its only king. Genbu clamored. The last king and the familiar they had been waiting for was a giant turtle, and it was safe to say it was as big as the mountain they had seen earlier. It was so large and its shell so big that it could even be confused as a small island if it swam across a body of water. Nonetheless, this didn't change the fact that all of them were staring at the familiar, as it attempted to start a war between all of the kings. You really have gotten bigger. Soon, there won't be a mountain on this whole land that can hold your body. Oven commented as it jumped down from Leo's head and stepped forward. It was the first time for some of them to think the cat was quite fearless. The whole size of the entire fat cat's body was the same size as the turtle's nostrils. Wow, this has got to be the strongest familiar. I mean, look at that size. Abdul expressed his amazement. Size isn't everything, you know? Layla replied almost instantly, and her face went a little red, realizing how improper that comment might sound. Besides them, Oscar got off from the horse and helped Samantha down from it, which she willingly accepted his help now. The horse then strode forward and stood by Oven's side. Its nostrils were puffing, and the green smoke from its nose was getting larger and fierce. You too. Do you really think you have the right to grumble? If you care about this world, you shouldn't have so freely abandoned it. Genbu glared. It was a strange sight to see. They couldn't see the turtle moving its mouth, yet somehow it seemed to be still able to talk to the rest of them and even express its emotions. Are you an idiot? Oven shouted back. We contracted to supply energy to our lands, and what are you doing? Just destroying yours, causing the energy to recede from the land. Listen, I'm supplying the land with my own energy, which is given to me by the others in this area. Genbu shouted back. We don't have a fraction of the amount of energy that your lands do, but the second that my familiars try to enter yours to borrow some, you familiars attack. If you care about this whole world together, then shouldn't you share the energy equally? Nay, nay, the horse expressed. Dunluck has a good point. They could have talked about these matters rather than battling it out. Communication is key when they are all sharing the world. Sunny said, explaining what the horse had said. Quinn had forgotten that she could understand what the familiars were saying. What are we meant to do now? Quinn asked. Since they talked about the war, I was half expecting us to have to fight, but it doesn't seem like it's the case right now. However, the situation could turn at any second. If we can avoid a fight, that might be a good thing. Sunny started to walk towards the kings and looked back at Quinn. Why don't you just leave it to me? When arriving, the others looked at who dared to be brave enough to interrupt them when they were in the middle of an argument. Still, when Sunny started to speak, a soothing feeling came over them all, making the situation incomprehensible. We are here to help you solve your situation, Sunny said. If you also wish to have great energy for your land, then it would be best if you make a contract. We have brought great capitates with us, and all of them have strong energy to contract with you. In return, we wish for you to help us fight and borrow your power. It's a fair deal, wouldn't you say? Sunny had her hand held out, gesturing towards the others behind her. The turtle moved its large head, peeking over the cat and casting a shadow, looking at others. It then stretched it out and looked directly at Quinn. This one is so weak. The others hearing this were beyond shocked. The grand turtle had just called Quinn, who was perhaps by far the strongest among all of them, weak. The turtle then moved its head along the others. Next in line was Samantha. Interesting. Next was Layla. Pathetic. Then Leo. This one looks like he lacks discipline. Abdul. A strong-looking warrior. And finally Owen. Not worth my time. The turtle then moved its head back to its original position and looked at the cat. You call these your great candidates? Most of them are useless. Where are the ones whom you have contracted with? It was then that Oven and the horse indicated who their contracts were with, and they even explained who the undead king had contracted with as well. Oh, the turtle voiced, not saying much else. The situation was strange, and Oven too found it odd because, without a doubt, even those who had traveled with them would have clearly said that the turtle was outright wrong. Let me ask you, out of everyone here, who do you think has the weakest energy? Oven asked. The turtle then gestured at Quinn with its head. Of course, it's this one. I doubt he can even beat a single familiar. He might actually collapse at any second now. Now, Oven thought he had figured it out. There was something that some familiars couldn't do, and he had heard of some familiars in this situation before. Still, he would have never imagined it would be the same with a king. Genbu, tell me the truth. You can't sense energy? Oven asked. The turtle's head began to go back in its shell. The scene would have looked quite cute if it wasn't for its giant size. You mean, you can't sense energy at all? The energy from them, or when a drop of blood comes into our world, or even when the world is damaged. You can't sense it, Oven yelled. In all the years he had been with him, had seen him, Oven had never thought that this would be the case. Now it was starting to make sense about his rash reactions and, at the same time, why Genbu perhaps had never formed a contract with anyone during his whole lifetime. For a king, it was embarrassing to have the inability to sense the energy. What will happen if you form a contract with someone who turns out to be weak? Still, Oven couldn't help but laugh and roll on the ground on his back. A king who can't even sense energy, ha ha ha. No wonder you never contracted with anyone. The turtle was getting enraged, and everyone was afraid that Oven's action might lead to a fight to break out soon. I assure you that all of these candidates here are just as good as the ones who have formed contracts before. Unfortunately, we who have already been contracted are unable to form more contracts, so feel free to choose any out of these, Sunny explained. Also, if you need help and wish for them to match a desire of yours, that will be good as well. The three candidates then decided to stand next to each other in a line while the others went away, making it easier for the turtle to see. It looked at each of them. "This is hopeless," Genbu declared. "I can't tell which one of you is the strongest, and my only desire is to help my land. So I will decide through a test." Just then, the turtle began to shrink in size. It was getting smaller by the second, and its large body shrank down until it became smaller than a dalkey. And it now stood on the same ground that the others were currently on. "For the sake of my land, I will test to see who is the strongest out of you all. Each one of you is to attempt to attack my shell, and I will form a contract with the one who I feel is the strongest." After their little skirmish with the snakes a while ago, if there was one thing that all of them were grateful for, it was the fact that they wouldn't be rushing headfirst into another fight. They all knew that there was a chance that they could be going head first into a war before coming here. They were warned about that. No one wanted to lose their life for a war that had little meaning to them, though. Many of them were already risking their lives for war elsewhere. Still, everyone knew the longer they remained in this world, the more energy would be sapped away from their bodies, even if they just stood there without moving an inch. So whatever the turtle had planned, they wanted to get it over and done with. It seemed like the turtle, the fourth king whose name was Genbu, had prepared a test for them. With the test, the winner would receive the grand prize of forming a contract with the last king. Although many of them felt there was no need for a test in the first place, it was still better than the other option. The group was following the turtle as he asked all of them to get on its back. And since Oven was fine with getting on the king's back, the rest didn't hesitate after seeing this. "Everyone, just hold on tight," Genbu said once everyone had safely sat down. "Hold on, we saw how fast this turtle could move." "Who does he think he's kidding?" Abdul commented. The others agreed, and they also noticed that there was nothing to hold on to. They were just on a hard shell. Genbu's body then started to transform just like before, getting larger and larger by the second. It was incredible how fast he could change his form, and soon the cramped space on the turtle's back had gotten so large that it was hard for them even to see the edge. He was soon as big as his form was previously. Since he had grown so fast, the others felt the force as he grew, being chucked up in the air slightly, and now they understood what he meant by hold on. Many of them, including Abdul, held on to the horse's legs for support as the latter stood as if glued to the turtle's shell, while the others had landed back down on the shell, not sustaining damage as they steadied themselves when landing. "It's not over yet," Oven said. Adbul had let go of the horse's leg to wipe his forehead, believing it was all over, but just then, Genbu began to reduce as fast as he had enlarged earlier. Abdul quickly grabbed onto the horse's leg and closed his eyes. After a few moments, the turtle completed the process. Upon opening their eyes, the group saw that they were now all in front of the mountain on the other side, opposite of the one that had been destroyed because of Genbu's awakening. "Come on, you idiot," Layla said, walking past. "I don't know why, but the turtle thinks you're the most impressive one. We need to leave this place with a contract, but don't forget there's a possibility that he might not make one with any of us." When Genbu was smaller, they noticed that he could move far faster than in his enlarged form. In fact, it looked strange because the turtle was only slightly slower than the horse. Upon entering the mountain, they found it nearly just as beautiful as it was outside. A lot of them were expecting it to be dark and gloomy, but they were surprised to see that the inside walls were also colored in the same mystic pattern as the sky, and what was even stranger was, it was as if the walls of the mountain were alive and were slightly shifting upward like a river with a reverse stream. Then finally, they could see what Genbu had led them to a large space. They saw several of what could only be described as turtle shells at the very end of the space, and they were all arranged at the back. The shells were about the same size as a small house. "You keep your shells in here? Are they some sort of fashion statement?" Oven asked. The others couldn't help but chuckle at the comment. The way they were lined up certainly did make it seem that way. "No, I shed my shell every once in a while, which is what is left of them. But let me assure you that each one of them is as sturdy and strong as the one I have right now," Genbu explained as he walked up to the shells. "Shed? Like a snake? I didn't know turtles shed their shells." And how would that exactly work? Layla questioned. The others now had a strange image in their head as they imagined a turtle taking off his shell, but due to Genbu having the ability to resize himself, it did somewhat make some sense to them. You, the weakest, come over here, Genbu called. The others looked at each other, wondering who Genbu was referring to. In the end, Quinn was the one who walked forward as others noticed that Genbu kept looking towards his direction, and he had referred to the former as weak a couple of times now. I have brought the weakest one of all of you to start my test. I would like to assess your strength, your powers, your energy, and your technique. I want you to use all of your power and strike the shell. Genbu explained. Each one of you will strike a different shell in this room, and they all have the same level of sturdiness. This way, you can't complain that perhaps another person weakened it beforehand. I shall form a contract with the one who can deal the most significant damage to one of these shells. Of course, you still have to impress me. If each of you is useless, then I shall form no contract, and just to prove to you how strong the shell is, I have called one of you to test its strength. Genbu said, giving Quinn a nod. It seemed like he wanted Quinn to hit the shell as hard as possible to demonstrate its hardness, and the others seeing this were a little nervous. What should I do? Quinn thought. Maybe I should just hit the shell normally. How about I use any chi or my blood powers and just hit the shell at 50%? It should be able to take that much, right? These are one of the 4 king's shells. They should be sturdy, and it won't look like I'm holding back. Preparing himself, Quinn stood in front of the shell. He didn't get in any fighting stance or perform any actions he would perform to maximize impact, like in the hammer strike. Not that it would be effective anyway as it dealt internal damage rather than external. Whatever he did now, he wanted to make sure that the others looked more impressive than him. Who? Quinn shouted out loudly, giving the idea that he was using his full strength. His fist slammed into the outside of the hard black case, and everyone heard a loud bang. The shell was left perfectly intact. There were no cracks or marks on the shell at all. Quinn had achieved what he was hoping for. See, the shell is one of my strengths, and it is what has allowed me to become king in these parts. Although I have to say, you were more impressive than I thought, and I can understand why the undead king chose you. As he walked back and rejoined the group, the other could tell he hadn't used his full strength or other techniques, and now it was down to them to impress the king. Samantha lined up on the first shell, Abdul the next one, then Layla, and lastly there was Owen. These 4 would punch the shell one after the other, and the turtle Genbu stood back, observing all 4 of them. Begin! Genbu shouted. For a while, Quinn inspected the shell, and he could see it was in perfect condition. He walked back to the others after punching the black turtle shell, and could see Sunny giving him a wink. It was obvious to her what Quinn had done, and she thought it was the right decision. It was best for the turtle not to know of Quinn's strength. Otherwise, perhaps the turtle would try to find someone with similar strength as Quinn, complaining about how the undead king had managed to find someone so powerful. Then they really would have been at a loss. She was just thankful that Quinn hadn't attempted to show off in that situation. Still, those who needed to take part in the test now were a little nervous. I would suggest that each of you hit that shell as hard as you can. Otherwise, you will have a hard time breaking it, Quinn commented. He had felt it with his own hands, and the truth was, he would have liked to test if he could actually break it or not. These days when Quinn would come across a new type of beast or enemy, he had made it a habit to think of ways to defeat them. So, when Quinn had seen the turtle shell, he had focused on visualizing how he would deal with it. If its shell was sturdy, then there were many other points that he could attack and hurt the turtle, but it was about damaging the shell in this test, not fighting the turtle. The Dalki skin also gets tougher as they get stronger, and that was one of the main problems when facing off against 5-spike Dalki. If Graham has gotten stronger, if the whole of the Dalki have gotten stronger, then we will be facing enemies with similar sturdiness. This will be a good test for them all. The one who lined up against the first shell was Samantha, and before taking her punch, she wondered how best to approach the situation. Genbu stated that they could use whatever they wished to damage the shell, but they could only hit the shell once. The other condition, which was a little strange, was that it had to be a hit like Quinn had done with a fist or a kick, which was why she struggled a little to make a decision. How do you think it will go, 10th night? Sunny asked. Although Samantha has good potential in chi, and even though this is the reason she has been able to stay in this world without any hardship, she has had no training, so it will be more about how well she uses her ability. Finally taking a deep breath, Samantha readied herself. Before, I thought I needed to get stronger for revenge on One Horn for doing that to my father. I thought after seeing him, my determination might falter a little. But that isn't the case at all. I need to get more powerful so the next time I don't lose him again. The ground from below her feet started to move around Samantha's fist, making it somewhat pointed. Seeing as it was a shell, she thought she needed to focus most of her power on one point. Next, activating her soul weapon, the tip of the outside looked to be covered in a strange metallic color. Ah! Samantha shrieked as she threw her fist forward as hard as she could. The image in front of her was of One Horn himself, and it was at that moment she felt something rising in her. I guess I was a little bit wrong. Maybe it's this world, but it seems she has somewhat improved. Leo commented, because he could see that the internal chi energy had somewhat activated on its own. Giving her power of the first stage of chi, it would interact with her body, allowing her to deliver the strongest punch possible. It crashed into the shell, and the sparks emitted from it surprised Genbu a little. This was something that hadn't ensued when Quinn hit the shell. At the shell, Samantha could feel a force almost repelling her. She continued to push forward as she felt a strange power rising inside of her until the metallic point had snapped off from the base of the earth and fallen to the ground. It caused the rest of her fist with the earth to hit the shell and then crumble to the ground. Although the earth tip with her soul weapon hadn't broken by the base, she had failed her task. She felt disappointed but, at the same time, looked at her arm, wondering what the energy that had risen in her body was. She had used so much of it, and now she began to feel incredibly weak because they were in the familiar's world. Seeing this, Leo was about to move forward, but of course the headless man had done so first, holding her up and taking her back. Oh, you weren't wrong when you said you brought some interesting ones, Genbu commented. But it looks like I was right. Even if I can't sense energy, I will trust my intuition. I did say she had talent, and the others are weak. I am now expecting a lot from the other one. Some looked towards Quinn, expecting him to be annoyed by these comments, but he just shrugged them off. He wasn't going to get upset just because some familiar called him weak. Besides, he knew his strength and was in a good mood seeing how much Samantha had improved. Now I am looking forward to the next one. Genbu turned to the man who had a bow on his back, and he was the one that Genbu believed to have the most talent. All right, I'll crack this shell. Of course I will, Abdul said. He had a plan. Although he couldn't shoot one of his sharp arrows at the turtle's back, he decided upon something else. He held the bow in his hand and formed a sharp arrow with his wind ability. With this, as soon as he first touched the shell, he would fire an arrow as well, and using the beast weapon's power, it would give him more force into his punch. My sharp arrows can pierce almost anything, and it won't fail me now. This is what Abdul thought. It didn't take long for him to attempt his attack, as he threw his fist forward with the bow being held in one hand. The others then saw the string being pulled back, and it was doing so on its own without any help from his other hand, which the others found impressive. It again slammed into the shell, his hand laid there on top, and a smile was still on Abdul's face. The shell certainly hadn't cracked completely. It was still intact, but Abdul still had confidence. He was expecting to see a hole after removing his hand, but nothing was there. At the same time, the strange purple sparks that had flashed when Samantha had attacked didn't appear either. Huh? What the? How is his shell so strong? Abdul said, flabbergasted. He couldn't even hide his surprise that the punch hadn't punctured it. His wind ability was so refined that it should have sliced through anything. Even if it didn't make a hole as he expected, he did hope to see a scratch. He noticed that the shell was in perfect condition upon bringing his eyes closer. Abdul just walked with slumped feet back to the others. It was clear that he had failed. Well, I guess my intuition is not that perfect. Genbu cleared his throat, a bit embarrassed by this result. Still, there are 2 more to go, and although the woman did well, she had failed to impress me. The other two will have to do better than her if you wish for me to form a contract with you. The turtle grumbled. It looked like it was all down to Layla and Owen in the end. One of them needed to succeed. Of those they had brought along, two had failed Genbu's test, and Sunny, who had suggested this plan, was a little worried. They had brought along these individuals believing the fourth king to be a picky type of individual, but their assumption was wrong. Now he was testing them based on strength, but they hadn't selected these participants based on their raw power, just based on their chi. Can I ask, if you can't sense energy, then why is it so important that the participant needs to be strong? You care about energy for your land, and I can promise you that any of them can assure a huge amount of energy, Sunny said, putting on her usual voice. The turtle and other familiars smiled whenever they would hear her speak, and Quinn assumed this had something to do with her ability. Even though the family could communicate with familiars, she still spoke the same way as they all did so everyone could still understand her. I have no way to confirm what you say is true, and if I end up listening to one of the other kings, I will become a laughingstock, Genbu replied. All of those in my territory rely on me. If my area lacks energy, I will have no choice but to stay with the host. I understand that the energy the one can provide and his or her strength doesn't mean they will match. However, even if I was to find someone with good energy like the first girl, and she cannot break my shell, it means she is more likely to die. If she dies for being weak, then the contract would break and I will have to look for a new person. I need someone strong and one that can provide energy to my land for a long time. Sunny hated to admit it, but what the turtle said made sense. That's why I could never pick someone as weak as that young man over there. Sunny tilted her head to look at Quinn, who still had a smile on his face. She wondered if the taunts were adding up and were beginning to get to him somehow because it was hard to tell with his facial expression. For a second, though, she believed she could see Quinn's eyebrow twitch. The next one in question was Layla, and although the others didn't say it, they actually had a lot of hope for Layla. Out of all those participating, she had the highest amount of chi. I can go all out, right? Layla asked as she looked around. The others nodded, and hearing these words, Genbu thought that perhaps he might have made a mistake in her evaluation and was about to see quite a spectacle. Please, I would love to see someone destroy one of my shells, Genbu smirked. She then started to focus as she consumed the negative energy from her surroundings. The dark smog that only she could see, but it wasn't enough. She needed to skip to the fourth transformation to use her full strength, but there wasn't enough negative emotion around her. The CIA Aaron, Mother, Quinn, Layla thought. As she brought up her negative feelings, the energy from within started to fill her body, growing slowly. The strength in her body was rising. Her fangs began to grow but not as significant as they would do in her other forms, and her horns extended slightly but not too big, just enough, so they were sticking out of her hair. Her transformation into her fourth form was complete. Oh well, I guess my evaluation really was wrong. I never knew that you could transform. It looks like you were hiding things from me all along, Genbu happily said. The others were pleased that Genbu was getting excited because they needed him to complete a contract. Abdul, who had already had his turn, was looking at Layla, wondering what was going on. Even here, he could feel the energy coming off her body. She wasn't invited to the event where the strongest were called. She can't possibly destroy that shell, can she? That event was based on who the board thought was the strongest, Quinn replied. There are plenty of people in the cursed faction who have strong power but have never appeared in front of a camera or made a name for themselves, and Layla is one of them. The first part for Layla was complete, but looking at the shell, she felt like she needed to do more than just hit it. Am I able to move the shell with my ability? Layla asked. Whatever you wish, as long as it is a single hit using your hand, Genbu replied. Hearing this, Layla stepped back away from the shell, moving more towards the center of the room. The others had to step back, making space for her. When she was ready, she held one hand out. Her palm opened while the other turned into a fist. The shell started to lift off the ground and was now floating slightly above the ground in the air. The chi was building up in her body with the first stage, powering the muscles in her arm and strengthening her hand. She then went on to use the second stage, coating the exterior of her fist as well. In this situation, the third stage of chi wasn't really much help, so she just focused on the second stage. Ah! Layla cried, and the shell started to rush forward in her direction. It moved faster than the others thought it would. Layla had also been focusing on improving her ability powers while practicing chi. Before, she had reached her limit as a human and her subclass, but she noticed something else. After going to the next form, she could surpass her limit. Not only did her normal strength increase, but her ability also improved. The shell was coming right at her and throwing her fist out at the right time. It landed right on the shell. The shell stayed still in the air for a few seconds, and the purple sparks that had appeared the first time when Samantha had hit the shell appeared this time as well. The sparks were far more fierce and were even running up and down the entirety of Layla's arm. They seemed to be somewhat repelled, as the second chi coating she had produced on her arm allowed the sparks to be knocked away. The power from the punch even shook the mountain a little, the surface trembled, and after a few seconds the shell finally fell on the floor. Layla, herself, felt like collapsing, but instead, she quickly changed out of her form and fell to her knees. She had been holding her breath the whole time. For the first time, rather than have the participants inspect the shell, Genbu himself moved towards it to examine. He looked and observed for a long time before concluding. "You did far better than I thought. I think I can see a few scuff marks on the surface, but that's it. The shell is perfectly intact, and even if you were to hit it 10 times with the same punch, there would be no difference. I'm afraid you two are not good enough," Genbu declared. This was not what the others expected. Even Abdul was left with his mouth wide open. If she couldn't please the turtle, then who among them could? He only imagined that someone like Sarah or Sil was strong enough to destroy the shell and impress Genbu. Now it was time for the last person, and they all turned towards Owen. "Well, don't you all stare at me like that," Owen said. "I have no trick up my sleeve, and I couldn't even break the glass in the arena back then. I guess we can only trust in luck right now. It would have been better if you had brought that other leader with you." Owen chuckled. As usual, the tension felt by the others didn't seem to faze him. The others were racking their heads because it didn't give them confidence about what to do, and just then, someone stepped forward with a solution. "Could you please give us a little time before the next test? I won't need too long." It was Leo who spoke. "Oh, I could give you some time, but I will be watching your moves so that you don't try to trick me in some way," the turtle said as he watched Leo walk over towards Owen. "If you will allow me," Leo slightly bowed to Owen, "I wish to teach you chi, in order to increase your strength." It was a solution that Quinn thought only Leo could come up with. During his time in school, Quinn had taught chi to many, and Leo would be using a similar method to what he had done to guide others. In the first place, Quinn just took what he had learned from Leo and applied it to others and a little bit from Chris as well. But there was one problem. When Quinn used to teach chi to those at school, even for the geniuses, it would take them some time, and right now they lacked time the most. There was no way they could wait a few days for it to click in Owen's head. Nor was he sure they could all even stay here that long. Can Leo teach him how to use chi so fast and at this moment? Quinn considered. First, though, Owen would have to accept learning it in the first place. "Chi. I believe it's a strange power that you explained which is naturally present in our bodies, and is also the reason behind my selection to be part of this group. It is also the same strange power that Pure used too, correct?" Owen asked. They had all seen the power of chi being displayed a number of times, and there was a great number of those in the cursed faction that already knew how to use it. They just had never made it public due to the misunderstanding it might cause. At the time, the cursed faction wasn't in the best light, and people would have forced connections to the cursed faction and Pure. Leo nodded to the question. "You have the talent to learn it well. Of course, just like everything, it will take time for you to master it, but it will increase your strength greatly while not affecting any of your current powers. However, I will only be able to guide you a little at this moment. The rest will be up to you." There was one person who was somewhat sulking upon hearing this. Leo had offered to help Owen yet hadn't offered to help Abdul. The latter felt like it was unfair. "Owen is our last hope now," Sunny said as she could read the expression on his face. We wanted this to be fair competition, and truthfully, we thought that all of you were qualified, but at the end of the day, the king is the one to decide. If that is the case, now with only one person left, we have to try our best to make him succeed." Understanding the explanation, Abdul just crossed his arms and was just happy that the others didn't get help, even though he was unaware that the other two had also used chi. Owen agreed and sat down on the ground with Leo standing behind him. The latter was getting ready to place his hands on his shoulders. Seeing this, Quinn was a little afraid because Leo had attempted to teach chi to Quinn, and that was how he was turned, and was worried that the same thing could happen to Owen at this moment. However, Quinn had taught others chi without turning them, using Leo's same method now. Since Leo was better at controlling chi, even more so than him, Quinn had to trust him. With his ability, Leo was more in tune with the energy that was actually following inside of Owen. He could describe to him in great detail what was happening. He could also adjust and tell if the other person was doing something wrong because, as silly as it may sound, Leo could see what the other person was doing. Whereas when Quinn would do this, he had no choice but to guess what the other was doing. Time slowly passed, and about 15 minutes later, it seemed like Leo was finally done with his job. Stepping away and walking off to the side, Leo stood not too far from Owen. It felt surreal. Quinn wasn't sure if Owen really could activate chi at this moment, but if he had another breakthrough similar to what Samantha had, perhaps he could do it. That's when Quinn noticed something. Leo looked quite exhausted and was staring in Layla's direction. Have these guys planned something? Quinn narrowed his eyes. Standing back just like Layla, Owen moved away. Although she had failed, Layla knew that this was important to them all. Seeing how sturdy the shell was, they needed this king on their side. With her ability, she was now doing something unique to her and was slowly transferring her own chi energy into him. And at the same time, Leo had activated his soul weapon. Owen had learned a lot. He was a fast learner, which surprised even Leo. They didn't call him the genius of the Greylash family for no reason. Still, it wasn't enough time for him to learn how to use it properly. So with his soul weapon, he would help draw that aura and the energy within Owen out of him into his fist. While standing in the center of the room, Owen activated his lightning powers, but only around his legs. It spiraled blue sparks from his foot up to his knees, as he then stood in a sprinting position as if he was ready to set off at any second. It was showy, but there was a reason for it. He could tell that this energy within his body wasn't his own, and Owen hoped that they also gave power to his legs. After all, speed was an important factor when making one's punch as strong as possible. He threw down his usual metal fan into the ground, rendering it to stick upright, and then focused on his right hand, which now seemed to be covered in blue light. Unlike his legs, this seemed steady. It was practically glowing so much that the hand seemed to be made of pure light. "Go!" Owen shouted. He ran forward, a deep scorch mark left behind by his feet, with every step. Then, after a couple of steps, bending his knees, he jumped up in the air and started to spin his body. It was one of his most classic moves, but adjusted a little for the test as he held out one of his hands. Spinning in the air, Owen's body shot out like a lightning bolt and crashed headfirst into the shell with his fist firmly planted on it. His body was upright as it hit the shell, and the two forces collided. The purple sparks that would usually come from the shell when the others would use chi went off once again, and this time they were more fierce than ever before, as if they were trying to attack the person in front of it. "You shouldn't have let me go last. I know about this already," Owen said. As the purple sparks flew up at Owen's arms, Layla became worried. They couldn't affect Samantha that much because her attack wasn't too strong. But if Layla hadn't used the second stage of chi to protect her arm, she could only imagine what the purple sparks could do. Before it could reach Owen's arm, though, his own blue lightning sparks from his glowing arms would attack whatever went close. It looked like a battle between two lightning powers, blue and purple. As they hit each other, they were getting wilder and wilder, but both Layla and Leo continued to use their powers before the two of them had fallen to their knees. They had done all they could, and now they needed to rest. Fortunately, Genbu was so mesmerized by the scene that he failed to see both of them falling to the ground. Otherwise, for sure, he would have noticed that something was strange. Finally, The purple sparks slowly disappeared, and only the blue ones remained. A shockwave was sent into the mountain from behind, and Owen fell to the ground, now on one knee. His knuckles no longer were on the shell. The sleeve covering his arm had burnt into nothingness, but he didn't care and looked up to see the result. Everyone could tell that the attempt made by Owen was the best attempt out of all of them so far, whether it was because of the help he received from the others, the small training he had done with Leo, or the fact that Owen had actually tried. It was hard to tell, but they were waiting to see the result in anticipation. If Owen hadn't succeeded in impressing the turtle, then they would have to quickly come up with another way to convince the king, maybe even fight and force him to form a contract with one of them. With all of them there, they thought it would be an easy thing to do. The only problem was how the other familiar would feel about this. From the outside, the effect of Owen's punch wasn't entirely obvious. For one, the shell was still in one piece. Perhaps it would crack soon after, but it never did, which proved just how strong the shell was. When Owen's arm fell, some of them were able to see. Once again, Genbu started to move, and he scuffled across the ground quickly in excitement. His large head blocked the view of the shell from the others. My word, I must say, you actually managed to damage it. He certainly sounded pleased with the result, but the others were still amazed. It was clear the words that Genbu had spoken. He claimed that the shell had been damaged but not destroyed. When moving his head out of the way, the others could see that a single scale on the shell, where Owen had put all his strength, had been cracked. However, the crack itself didn't ripple out to the adjacent scales, and even the base of the shell was mostly intact. Genbu even turned the shell around, and the crack hadn't gone to the other half on the back either. I hope this is enough, Sunny mumbled quietly under her breath. Even the other two kings that were present weren't so sure, and they were ready to help all the others if need be to subdue Genbu. Genbu's face was straight, showing no emotion, unlike his voice earlier, and he had his eyes closed. This one is talented. This one is very talented. If he can destroy one of my shells to this degree, then without a doubt I feel he can hurt almost anyone out there. If one with the strongest defense teams up with one with the strongest attack, then the two will make a powerful combo. Far more powerful than any of the other kings. Genbu smiled. Does this mean you are willing to form a contract? Sunny asked hesitantly. To this, Genbu nodded, and the others inwardly cheered without giving too much away. They had succeeded in their task, and one more familiar and extremely useful one would be a part of the team. Abdul, Layla, and even Samantha were honestly a little disheartened that they could not get the familiar. Each of them had their reasons for wanting the king on their side. Especially after witnessing how strong its outer shell was. They wanted it more, and if they were truthful, they felt like the person that needed it least was Owen. He was already more powerful than them all, but in the end, this was what happened. Those who were strong would get even stronger. Genbu had come to Owen and was now looking him up and down. The turtle couldn't stop complimenting him about his body and features, and his attitude towards Owen had taken a full 180-degree turn. Meanwhile, Quinn stood near Layla. You did a good job, Layla. I honestly believe that you had the best chance out of all of them, and you actually would have produced the best result as well. However, you are selfless. Honestly, I don't think the others would have done what you did. I know you gave some of your power to help out Owen, and you thought about the benefit of all of us rather than your own. Who knows, the turtle might have been bluffing it and would have just contracted that with the best result. And I think you knew this as well before making your decision. Quinn was right. Layla had thought about that before helping out Owen. But the truth was she wasn't the selfless one. She actually didn't wish to help. Leo was the one that had approached her in the end. She knew Quinn was just trying to cheer her up. But now, how could she tell him the truth? While Quinn was talking to her, the contract process began on the other side. As Genbu pressed his head against Owen's, he shrunk in size by a little and was now at the same height as Owen. Frankly, it seemed like Owen was being quite respectful to the turtle. Perhaps after discovering how hard its shell was, he realized how much value a familiar had. After a few moments passed, Genbu started to turn into a strong purple mist, and then zapping itself like a large particle of energy. A purple lightning bolt appeared on the palm of Owen's hand. The turtle had disappeared, and it looked like the contract was a success. Soon though, the lighting bolt lit up, and Genbu was back in front of everyone. "How do you like the symbol? Your lightning powers from before inspired me," Genbu stated. "The contract is completed. Unlike others, I only have one desire, to look after all of those in my territory. I wish to protect them and feed them with energy, so you need to stay alive as long as you can. I don't plan on dying so soon, and I wish that you can help me stay alive," Owen asked as well. The group was soon ready to leave the mountain. They couldn't stay here too much longer and needed to head back to the exact location where they had first entered so the Bone Claw could take them back to their world. Now that there was no war going on, Dunluck could call upon his allies and allow them a quick return. Still, before leaving, Quinn couldn't help but look at one of the many shells that were still left in great shape by the others since no one had touched them. Once a contract has been formed, there's no way to cancel a contract, right? Not unless you kill the host, Quinn asked, walking up to one of the shells. "Correct," Genbu said, nodding his head. "Well, if that's the case," Quinn replied as he readied himself. He stood there in front of one of the intact turtle shells and readied his fist. The chi soon collected in front of him. The shadow rose and switched from his Blood King armor set to the Blue Fang. Nitro Accelerate activated. Chi of the second stage slowly wrapped around his hand, and he was so close to the shell that sparks were flying from it before he had even touched it. Seeing this, Sunny couldn't help but giggle. "I guess those comments got to you more than we thought." Blood aura started to form around Quinn's hand, and with his blood control, he spun it as fast as possible. Ready, Quinn then ran back to the center of the room. He was so fast that the others had only blinked, and he was in the center. Then running back, the ground beneath his feet formed a crater as he jumped up, and he threw the blood drill, infused with chi into the shell with the power of his nitro accelerated speed. The purple sparks couldn't do anything as the attack slammed into the shell, cracking it instantly. The powers didn't collide like the others. The shell was smashed to pieces, with it flying everywhere, and the momentum of the attack continued as it hit the mountain wall behind it. The whole room shook until the energy finally disappeared, and once everything calmed down, they saw Quinn standing, with no shell left in front of him. "Ah, now that was satisfying," Quinn said, turning around and smiling at the others. While walking back to the others, Quinn's steps suddenly came to a halt and turned around, only to see a giant cavity in the side of the mountain. He didn't know what had come over him at that moment. Maybe it was the fact that he wanted to test out his strength, or this was a challenge that no one seemed to pass and he wanted to accomplish. Perhaps it was the turtles bickering, but being able to destroy a shell like that felt extremely satisfying. However, he realized that it had come at the cost of hurting the world, and now he felt quite bad that he let these strange emotions get the better of him. "I'm sorry. If I can give some of my energy to help restore this world, I'll fix the mountain," Quinn said, rubbing the back of his head out of embarrassment. None of them replied because they all stood still with their mouths open at what they had just seen. The shell was, without a doubt, very tough. None of them could deny that, so how on earth did Quinn manage to break it? "Bah-ha-ha-ha." Owen let out a hollow laugh. "After all our hard work just damaging one scale, you go and do that. You really are one of a kind." The cat looked furious. Quinn never thought he had seen a vein on a cat before, but it seemed like it was possible because there was one bulging through the side of the cat head beyond the fur, which honestly had Quinn quite worried. "I'll speak to Boney or something about it." "I'm sorry," Quinn said once again. Although most had gotten over the initial shock, there was one among them who still had his jaw left wide open, literally. The turtle Genbu still couldn't believe it even after Sunny walked towards him and waved her hand in front of its face. Eventually, though, as Quinn got closer, the turtle snapped out of it, slamming its mouth shut. "You tricked me. You all tricked me. This little bug wasn't weak at all. He had great strength. Why would you and how? No one has ever broken my shell. I deeply apologize," Sunny immediately said, seeing how the situation could perhaps get rough, and at the end of the day, she had to cover for her king. "You see, he is a little special. He is not just any vampire but the king of vampires, which is why he has great strength. We were afraid that if you saw his strength, you might wish to find someone that would match up to him, but you should know that your shell is one of the strongest things in existence, and there could rarely be anyone who could match up to its sturdiness. Apart from someone like him, Genbu complained and was staring at Quinn with his intense eyes. Thinking about it more, Genbu knew the real strength of his shell. In the first place, he actually hadn't expected even one of them to activate the purple sparks. And if he was honest, even the first human, the girl who had taken this test, had passed in his eyes. He had greatly underestimated them all, which was why he had decided to change his tune after the first one to take the test. I have already signed a contract. I can't go back. But I just don't like how you made me a fool, Genbu said, walking away. He started to remember all the times he called Quinn weak, and recalling those words, he couldn't help but his feet stomp the ground in embarrassment. The group soon moved. The mountain began to repair itself as they made their way out from it. The group found it strange. It was as if the familiars themselves were in control of when they would use energy to repair the world. Or perhaps the world was aware of what was going on and decided to act once they were done. Either way, the group waited for the horses to enter the area, which didn't take long. This time there were enough for everyone, allowing for each of them to ride their individual horse as they made their way back. Genbu, who could change its size, had become so small that he could be easily held in Owen's palm and decided to stay on top of his contractor's head, similar to how Owen would sit on Leo's head. I'm not used to being in that space, and I prefer the outdoors, so keep me out for as long as possible. Although I will need to rest from time to time, Genbu claimed. While riding, Quinn noticed that he was getting looks from a few people. Genbu, for one, still seemed to be upset over the whole thing. Then there was Abdul as well. That strength, he didn't display that in the game. Wait, didn't they say something like he wasn't the one who fought? He was that strange dragon-looking thing, right? But even then, his strength is far beyond what I suspected. I wonder if he and Sarah fought with their full strength, who would win? Abdul thought. I still can't believe it, Genbu repeated as they continued to go through the land. Even if I can't sense energy, I can't believe you people tricked me just like that. Hey kid, your familiar is the undead king, correct? He certainly picked a good one. For some reason, upon hearing the turtle's words, Quinn felt like he needed to correct the turtle. Although the undead king picked me, I didn't have the strength when we made the contract, and I was actually weaker than anyone here at the time. I still don't understand why he picked me. The undead king, I have known him for a while, a lot longer than the other two, Genbu replied. He had been in this land for a long time, and just like myself, he was someone who never left or formed a contract with anyone. He took his duty in culling those familiars more seriously than anyone, and if there were any disputes between those in his area, he would be the first one to solve it, which is why I was more surprised than anyone to learn when he had contracted someone. However, there was a rumor that he hadn't returned even though his contract had broken. Honestly, it's been a long time since he and I have spoken to each other. I would also like to know how he made up his mind to contract, which person he contracted with and why. All familiars have a desire, a craving, and it's similar to a life goal, which words can't explain so well. Perhaps it's something similar to humans believing they have a purpose. Energy is just what we need to live and for our world to continue, but the desire is something else. What I am trying to say is that you must have something that is fulfilling his desire, or at least he thought you would satisfy it somewhat. It was a question that had been on Quinn's mind since he had been here, and it would have been a lot easier if the Bone Claw would just answer him. Eventually, the group returned to the spot, and the whole mission was a success. Layla and Leo were the most exhausted from this adventure, and it looked like they might need a couple of days' rest before they returned to action. To their surprise, the Bone Claw was already waiting for them in the exact spot. For how long, who knew? After getting off the horses and saying goodbye, Quinn first walked up to the Bone Claw and looked up to him. I guess you did what you needed to do? Quinn asked, to which the Bone Claw just nodded. At least it looked like he nodded. Quinn was hoping that the Bone Claw would tell him what he had done. But his familiar hadn't been open to him for this long, and it looked like it would take some more time before he relaxed himself a bit more. When Genbu and Bone Claw looked at each other, the two of them didn't say anything. It looked like Genbu wanted to say some words, but in the end, he just smiled, and everyone continued on their way. The teleporter opened, and the group found themselves back in the room they had left before. "Everyone is here, right? No one is missing?" Quinn asked. Everyone answered, and the bone claw disappeared, forming a simple mark on Quinn's back. Oven did the same along with the horse, while the only one that chose to remain outside was Genbu. He had never seen what the actual human world looked like and was quite curious. "Quinn," Chucky called, standing in front of them, leaning up against the wall, and it looked like he had been waiting for the group for a while now. "You weren't gone as long as I thought you would be." "Well, Sam would be glad to hear that. I have some news for you. The vampire soldiers, along with Ashley, have arrived. But before you greet them, Sam told me to tell you, Haley is with them, and she wishes to speak to you." It was a conversation that Quinn wasn't looking forward to, and behind him was another female who wanted to talk to him as well. After everyone's return, they felt a lot better. Rather than their energy being sapped away from them, now they could feel it slowly returning. Only now did they truly feel how much effect the world was having on them. In the same way, it was the opposite for the familiars, and Genbu understood why the other familiars decided not to stay out for so long. Quinn told everyone that he would call and meet up with everyone later. First, they should all get some rest, and he knew they needed it, though there were a few who were worried about Owen. In fact, for the first time, even Owen looked to be a bit tired. Before leaving for the rooms, he first went towards Leo. "I wanted to ask, the power that you taught me earlier. I don't want to pry, but if possible, can I teach it to those in the Greylash family?" Owen asked. "I feel like I was a bit foolish in the past, wishing for everyone to learn the lighting power thinking it was the strongest, and although I still somewhat believe that, and it would solve the inequality problem, it wouldn't solve it completely. It is impossible to have everyone on equal footing, but before even thinking about that, we need to win this war, so we need all the power we can get. However, I assume that this power of Chi is something similar to an original ability. If you do not wish for me to pass this on, I will respect your decisions." Knowing that Quinn would have overheard everything, Leo looked over. Yet, it felt strange for him to do something like that. Chi was never something Quinn thought was his own to teach others, and he always felt like it belonged to Leo. However, Quinn did agree with what Owen said about its power, which was also why many in the cursed faction were learning it. "You may pass on what you know, but unfortunately, I don't have the time to teach you," Leo replied. "I'll send someone," Quinn said after hearing that answer. "A few people in the cursed faction know how to use Chi. I'll send someone to join the Greylash faction and teach it. You're right that you guys need to get stronger." There was another reason why Quinn was holding back teaching it to the other groups, and that was because Chi was somewhat a weakness for vampires. Especially now that Quinn was king, he also needed to look out for the vampires. However, if they didn't win this war, what vampires would he have to look after? No matter what, they needed to use everything at their disposal to get rid of the threat. After almost all had left, one person had stayed behind, and that was Samantha. Quinn had even asked for Oscar to leave and head back and find Mona for the time being. It seemed like Oscar was having difficulty deciding, but he eventually listened to Quinn. "I know you have a lot of questions, so let me explain first how I found Oscar." Quinn spoke softly as he went into detail. He told her about the vampire who was related to him, Richard Eno, a great scientist for the vampires and the same person they all knew as a great scientist for the humans. He then explained how they had found Oscar at one of Eno's labs and just that. There was no need for Samantha to know about the trials, only how they found Oscar. However, the bit that was difficult for Quinn to speak about was Oscar himself. How, if asking him if he remembered certain details, he didn't. Honestly, Quinn always thought of him as a different Oscar until he had met Samantha. It was clear he knew who Samantha was, even if he didn't know about himself. As Quinn finished his story, tears streamed down Samantha's face. She gripped her cheeks so tightly that the tip of her nails dug deep. Quinn had seen such reactions before. He knew this wasn't just sadness and anger. There was also much regret. "The one you told me about, the Richard Eno, he came to me saying that he could bring him back, but he warned me that Father be different from how he was before if he came back. Honestly, I don't know if it would have been better if he had completely forgotten me." but the fact that he remembers me. Samantha gripped her clothing around her chest, over her heart, pulling the fabric tightly. It just hurts even more. Quinn, I want to be stronger. I can't live like this. Can you help me? Can you contact Richard for me? He made Oscar like this with only his head, so maybe with me. He's dead. Quinn interrupted her. That's why we went to his lab in the first place. Hearing this, Samantha's lost the little hope she just felt. Although Quinn wasn't so sure if Eno was dead, and even if he was, most of the knowledge and information about Oscar was stored in Logan's head. But he didn't want her to continue searching for questions that would most likely never be answered. Quinn had already asked Logan if there was a way to turn Oscar back, and Logan had answered it wasn't possible. I still need to get stronger. I'm not stupid. I know that if I beat one horn, this feeling won't go away, but I have to do something for him. I have to help. When everyone fought and protected me, I was knocked out by some stupid sleeping gas. I couldn't even destroy a damn turtle's shell. So tell me, how the hell can I defeat one horn like this? Samantha cried out. That's why, Quinn, you're the vampire king, right? Which means you can turn people. So turn me. Whatever you want, my blood or anything. Just take it, but please turn me, and help me get stronger. Samantha screamed as she dug her nails deeper in her palm, making blood drip from her hand over the table. Quinn looked at it dripping from her hand and falling down. He then licked his finger and wiped it against the cut she had just made, and slowly it started to heal. Pretty neat, right? Quinn said. Our Sylvia can heal small wounds like this, but usually it wouldn't work this quick. That's only because of who I am. Just becoming a vampire wouldn't solve all your problems, and it doesn't work like that. Being a vampire comes with difficulties. A life where perhaps everyone who ever knew you and knows you will hate you. People will look at you differently, treat you differently, and most probably you will have to hide your identity. I'm not saying no to you, but it's not an answer to your problems, and it's not a magic shortcut to gain great power. You will lose your ability, and you might be drawn to blood like this. You turned Satch into one, right? Samantha said. I know. And I know about your past, Quinn. Oscar told me to find more about you once. Everything about you. You had no ability, you were weak, the bottom of your class in every way possible, and you had no potential at all. Your whole life changed because you became a vampire. So don't give me that crap. Look at where you are. Just help me. Please. Samantha pleaded. You don't know what I've been through. Quinn frowned, which caused Samantha to startle a little, but he took a deep breath and spoke again. You don't know what I've been through, Quinn repeated, this time in a softer tone. But you're right. If you're this insistent, then I will help you, Quinn said as he bit his thumb. He lifted the blood in the air and dangled it just above her head using his powers. This is your last chance. Do you wish to be turned? There is a chance that you might turn into something that will force me to kill you, Quinn asked for the last time. Samantha nodded and opened her mouth as if she knew the next step. The blood then swooped from above and fell right into Samantha's mouth. The blood ritual has been activated. It had been a while since Quinn had turned someone, and he could never get used to this feeling because each time he did turn someone, there was a chance that they might turn into a dangerous subclass that needed to be eliminated on the spot. It hadn't happened too often, but after becoming king, Quinn had seen all the different subclasses that the vampires kept for combat. There were far more possibilities than he imagined, and later, he had learned that the vampires had a way to influence changes towards one of these subclasses. It looked like they had found some detailed research from the second family. Cindy had been doing countless experiments, and even with her powers, she was able to reverse a human after the latter had been turned. She would do this again and again until reaching the result they wanted. In the second family, only she had such a strong ability. Bryce had extracted this information from the second family but had not shared it with the others. On the side, he had been creating a vampire subclass army, mainly for war. Quinn had looked over these methods but never went into too many details. Firstly, some of the details on how to make certain subclasses were unethical, and he could never imagine forcing a human to go through that to be turned into practically a monster. The second reason was that none of these methods had explained about turning them into other subclasses. Quinn had his theories, but that's all they were, a bunch of theories. An undead is unlikely, right? But according to Vincent, anything is possible. Perhaps the circumstance for the turning could influence the result, but it was never a 100% guarantee, just an increase in chance. This was why Quinn was surprised when the result had finally appeared. Samantha's transformation had gone better than most of whom Quinn had turned. She seemed to be going through great pain but somehow held back her screams. She just sat there at her seat in the canteen instead of rolling around the floor in pain. She was a strong person, and if she unlocked the power of chi that was within her, she would be a great asset. You have successfully created a Draugr. Another one? The only other Draugr I know at the moment is Linda, right? As Quinn thought about this, he realized one thing: there was one person that might not be so happy about the change he had made, and that was Fex. I probably should have asked him before I did this. But I mean, it was Samantha's decision to be changed, right? And he shouldn't have the same problem that Layla and I have. Quinn thought. Samantha looked to be adjusting to herself. It was a strange experience, and she had a lot to learn. Quinn explained her transformation briefly, and told her to see Linda understand her situation in detail. She would show her the ropes for now, as there were still many other things that Quinn needed to focus on. For one, there was another female waiting for him, and most likely not for a pleasant chat. I better just get all these conversations out of the way, Quinn thought as he headed to the cursed faction members' quarters. Everyone seemed to be in one of the large reception rooms or the converted training room they had created. Hearing about Quinn's return, a few people were waiting for him, and one of them was Haley. When Quinn entered the reception room, which had a bar with sofas and tables arranged all around, he saw Sam and Haley sitting at one of the tables. As soon as Haley noticed Quinn, she shot up like a bamboo shoot and stared at him. Don't make this more difficult than it already is. Quinn frowned inwardly. Upon approaching the sofa, rather than having Sam speak, he simply instructed everyone to start preparing the vampire soldiers to head off with Sarah. Now that the group had come back from the familiar world, they were just wasting time staying here now. He promised he would speak to Ashley and the others before they left. Everyone in the room became busy as Quinn took a seat opposite Haley, with the latter drinking a cup of coffee. At least she looks calm. Please. I already heard from Sam that my father has passed, but he wasn't there at the moment. I was hoping you could tell me all his last moments. What happened to him? Why did he change after meeting you? I want you to tell me everything, Haley requested. First Samantha and now Haley. Quinn inwardly sighed, but it was better to get done with these conversations. Delaying it anymore would not do any good. Quinn told Haley the whole truth about how Paul and his men were the ones who discovered the vampire world. It was because of this that they were kept captive. It all happened before Quinn was king, so they needed to strike a deal. Quinn was the one that had turned Paul and the rest of his men to save their lives. But when explaining, Quinn didn't make it sound like a good deed, and Haley could tell how hard it was for him to say this. It was clear he wasn't proud of his actions. Then he explained the rest, that Paul was a good person, and he had gone to look out for someone named Kaz. When talking about it, Quinn felt like he should have realized their close relationship sooner. It was almost as if he saw Kaz as a replacement for someone. Quinn didn't convert his thoughts into words and just explained how he saw it and let Haley decide what was going on. In the end, he risked his life for this Kaz girl. And she even still ended up dying? So there's nothing left of him. Not even the person she protected, because he is dead as well, Haley said as she sat back and let it all in. In the end, Haley just started to laugh. It wasn't the reaction Quinn was expecting at all from her. But soon that laughter turned into a single tear that ran down her cheek. That idiot, Haley said as she smiled. I have a favor to ask. I missed my father a lot when I was younger. He was a caring person, and he was the one that pushed me into medical practice. He bought me the most expensive beast gear which money could buy at the time when the war broke out. He never directly showed he cared about me but did do in weird ways, but I never saw some of the sides of him that you are describing, and I would have liked to have seen that. I know you said you are looking into turning the vampire soldiers back to human, but I believe it will be a long time before you do that. You need the vampires at this moment. Anyone could see that. I want to know why he went through this change, Quinn, and judging from your story and what you told me, it all happened with you. This whole world changed with you, and I even remember seeing you the first day. I never thought this would be the situation. I want to follow you, Quinn, and pursue in my father's footsteps. I want to do everything he has done and follow through his steps to see what he did, so I am asking you right now. Please, Quinn, if you can. Haley then stood up from her seat and bowed down. Can you please turn me as you did him? If Quinn were drinking something, he would have spat it out. Because not an hour had passed, two ladies had requested the same thing. Please understand it from my point of view, Haley said, lifting her head. But all she saw was Quinn with his hand out. You don't have to say any more. I know by now that I'll always lose this type of conversation. So after I tell you all the risks, I'll let you decide and we'll see. All right? Quinn sighed. However, this time, Quinn didn't know that the results of the change would be vastly different from what Samantha had turned into. Congratulations, you have successfully created a succubus. Although they were at the center of the reception room, Quinn felt like there was no need to drag things on and do Haley's transformation somewhere else. If she turned into something dangerous, he had enough strength to subdue her before she went berserk. Of course, he was still worried. The more he turned people, the more chance he had of hitting one of the bad subclasses. The others in the room would constantly glance over to see what Quinn was doing. However, everyone here already knew what he was and saw that Haley had requested this. They weren't just regular members of the cursed faction but the leaders, and it wasn't like he was going against her will or forcing her into the ritual. A drop of blood had initiated the ritual process, just like with Samantha. Quinn still had plenty of slots that he would always leave open, a little over 10. He kept it this way because he remembered when Vincent once told him that perhaps he might need to use it on those he truly cared for one day. In some cases, if someone really wanted to be turned, like those in the cursed faction, he would get the other vampires to do it so it wouldn't take up his slots. The connection with Haley just felt too personal for that, though. Like Samantha, Haley took it quite well once the turning process started. It was clear that she was going through pain as the veins popped up on her neck, and blood passed through them at a quick rate. A few grunts of pain here and there, but other than that, she didn't show any signs of backing down. Are women just better at handling pain than most men? Or does it have something to do with the transformation? Quinn wondered. At the same time, he was thinking about just what Haley would turn into. He found it strange that Samantha had turned into a B subclass, an undead. Especially since she was nowhere close to being dead when turned, however, he did remember his thoughts before. Although certain things might influence the result, they weren't the main factor to give 100% guarantee about the outcome of the transformation. It was just that the chances of turning into that subclass were a bit more than the rest. At the same time, all choices were still available on the wheel. Watching carefully, Quinn waited for the result and to see if Haley would need any help. However, just then, someone came bursting through the reception doors. The person pushed the doors so hard they had nearly come off their hinges, and everyone turned to look at who it was. Two figures had entered the room, one in heavy black armor, the Royal Knight Mukka, and by her side was another Royal Knight, Fex. Quinn knew Fex wasn't in a good mood, judging by his face. "Quinn, I need to talk to you," Fex yelled across the room. No. I knew he would react badly, but what is this?" Quinn frowned inwardly. Luckily, it seemed like Mukka still had some sense and was by Fex's side, trying to calm him down, and jumped in between the two of them before this turned into a scuffle. "Don't forget he is still your king," Mukka said, placing her hands on Fex's shoulder and slightly forcing him back. Fex's legs were still walking forward, but he wasn't moving anywhere. "Yeah, well, this isn't me talking to Quinn as a royal knight. This is me talking to him as a friend." Fex moved his head and looked at Quinn in his eyes. "Why didn't you tell me you were going to turn Samantha? You don't think I deserve to know." "Of course you did," Quinn replied while keeping one eye on Haley, who was still sitting down. "But Samantha is an adult, and both of you have only started dating recently. She had already made up her mind to do this. Fex, do you think if you talked to her, she would have changed her decision?" Of course, Fex yelled back. She might have just been emotional at the time. Maybe I could have calmed her down. And what would you have done if she changed into a subclass that altered her emotions? She could become a different Samantha. Or worse, what would you have done if she changed into something like a Wendigo? Would you have killed her and then come to me and said, "Sorry, Fex, but she told me to turn her"? It was clear why Fex was angry. He was worried for Samantha, worried that he might lose someone he had just gotten close to, and Quinn understood his emotions. "Fex, I understand, but Samantha made that decision, and I clarified all the risks to her. Even if you were married to her, yes, both of you can make decisions together, but ultimately it would have been up to her. Do you think I like turning people?" It was then that a groan had come out from the table opposite to Quinn. Fex and even Muka turned to where the sound had come from. It wasn't just any groan. It sounded as if someone had received the ultimate pleasure, as if they had tasted the best dessert in the world. When turning towards the source of the moan, they could see a female standing. Both of her arms cuddled themselves, and their legs crossed over slightly. "Quinn, what happened to me? Am I a vampire?" Haley asked, with her face getting red and almost visible heat reeking from her cheeks. "Congratulations, you have created a succubus. You turned another one. What the hell are you doing, Quinn?" Fex clamored at him again, still angry. When Haley turned her head towards him, Fex noticed a single horn on the left side of her head. Her usual glasses had fallen on the table, and her braided ponytail was now undone. Just then, they noticed something waving as well. It was a small thin tail. It had been a long time since Quinn had seen a new subclass, although this wasn't his first time seeing a succubus. There was Amy, who was close to Xander in the 10th family. However, he had never created one himself before, so he was a little interested in its ability. Infant succubus. A common feature of a succubus is a single thin red tail along with a small horn sticking out from its left side. Although not all succubus will have a horn on their head, but will sometimes grow in size depending on their sexual desire. Succubus are quite proficient in illusion and healing magic. Magic abilities cast by a succubus will work more on males, depending on the attraction the latter has for the succubus. They also have natural energy that will replenish over time. However, they must consume a man's special seed to grow and evolve. They often are beings that are said to have no love and only lust, meaning they are able to bypass boundaries that other blooded cannot. If Quinn was drinking something, this could have been the second time in one day where he would have spat it out because of the description. Of all the things for Haley to have turned into, why would it have to be one that was a little tricky? Quinn couldn't help but wonder what could have been the major factor that led to her turning into such a being. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a few other changes. For one, the size of her chest had gone up by a few notches. Before, if they were the size of apples, now they were like watermelons, and the military uniform she was wearing looked like it was about to tear apart. "Quinn, I need your help," Haley said as she sat down, and something could be seen growing from the top of her head on her left side. It started to poke through her hair and was extending with every second. "The horn. Your horn is growing," Quinn said out loud as he was shocked and remembered the description. "How am I meant to help with that? You were the one who turned me into this, so you have to solve this problem," Haley replied back, sounding a bit out of breath. "Oh my," were the only words that came out of Muka's mouth upon seeing Haley's appearance. She had let go of Fex and covered her mouth with one of her hands, and it was one of the very few times when her actions felt womanly. At the same time, Fex was also awkwardly staring while trying to look away as the succubus crossed her legs, as if she was desperately holding herself from peeing. "Quinn, you have to do something. Don't let her stay in pain," Fex shouted, holding up his hands in front of his face but at the same time was looking through the finger gaps. Do something? What do you mean by do something?" Quinn stood frozen. He was beyond useless and practically dead weight in this situation, and Muka also knew it. Besides, if they are thinking what I think they're thinking, it wouldn't work, right? I mean the bond thing between a turner and the one they create. Although, it did say something about bypassing that type of thing in the system message. And I can still touch Layla. That bond only seems to activate when I feel something. What am I doing? It's like I'm making excuses for why I can do it rather than not. Mukha was the first one to act. She felt sorry for the young lady and ran across like a hero, lifting Haley on her back and carrying her over her shoulder. It looked like she was getting ready to run out of the room to head to a place that was a little more private than this. "You two follow me, we need to solve this issue," Mukha said, running off. Quinn and Fex looked at each other for a second before immediately following her, leaving everyone in the room who had overheard the conversation to wonder what was going on. "Did you hear that groan?" one of them asked. Eventually, the three of them had entered a medium-sized room. It was quite fancy inside and similar to a hotel. Everything was clean, untouched, and even a large bed was there. Quinn speculated that this room was most probably prepared for one of the board members to catch a nap or two during their meetings. He felt like they were lucky to even have the luxury to sleep in a place like this during these times. Mukha placed Haley on the bed and covered her with a blanket. But Haley began to toss and turn as her horn grew, although a lot slower than before. Since no one was around, Mukha had taken off her helmet, revealing her face. This time her hair was of nice violet color, making Quinn wonder if she had dyed it, or he didn't notice it before. He was also naturally drawn to staring at her perfect face, which was even more breathtaking than the beautiful vampires. It was almost impossible even to describe her, as her face had a look to it like no other. "You are a troublemaker, aren't you?" Mukha giggled, creating a succubus of all things. "Why is she like this?" Quinn asked. "What can we do to help her? Or will it eventually pass?" Fex was pacing up and down the room. For him, it seemed like it was a stressful moment, but there was a slight smile on his face as if he was relishing this, while Quinn was just full of concern and worry. "I have some knowledge about them," Mukha answered, walking over to Haley, who was still tossing and turning. When a succubus is first turned, her lust is at its peak, and it's similar to how a newborn vampire reacts upon seeing blood for the first time. However, certain things bring this on more to them during this time, for example, men. To them, seeing men would make them feel like how a newborn vampire feels upon seeing a cut on human skin. However, something could worsen this situation even further, and that is virgin men. It would be like the sweetest blood you have ever tasted dangled in front of the vampires. It was then that Mukha gave a slight glance towards Quinn. It was as if she was asking a question without saying it, and finally, Fex couldn't hold it in anymore as he laughed. "Hey man, you kinda deserve this and don't look at me. I'm not the one who made her like this." Quinn's face was turning bright red by the second. It wasn't that he didn't have any interest in women, but when did he have the time for all this? Besides, there were plenty of girls interested in him, and he could have done the deed with any of them, but hey, saving his friends and the world had always been, well, the main priority. "I guess it's best if Fex and I leave the room? That should solve the problem, right?" Quinn asked. "Don't you dare, Quinn!" Haley shouted from her bed. She had lifted her head up, and while she was still red and steaming, she said, "You caused this problem, which means you're going to solve it." "Well, you heard her." Fex patted his friend on the back. "I guess I should leave. This is a perfect room, and she's a good-looking woman. All I can say is I hope for the best for you too." "Wait, when did I agree to this? Why can't you do it since this all comes naturally to you?" Quinn asked. "I have Samantha now. I can't cheat on her this soon into a relationship. It would never work out. Besides, I have to help her learn the ropes because someone has created a headache. Don't worry, I won't tell Layla about this. And didn't you say that the two of you couldn't do it anyway? I'm sure even if she finds out, I am sure she will understand." Fex was already heading out the door, and it looked like Mukha was as well. She placed her helmet back on her head and gave a thumbs up towards Quinn. "I will stay on guard and make sure no one comes inside. Don't worry, I will try not to listen," Mukha said as the door was slammed shut. Now the only ones in the room were Quinn and Haley. Although Quinn was 19 years old and an adult, he didn't know how and where to start. However, there was one experience he could draw from, and that was from Vincent's life. It was ironic that Quinn never wanted to try and remember the details. "Hey, Haley, does it really have to be me? Don't you have a boyfriend that we can call over?" Or I can ask one of the vampire soldiers that doesn't have anyone. Think how awkward it would be between the two of us. I don't think I can even touch you. And the age difference? Quinn asked, stepping back. Age difference? Haley asked as she began to unbutton her tight shirt from the top one by one, revealing her clear skin and the top of her large breasts. I'm only 27, and Quinn, think about everything you have done. You have done so much. This should be nothing for someone like you. This is an easy task, so just please help me. Outside the room, Fex had decided to leave after some time. Mukka was enough to stay in guard, not that they thought anyone would come by anyway. Still, he had a smile that wouldn't settle down. He wasn't happy about Samantha's situation, and now he felt like he had gotten his revenge back somehow. Little did he know that fate had a strange way of working, because after leaving the hallway and entering back in the reception room they were just in, someone approached him. Hey Fex, have you seen Quinn? I was just speaking to Sam, and he said that you ran off with him earlier. I wanted to talk to him about something. It was Layla. Why do I have a sudden urge to really try and cause some drama today? Fex smiled mischievously. Although Mukka said that she would try not to listen in, it was a hard thing for her to do. The hallway was silent, and, just like any vampire lord, her hearing was far sharper than a human's. So if she heard a few noises or two, then no one could blame her. Right? The royal knight looked around to make sure nobody would pass by, before taking off her helmet and pressing her ear up against it. She was wondering why there had been no noise for a while now. In her head, all sorts of thoughts were going on. It went really silent for a while. Did he use his shadow to block out the noise? Mukka thought when suddenly she could hear something. Wait, that sounds like footsteps. The royal knight realized as she quickly placed her helmet back on and stood up straight, pretending to have dutifully done her job all this while. The door swung open and Quinn was seen standing there. He immediately closed the door behind him, and he didn't even look at Mukka. The issue is resolved, Quinn stated without any further explanation, using his left hand to pinch the bridge of his nose. So, did you do the deed? Mukka asked, intrigued, trying her best to sound neutral. Inside her head, though, she was picturing little babies already, royal princes and princesses. Even though the vampire society didn't quite work like that, chances were that the children of their current king would grow up to become monsters of their own. No, not exactly, Quinn replied with his entire face getting red as he looked at his right hand, which immediately disappointed Mukka to the point where her shoulders shrugged down. It turned out that she didn't need me to do that necessarily. I just gave her a hand, a shadow hand, and we figured out. She just needed my seed. Quinn had to stop there. He had never felt so embarrassed in his life talking about any matter. For one thing, this was actually the first time he had talked about these types of matters. Growing up, he never had anyone to talk to about these types of things. No friends during school, no siblings to inform him, nor any parents to ask them questions. As such, it wasn't too surprising that he didn't even know how to naturally talk about it. Inside the room, everything had felt awkward to him, even though Haley had fortunately taken the initiative. It was then that the two noticed that Fex was walking down the hallway, and he wasn't on his own. Hey, are you done already? Well, can't blame you too much for your first time, although you don't look as tired as I would have imagined. Congratulations on popping your royal cherry, Your Majesty. Fex made a formal bow, not even trying to hide the huge grin on his face. He had actually heard everything that was said while walking down the hallway, and by his side, there was no one. All right, I'm sorry. I really shouldn't tease you too much about this. I overheard that you two came to a mutual agreement. For now. Anyway, you're a good guy, Quinn. A little too good sometimes, so I'll stop giving you a hard time. I understand that you did what you did because Samantha asked you to, and while I might not like it, it was still her decision. You have your own struggles to deal with, so I won't drag you into mine. With one problem solved, Quinn could finally move on to the next matter at hand. Mukka had decided to stay with Haley in case she needed help with other matters. Later on they would arrange her to travel with the bulk of the cursed faction as she wished to. However, Quinn asked her to wait until him and Fex were gone, as well as to give Haley time to come to and dress herself properly, though he didn't voice that last part out. Ah, by the way, Layla was looking for you, so I told her that you were busy without going into detail. She said it wasn't important and not to worry about it, though if you want my advice, I think you should seriously have a talk with her at some point. At least before you go on your next grand outing. You were the one who told me to act, so as a good leader, shouldn't you be leading by example? Quinn did agree with what Fex was saying, even though he noticed the teasing tone in the last statement. The teenage boy required a break after that. He wasn't in his right mind after he had come close to doing what he was about to do, and even then, doing what he did. I've had 2 tough conversations with 2 strong women today, and I don't think I can deal with a third. And I should definitely take a long shower after what I just did. Although it was in the shadow space. At least I can take comfort in that. As usual, Quinn was busy as there was always something to do around the ship, and he decided to head out to the field after getting a report from Sam. Out where the VR platform would take place was the ship the vampire soldiers had landed in, and infant of it. Making preparations was Ashley, along with a few of the unranked including Abdul and Sarah. Quinn had to catch up with them all, apologizing to them for not being able to act sooner to protect their families. Yet nobody blamed him. They all knew what the situation was like. The cursed had learned of the V, yet no one knew about them. Asking for their families, not even their families would have believed such a tale. With that, Quinn wanted to talk to 2 more people before heading off. Sarah, Leo is one of the best people I ever met. You can rely on him a lot. Quinn said, he will forever be my teacher. And I learn new things from him every day. Sarah looked at the blind man, and he thought well of him, remembering back to his match. I think this time he might learn a few things from me. Don't worry, I will take good care of him. Sarah gave Quinn a wink, and knowing what energy resided in him, Leo just nodded his head. They all got on board the ship, and a short while later it took off. They had a plan with which they slowly would attempt to deal with Pure and take back Earth from them. Now, it was time for Quinn to make a decision what to do with the cursed faction and the rest. The Vampire King decided to contact Alex and Andrew, the 2 main forgers of the cursed faction. He wanted an update on the vampire leader's equipment. According to Alex, thanks to the new crystals that they had obtained from the vampire settlement and learned about, they were able to upgrade everything considerably and work at a better rate. In fact, he estimated that they would be done in the next few days, which meant after the armor was done, Quinn and Sam would have to plan their attack on the Dalki. Armed with that knowledge, Quinn decided to head back in, and he was making his way to the reception where Sam was. He was hoping to call a meeting along with Satch and Owen, to try to see if they could all attack at the same time. They needed to discuss things in great detail. However, while he was on his way there, he bumped into someone who he wasn't expecting or called. In the hallway, leading from the arena to the stadium, was Gene with his arms crossed. As soon as he saw Quinn, he gave a respectful bow and stood upright again. I have a report to make, Your Majesty, Gene stated. A little while ago, you asked one of the families to search our solar system in need of a nest crystal. I was the one that had taken on that role, and I have just received a report. I've just been contacted that my family has finally found one. A large grin appeared on Quinn's face. Everything was falling into place nicely. It was time to level up his system and bring out the full power to take on Graham. When seeing a nest crystal in person, there was the opportunity for Quinn to use it to upgrade his system. There were 2 in total, and Quinn had decided to use one for Vincent's body, and not for a single moment did he regret that decision. Although he never intended it to work out like this, it was a good thing that he could have a clone of himself, and it had come in handy during the Pure situation. On top of that, every time he saw Vincent, a warm feeling would overcome him. It was one of the decisions he was happy about. The other nest crystal was used to continue creating the human clones to feed their blood to the vampires. Still, he hadn't given up on finding a nest crystal and had decided to ask for one of the vampire families to search for it. Before Quinn went off to meet Sam and the others, Gene, the 4th family leader and the one in charge of the expedition, came forward to talk about something. The 2 of them walked slowly into the stadium to speak their mind. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, and neither do I want you to think my family is incompetent. But there is a little bit of a problem. Jean informed his king. My expedition team has requested help. It seems they are unable to get the crystal because of some unforeseen troubles and have asked for support. I understand that you said this was important to you, so I wanted to suggest sending some of the vampire leaders, including myself, to gather the crystal for you. Quinn remained silent and thought for a moment. He wanted to prioritize the system upgrade, but he was unsure what it would do at the end of the day. Would it allow him to continue gaining stats, unlock skills? Or would it show an error due to Richard fully unlocking the system? Are there other options? Shouldn't there be more nest crystals? Quinn asked. Yes, this is the first one we have come across, Jean replied. Of course, we can continue searching, but we don't know how long it will take. Depending on the beasts protecting it, the difficulty to get the nest crystal will vary. It might be an easy task or become an impossible one. This one seems slightly difficult, but if a few leaders were to join hands, the progress would speed up. Quinn had heard enough, and before that, he thought it would be best to talk to Sam about everything together. This meeting wasn't only for those in the Cursed faction. Members of the Earthborn group and those from the Greylash family would also attend this meeting. But before the main meeting started, Quinn wanted to talk with Sam about what had just been discovered. And were you thinking of getting the nest crystal yourself? Sam replied as if he could read a part of Quinn's mind. It did cross my mind, Quinn replied. But I think at this moment, it's too dangerous for me to leave. But if you send the leaders away instead, then we would be sending a major portion of our forces. If we start an attack, there is a good chance that the Dalki will retaliate. I agree with what you said before. Attacking now while they're not ready is the best option. We don't know how long getting the nest crystal will take. You know better than anyone that you can't be everywhere at once. Let's discuss it with everyone, Sam said with a smile, still undecided about the whole situation. All of the sofas were moved to one side of the room, facing the opposite wall, and Sam stood facing everyone. He was taking charge of the whole meeting. The Cursed faction made arrangements for the other groups, and the latter didn't have complaints about that. If they didn't agree to something, they could always disagree and dispute it during the meeting. As you know, we have talked multiple times over the last few days, and so has Quinn and me, and the decision between everyone and what everyone believes we should do right now is go on the attack against the Dalki, Sam declared. No one spoke in objection. Rather, they had determined looks on their faces. We have been on the defensive since the start of this war, and we finally have this breathing space. Yet there has to be a reason for it. As we discussed with the extra power of the leaders, they will be split into the two groups to give support. I am sure you all are thinking about where we will begin and how we can get the public to support us. Well, I have an answer for that. Upon pressing a little remote, a video appeared by Sam's side, and it showed footage of a certain area in the vampire settlement. An area that showed many different kinds of creatures. Their figures looked similar to beasts, demons, things they only saw in nightmares. Are these beasts? Hermes asked. No, these are something else, Sam replied. They are under the command of the vampires. After speaking with the leaders, we have come up with a suggestion. Sunny will lead an attack to take back one of the Cursed faction's planets. Sunny then stood up from her seat to make everyone aware of her and what she looked like. She is the fifth leader, and using the subclasses, as we call them, she will fight the Dalki. No human lives will be lost in the first attack, and it will show the alliance of the humans and vampires going well if the mission is a success. Once this mission ends, before the Dalki can even have the time to react, the Greylash and Earthborn group will move to get rid of the Dalki from their planets. Some in the room were filled with fighting spirit, while a few felt a little prudent about this plan. They knew that defending was always easier than attacking in warfare, and the Dalki was an unknown enemy race. The number of Dalki forces, and their strength, everything was a mystery to them. What about One Horn? One of the generals asked. He is one of the leaders of the Dalki. Unless we get rid of him, it will be hard for us to move. Will the vampire leaders be enough to take him on? We will give the necessary support for each group. The vampire leaders are strong, and we think that, like before, the Dalki will concentrate their power against the Cursed faction. We will be the charging force in this fight, And if they do focus on the cursed faction, we will be like a lance destroying all their forces one by one. The leaders of the cursed faction had smiles on their faces when Sam said this. What about Quinn? Another general asked. We know he is the strongest out of all of us. Perhaps he should be the one to take on one horn. Or will he be able to support us if things go bad? When the general asked this question, Sam glanced at Quinn for a moment before responding. He has another matter to attend to that will help us win this war, Sam answered. We are not a one-man army. And no, I'm not stupid enough to think we can win this war without him. That's not what I'm saying. But Quinn has powers that allow us to call him over when we need him. If we were to locate Graham, the Dalki known and suspected to be their leader, we know that Quinn is the only one strong enough to help us face off against Graham. However, we have to strike now. The longer we wait, the more chances we're giving them to create an army of Grahams and one-horns. We all saw the Dalki that attacked the Greylash family and how it had gotten stronger. What will we do if it's too late by the time we react? Sam added, the vampire leaders are our trump card. They have agreed to help us, but I doubt they would ever think we would go on a full-force attack like this. The time to act is now. Understand? Sam proclaimed. There was silence for a moment, and then the members of the Greylash family cheered. Then those from the other sections cheered as well. Although the event led by the board never expected this type of response, after seeing the so-called strongest, they had gained confidence in facing the unknown enemy. Thank you, Quinn said, placing his hand on Sam's shoulder. Let's not waste any more time. Everyone have enough rest. This will be the final war. We either win or die, and I need to make sure I have the strength to end this. There's a saying, Sam replied. We will fight not because we hate what is in front of us, but because we love what is behind us. After a few more questions from the meeting and the plan's finalization, Logan handed a communication device to everyone present in the room. This way, they could adjust their strategies as and when needed while also being up to date with the situation. Now, it was no longer about one group outdoing the other. For once, it seemed like everyone was on board with working together and getting rid of the threat. After that, things proceeded swiftly as everyone returned to their respective planets. There were still a couple of days for preparations to be made, and once the vampire leaders had everything they needed, they would head out to the other planets as well. For now, it was a direct order for them to follow Sam's instructions. However, if Sam was unavailable, then Muka and Fex were left in charge, which they all happily obliged to. Quinn was heading out to where the nest crystal had been discovered. He thought this was the quickest solution for them, to go on the attack while also making it so Quinn could obtain the nest crystal as fast as possible. He was now back at the Daisy planet, where the vampire settlement was presently located. From here, he would use their teleporters to teleport himself to the vampire settlement's previous location. Apparently, the vampires didn't have teleporters to all of the planets in the solar system. So Quinn would have to be patient while a ship picked him up, and from there onwards, he would head off to the nest crystal's location. This was the faster solution compared to using the abandoned station that linked the Beast Planet solar system and the vampire one. This shouldn't take long. I can't imagine it taking more than 2 days at most. In the current situation, how many things will happen in 2 days? Quinn thought. This was the only thought that would somewhat settle his mind, but he knew that the plans for the attack were now kicked in motion. Worst case, he would use the shadow to transfer himself to the cursed faction and help in the fight. For now, he needed to have faith in his comrades. Currently inside a small commercial spaceship were Bonnie and Void, the two reporters who became well-known and popular with the general public. Their ship was cruising through space, but it wasn't alone. A small fleet of the Earthborn group was with them on guard. Although Bonnie and Void weren't weak, they weren't strong enough to face the Dalki. Lately, since the news and details to the public were mostly delivered via their live stream, the military and the other 3 groups felt it was important to protect them from any threats. At the moment, the spaceship was on autopilot, heading to their destination. Void was tinkering with his drones and equipment, checking if they were all working all right, while Bonnie had been staring outside looking at the fleet. Can you feel the tension? Bonnie asked, still staring out the window. Tension, you mean the tension of the war? It has always been there. Void replied, nearly dropping his camera off from the table, but he quickly grabbed it before it was damaged. In the pile of equipment, there was even the damaged camera that Quinn had broken. Thankfully, the cursed faction had paid for all the repairs and allowed him to get a new one. Can't you tell? Or am I imagining things? But from all the reports we are getting, things have heated up big time. All the groups are on the move and this much protection. Before, they would just send one ship to come with us and now a whole fleet. You might be right, Void replied as he tested the camera by taking a snap of Bonnie, who looked beyond annoyed when she saw how calm Void was, as the latter quickly placed the camera back on the table. I mean, whenever the cursed faction invites us somewhere, it's always for some big news or big attractions, something like that. So it will be the same this time, right? No. Bonnie shook her head. I'm talking bigger than that. This isn't just the cursed faction. All groups are moving. My sources have been updating me. This isn't the same as before. I think this might be it. Bonnie's sources were volunteers from all the other planets. Bonnie and Void already had their own application created just so people could follow them and get notified when they went live. Nearly everyone had this application, and that included practically everyone who was not participating in the war. Still, with anyone who became popular, they would have some hardcore fans who wished to help Bonnie and Void in any way they could. Bonnie would constantly keep her eye on online forums, chat rooms, blogs, and more. It was a good way to gauge how people were feeling and what they were interested in finding out. She had read about reports of the Greylash people creating defensive measures and moving all of their members. Some of those from the Earthborn group were doing heavy recruitment. Even those who weren't part of the military were informed that they might have to fight. All of these were clear signs that they were expecting something, which was why Bonnie found it strange that both of them were invited right at this moment. The question is, are the Dalki on the move? Or is it us? Eventually, the spaceship landed on the Daisy planet. However, it wasn't at the same location as before, nor was it a vampire settlement. They could still see the vampire settlement in the distance, but a little further from the main settlement, a miniature shelter had been created. This was the place they were about to land. It had walls and towers just like the main settlement, but even the top was enclosed, giving it an appearance of a giant black block when seen from a distance. Upon landing, people who helped in escorting them soon left, and there to greet them all was one of the vampire leaders, and by her side were two assistants. One was a small red-haired teenager with a black rabbit on his shoulder, while the other was an older woman whose beauty was on par with the woman who stood at the front. Void lifted his heavy backpack with all his equipment inside and took along a few devices. He activated the drones since it was easy to have them active rather than carrying them around, but they weren't recording just yet. It's nice to meet you. I remember our visit from last time, Bonnie said, bowing down. Void bowed down as well, but his large back was so heavy it looked like he was about to fall over. Luckily, Rokeen, the one with the black rabbit, had quickly gone to his side to grab him and propel him up straight again. Thank you, Void replied. We do have speed ability users, but not many people choose that ability. It's still strange to know that vampires can move that fast, he thought. What is this facility? Bonnie asked, looking around, and she was half expecting to see Quinn or someone else to help explain what was going on. Oh, I see that you haven't been informed. I suppose you don't know what is happening, do you? Sunny smiled as she turned around and went to enter the facility. For now, Rokeen had offered to carry Void's heavy bag, and usually Void would have said no, but then he noticed that it was almost weightless for the teenager to carry. They had entered the settlement, but the room was dark, too dark for them to see since the facility didn't get any sunlight from above. They have a request. They wish for you to film the first attack against the Dalki race for the whole world to see. And as the fifth leader of the Vampire Society, I will be leading the attack. Sunny explained. Void was turning on his camera, not to record but to help him see what exactly was in the room because they could hear countless snarls and strange noises they had never heard before, which was, quite frankly, worrying them. When Void saw what was around them through the camera, he immediately had an intense urge to put it down. Don't worry. You are free to record because the whole world will see them soon. Lights? Sunny asked, and crystals started to shine, showing the whole facility full of the dangerous subclasses that Sunny would use in the attack. Every bone in Bonnie's body was shaking, and it was for more reasons than one. The reporter herself wasn't sure if it was due to fear or the excitement of a good story. When looking around as well, she still didn't know what was causing the two different emotions in her. Looking around, the room was filled with all sorts of creatures, but her mind was racing, thinking about what they might be planning to do with them after the information she had just been told, rather than seeing what was actually in front of her. Void had seen this look on Bonnie many times. It was one of her charms, but also at times it would allow the two of them to face unpredictable dangers. "I told you I was right," Bonnie whispered, elbowing Void in his side. However, her friend seemed far too distracted to reply. He held the camera firmly in his hand, and he seemed to be mouthing words, or repeating them over and over. "You're just filming a movie, that's all this all is. You're just filming a movie." Void kept reminding himself as he captured everything in there on film. Still, Bonnie wouldn't let her partner get her down. It seemed like her instincts were right, and something big was about to happen. Of course, they couldn't tell them about the attack beforehand, just in case they planned to leak it so soon. "There are so many different-looking creatures here," Bonnie exclaimed. The creatures or vampire subclasses had been kept behind reinforced glass, somewhat similar to what was used at the event. The glass divided the different areas that would have the different dangerous subclasses in them. In a way, it felt somewhat similar to visiting a zoo on Earth, only that everything inside could and was dying to kill you. Most of the compartments the creatures were stored in were the same, just a piece of land with a few trees here and there, but there were also a few that were quite different. They had cave-like designs or even some large bodies of water. Apparently, some subclasses required a more unique environment. "Indeed," Sunny nodded. "And we will be using all of them to help us in this upcoming fight." The first container they walked up to, Bonnie could see tall, skinny creatures. Their skin was pale, almost gray in color. Their eyes were sunken in and all of them were bald. They lacked any muscle on their bodies, giving them quite the skeleton-like figure. But what looked horrifying was their eyes that were all just a shade of white. "Wendigos," Sunny answered even though no one had asked, at least not yet. These creatures have incredible regeneration capabilities and despite their looks, they have enough strength to back it up as well. These are the most common type and will make up the bulk of our army. When looking at how large the facility was and how many subclasses there were, Bonnie estimated there to be around 10,000 creatures in total in a place like this. Sure, it was nothing compared to the human population, but against the Dalki they needed strength more than numbers. It was then, one of the Wendigos started clawing at the glass, banging on it, and a few more started running over as they stared at Bonnie and Void. It seemed like Void's little sutra was no longer effective, as the cameraman was startled and started to back up slowly. "Don't worry, they're not strong enough to break that. Go away," Sunny shouted, and for some reason, it seemed like they listened to her. Still, Void, being scared, continued to back up, step by step, until he heard a loud bang from behind. He jumped up and nearly dropped his camera. Still, he was a professional and caught it quickly. As soon as he did, he turned around to see what had scared him. A large creature that looked to be made of nothing but flesh, on all fours. It would open its mouth from time to time, which would split into several parts. What was scary about it was what looked like skulls on their stomach. A mouth spitter, fast, agile, and they have a special trick up their sleeve for certain opponents. "Come on, let's continue this little tour," Sunny explained, as she continued to show them around the place. The two humans quickly followed, as they were a little worried about being away from the only one that seemed to be able to control them. Next up on the right side in another glass container, there were multiple trees inside. It looked similar to a forest, but the trunk of the trees were large and looked to all be slightly carved. Zooming in with his camera, Void was able to get a better look at what they were and could see a creature holding its knees. It was covered in dark fur and its head looked almost like an owl, yet its body resembled that of a human. It was rocking back and forth, and large wings behind could be seen. "Those will be part of our air force, the Strazyga. Be careful though. If they manage to catch you, they will eat your body from inside out," leaving your skin for last. They have a tendency to pretend to be human. They can't fully talk, but they can put together a few sentences here and there, similar to that of a parrot. Are all the creatures here dangerous? Bonnie asked, thinking how the Wendigos had acted and based on what Sunny had told them. Yes, however, I'm able to control them somewhat. My ability allows me to even communicate with their human side, I guess, or vampire side. Normal voices don't seem to reach them, but mine does. However, when they see humans, their thirst for blood, flesh, gets the better of them. Which is exactly why they will be perfect against the Dalki. Turning to the opposite container. Void was trying to get a look at some other creatures. They had been in here a while now, and he felt more confident that there wouldn't be a breakout. That's when he spotted something resembling a goat with a large horse-like head. So far it was the most normal of the creatures he had seen. For this one, he had gotten quite close to the glass, trying to capture their every detail. When getting closer, it opened its mouth and its tongue lashed out, hitting the glass. It spread out like an octopus body and started pulsating. You're lucky the glass is there. That's a sigbin. Just like most other creatures, it feeds off of blood, but it can actually absorb your blood even through the glass, so I would be careful. Sunny warned. The tour continued with Sunny explaining all the danger subclasses, for a total of 15 different kinds. None of them normal, and the things they could do would give children nightmares for months. When the tour ended, it looked like Sunny's two assistants had gone off to do some work, and they could hear the sound of spaceships starting on the outside. You two came here via your own spaceship, correct? Just like the time before, it would be best if you filmed this fight from above. As I said, I can't control them when humans are around. Naturally, I hope you can cut these details from your report. We don't want to scare the humans. Sunny requested. We understand. Bonnie nodded, waiting for more to be said. But the only thing that followed was an awkward silence between the two. You two should start moving now, because in a second all of these creatures will be released. That was my signal to tell you we are going into battle now, and it would be good if you could start filming from this point onwards as well. Sunny smiled. She didn't have to say it twice. Both Bonnie and Void started running, heading out of the facility, but the smile couldn't stop showing on Bonnie's face. The Dalki. They won't know what's coming to hit them, Bonnie thought. After the Dalki attack in the Beast solar system, each of the three groups had decided to concentrate their forces onto 3 planets. They mainly moved using the active teleporter stationed at each shelter. Something that the Dalki were unaware of was the fact that their jammers no longer had any effect, thanks to a particular member of the Green family. This move had saved many lives and even forced the Dalki to stop attacks. However, it seemed like the Dalki were now playing a waiting game. There was a mothership on each planet alongside a fortress with enough numbers to protect the planet from being taken over again. At least they would be able to hold off until reinforcements arrived. As time passed, eventually the resources needed for war, the crystals, would reduce, and the Dalki could then make their move. This was one of the reasons why the Dalki had yet to attack. One of the theories, at least. Another guess among those in the Cursed faction was that the former might be planning something big. For one, the Dalki now had half of the Demon Tier Dragon, which would be a huge boost to their already overpowering strength. Even the planets where Quinn had destroyed a mothership were eventually reclaimed, leaving each group with only 3 of the planets. All the teleporters on the Beast planets are destroyed, so that's why we need to travel by ship. Honestly, I'm quite surprised that Dalki didn't retaliate to Quinn's little stunt on the Daisy planet. Bonnie said, gazing out of the window as usual. They were flying towards one of the Beast planets, but it was more nerve-wracking this time since they were heading straight into enemy territory. Just like last time, Bonnie and Void were in their own ship. It was fast, agile, and small, exactly how they wanted it to be. Although it had no weapons or defenses on board, it was a small target to hit compared to the other ships with them this time. For one, there was a large dropship. They were one of the largest ships used in war and would often carry fleets of mechs, which were predominantly used in the First War. Since abilities at the time hadn't developed up to the current level thus, mechs were the most promising thing they had against the Dalki. Bonnie knew what exactly was inside the place. Hello everyone, you are now watching Bonnie and Void's live stream. Today, the cursed faction has invited us to show you something spectacular once again. As you all know, Quinn had announced that those that we know as the vampires, have teamed up with the human forces, and today is the day. The live stream had started as soon as they had approached the planet, with around a 2-minute live delay. What is this? Is it a planned attack? One of the users commented on the live stream. Another stunt from the cursed faction. You know this is all fake, right? How else can they perfectly time things? I bet they're working with the Dalki or something. Fake? This is a live stream and all the other groups confirm it's happening. I've even talked to some of those in the Daisy faction who were rescued. How can you say it's fake? See the guy above me? He's another person that's just been paid or is a bot. Don't believe them. The reason for the delay, though, wasn't for the public or to censor what might happen. Rather, it was because they knew that the other side would be watching as well. At the moment, Graham was in his lab, a place he hadn't come back to too often these days, and he had just received a signal that a certain live stream was starting. Once he found out what was happening, rather than panicking, he smiled. So you finally make your move. Did we take too long? Graham had an amused expression. The dropship hovered above the shelter, which was mostly destroyed, like when the Dalki had taken over the Daisy faction. There was a group of around 200 Dalki present at the scene. But the mothership or the Dalki fortress was not here. Still, it was perfect for displaying just how strong the attacking force would be. The hatch underneath the ship was opened while still hanging in the air, and then heavy metallic crates were dropped from the sky. As they fell from the sky and crashed on the shelter, their sheer weight had crushed or flattened whatever was left of the shelter. A one-spiked Dalki had even jumped attempting to punch the crate, but it did nothing to stray its course and even crushed the latter's body underneath as it crashed on the ground. Those crates look strong. I wonder what material they are made out of? According to the cursed faction, the vampires have discovered many materials and elements that we have yet to discover, and I'm guessing that these crates are one of them. Bonnie reported. As expected, though, Void started to move the drones and their small ship into position to get a clear view because they knew exactly what was coming out of those crates. 15 black crates in total, and inside them were 15 different subclasses. Steam escaped from the black crates as the doors slowly opened. As a small gap formed, a creature's hand slammed out and scratched the crates. Gradually, its arms, legs, mouths, and whole body moved out. Once there was enough space, the horde of creatures went out in the open. They spread around and ran as fast as they could towards the first thing they saw. From one of the crates, winged creatures stormed out like bats, leaving in groups and heading towards the Dalki, which were on top of buildings. On one of the buildings was a group of 5 Dalki. It looked like they were on top of an apartment-like building. It was at that moment that the group of Strzyga, the owl-like creatures, had caught the eye of them. Immediately, hundreds of them went storming through the air towards the group. Witnessing this, the group of Dalki wasn't afraid. Before, they had faced hundreds of humans, so why would this be different? As the leader of the flying creatures pounced at them with its mouth open wide, the Dalki threw out a punch, hitting it right on the face. "These are weak," the one who had punched exclaimed. His strength had come through, and the creature's face was crushed, causing it to plummet in an instant. The situation was the same with the others. That was until the other Strzyga had pierced their fangs onto the Dalki's arms. The other Strzyga clawed at the Dalki's skin, and there wasn't a spot on their body that wasn't under attack. Their claws and fangs tore through the hard scales on their bodies. The Dalki tried to fight back, ripping the creatures off their bodies and slamming them into the ground. But he and the rest were overwhelmed again after a few seconds. The Strzyga were just too many. Once they had created an opening in his body, they started to feed on their insides. Then finally, their powerful jaws allowed them to feast on their skin as well. After having their feast, the owl-like creatures all stood on top of the building, looking out and searching for their next target. "These are weak. These are weak," a few of them repeated like a parrot, as they mocked the last words of the Dalki they had just feasted on. The cameras had caught all of this. The Dalki being overwhelmed gave a different feeling from when they saw Quinn and the vampire leaders. The camera switched to the other creatures. Many were dying but, but they were also quickly taking on the Dalki by overwhelming the latter and not caring about themselves. The viewers once again were divided. Some were thankful that the vampires had the power to help them in this war and defeat the Dalki, while others thought at what cost. Perhaps they were being saved by creatures far stronger than their understanding. Eventually, all of the Dalki in the shelter were dealt with, and the dangerous subclasses began to look around for more. "I guess it's time for me to make my entrance as well," Sunny said. She jumped down from the large ship and landed directly in the center. This time, she looked different and was covered with top-tier beast gear from head to toe. Most of it was dyed in a white and gold color. This was based on Sam's advice. The dark colors gave off an ominous feeling to the human. Thus, he wanted the vampire leaders to change their appearance. He felt this was perfect for someone like Sunny, who gave a motherly feeling. Her armor was quite a unit with broad shoulders. However, she wore a light robe for easy movement while wearing sacred armor over the top here and there. All of the creatures turned towards Sunny and inched their way towards her as if they were about to go for her next. But she smiled at them, lifting her hand. "Relax. I am not your enemy, and we have more to deal with," Sunny asserted. The creatures momentarily stood there and stopped stepping forward as if they were waiting for her next instructions. And all Sunny did was point at the Dalki mothership. "That is your next target." There was quite a bit of land between the shelter and where the Dalki mothership had landed. At the moment, a single vampire was leading the charge, running across the dry land. The land they were currently on was pretty open, almost an empty wasteland with next to no green or water. There was bound to be some more habitable place on this planet, but this wasn't it. However, that might be a good thing, for this area was destined to paint the land red and green. On camera, it was a strange sight to behold, for Sunny was running out front, while an army of around 10,000 creatures were following her from behind. Some of them flew while others galloped, and there were even creatures who crawled beneath the ground. While this was taking place, the live stream was showing the events that had been recorded in the shelter. Due to the drones, there were multiple things that had been filmed at once. All the footage that Void was taking would then be edited by another team of helpers, allowing the viewers to not miss anything. Right now, during this time, the viewers were watching each of the devastating creatures attack the Dalki. They had mainly seen the attack from the flying owl-like creatures known as the Strazyga. Now they were witnessing the other creatures in action as well. "Did you see those Dalki? They could hardly do anything. Maybe we can win this war." I was beginning to lose hope. Clam down, they mostly just went against one spike and two spikes. These were just a few leftovers to look after the shelter. This doesn't mean anything. Yeah, but hardly any of those creatures died. Do you really think they will have trouble taking over the fortress? You are all worried about the wrong thing. Did you see those creatures? What do you think would happen if they decided to attack us instead? What if there were still humans at that shelter? Calm down, small brain. Didn't you see? She can control them? They're all following the MILF. My point exactly, genius. They can control them. For argument's sake, suppose they're on our side now. What do you think happens once the Dalki are gone? What's stopping them from attacking us after all of this is over? I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I'm tired of this. What's the point of all this fear-mongering? The vampires are helping us now. They didn't attack us before, even though they had all these things. So stop complaining. They only got involved in this fight because we were losing the war. They just couldn't sit around and watch their food source dying out. So the vampires have joined in the war as well. Graham thought to himself as the Dalki leader looked over at a smashed glass container. Previously, it held the original body of their creator, but now it was empty. Your predictions are all going wrong. I believe you said there was a low chance of them getting involved. Even if the vampires did join this fight, it would only be when the humans were on their last legs. When we were attacking Earth, I somewhat believed you. If you were still here, I would have cloned you, just to hear your pathetic excuse for being wrong this time. Graham mumbled to himself as he continued to watch the live stream. Eventually, the Dalki fortress came into sight. It had the large towers and the thick black walls that were prominent in all the Dalki fortresses. It was more guarded as well, and the moment could be seen straight away. On the wall, around 100 Dalki were seen looking out towards them. On the ground, there was also a small army. However, Sunny was focused on a certain someone. There was a Dalki that stood on top of the wall, as if he was overlooking the entire situation. One with 3 spikes. Out of the leaders, Sunny wasn't known to be the strongest, and she was known to be gentle due to the nature of her ability. However, there was a difference between what the vampire leaders were like before meeting Quinn and after. I have to remember what they taught us. Activate the beast gear. Sunny reminded herself. Energy started to pass through the beast gear, and in turn, the vampire felt a rise in strength. Her whole body felt lighter and stronger. The next second, she ran across the field, running ahead of all the creatures. Then, when she was close enough, she leaped over all the Dalki that were on the ground. Seeing her in the air, 2 of them jumped off the wall and tried to intercept her. Focusing more, it was time for her to bring out one more item. In her hands, she held 2 what looked like solid metal bars. However, in between them there were links, small chains. In total, there were 6 links, making it look like a whip. The large rods between the chains made it so it didn't look like a whip. The head at the bottom and top had a spearhead. Immediately, she started to swing it above her head, and swung it down, cutting one of the Dalki across diagonally. It had gone through it smoothly in one motion. Its blood had gotten on her inner blood weapon. The spare parts of the strange weapon started to fill with the green blood, and when she swung it again, this time it was extending and getting longer. More links of solid rod parts to the weapon were forming seemingly out of thin air, and now the weapon had reached a length of 4 meters. Sunny spun it again, slicing the other Dalki's arm off before it could reach her. The weapon then went around the back of the Dalki, and the vampire grabbed the other end. Suddenly, from the solid parts of the weapon, a red aura similar to that of a blood swipe was fired from the weapon. Pulling it forward, the Dalki was sliced in half. A rain of green blood dropped down and she avoided most of it, but made sure to take some of the Dalki blood inside her as well, giving her more strength. All of this had happened while Sunny had still been in midair. Eventually she had landed right in the center of the fortress, on top of them all. She kicked the 3-spiked Dalki in the chest. He didn't fall, but he was certainly pushed back. His body skidded across the wall until he stopped by the edge. All the others on the wall had come towards Sunny, but with her weapon she sliced them all up. Swinging it about, the chain spear was Sunny's inner blood weapon, and it looked like all her training had paid off, as 10 Dalki had been dealt with in an instant. The inner blood weapon, the training with the other leaders, and the beast gear. Before, the vampire leaders would have struggled to fight against a 3-spike Dalki. Perhaps she had similar power to that of a 4-spike, but with all the improvements the leaders were no longer the same as before. We're going to take back this planet, Sunny claimed, looking at the 3-spike Dalki. The creatures below had slammed into the Dalki army. The flying subclasses had landed on top of the wall and were already attacking the Dalki on the walls as well, and it didn't take long for Sunny to finish off their leader. Next on the list was the mothership, but the world had already seen what they wanted to show them. That the vampires had joined in this fight, and that they wouldn't allow the Dalki to have their way like they had done so far. Seeing all of this from his lab, a certain Dalki leader smiled. The sound of the door had just closed as he had been delivered some news from the others. Haha! What perfect timing! Just as the vampires have made their attack, we are finally ready to make ours as well. The new generation of Dalki has finished their training, and I can't wait to see how effective they'll be out on the battlefield. Graham thought to himself, his smile turning to an evil grin. The live stream continued even after Sunny had beaten the suspected leader of the fortress. But instead of a battle, everyone witnessed a massacre. It was clear that the Dalki could not deal with the strange variety of creatures the vampires had brought with them. At the same time, Sunny's strength herself was too overwhelming for any of the Dalki present to handle. They were panicked, and at the center of it all, Sunny was taking on the stronger ones, making them lose any hope they were holding on to. However, what the viewers were interested in was how the vampire and subclasses would take on the Dalki ship. All of the Dalki ships had a force shield that could withstand humanity's old weapons, and even the latest ones struggled to take them on. Even the weapons they had created powered from beast crystals couldn't penetrate the strong shield. The only one who managed to take down the Dalki motherships was Quinn. That was due to him having two different skills, the Demon Tier amulet controlling a Dalki pretending to be one of their own and the shadow ability, which allowed him to pass through any material. Noticing that the ship was on its last struggle, Sunny had called for help from one of the Strazyga. She then climbed up on the ladder's back in the next instant and then went to the ship above. Crystals power the force shield, and it can automatically detect when an attack is heading its way. It doesn't coat the ship itself but the area around the ship. So if one can get right up to the ship and touch the exterior, then physically hitting it will also work. Sunny thought. The only problem is, no one in the past had even gotten close to one of these Dalki ships in the first place, and usually the Dalki wouldn't let you just hit the ship as one wished. At the same time, the exterior of these ships is as strong as the walls of our castles. It was then that Sunny pulled something out from underneath her shirt that looked like a strange crystal. It was as clear as glass, but inside, it was a dim glow, and with how she held the crystal, it looked as if the glowing thing inside the crystal was moving, floating like water in a glass. Using this will be a lot easier. I hope the testing was worth it, Sunny thought. Getting close to the ship, she leapt off from the subclass, and it quickly went back to join the others that were taking out leftover Dalkis in the fortress. Sunny had grabbed onto the exterior at the ship's back to balance herself. Then she held the crystal carefully and started to focus. It didn't take long until she felt that her body was phasing through the ship and soon appeared on the other side. It worked, and that was far easier than I thought it would be. If Quinn is right, there's a chance of a few 4-spiked Dalki in the ship, so I will have to use all my strength. Placing the crystal away for safekeeping, Sunny was happy to inform the others that they now had an easier way to infiltrate the Dalki motherships. After discovering that Pure had used a particular type of crystal that allowed one to store abilities, the vampires had sorted through their crystal to find more about the crystal in question. They had many different types of crystals, and the 4th expedition team had even brought back some of what were suspected to be the storage crystals. One of the abilities that some vampires had was a phasing ability. It allowed them to go through any object. Still, it was considered a weak ability due to not directly increasing one's combat powers. It had its uses, and it was one of the abilities that vampires and humans could both learn. They had learned through various tests that the storage crystal could take the ability from the user and place it inside the crystal without the need to kill the original ability owner. However, then that said person would no longer have any ability and wouldn't be able to learn a new one either. The crystal's power was similar to True Dreams, with minor distinctions. For one, the crystals couldn't pass on the ability to another person, but anyone who held them could use the said power. The second thing was that the capability of the stored ability was far weaker if only taken from one ability user. The power taken wasn't equal to the power stored in the crystal. And last but not least, only one ability could be stored and used in the crystal, unlike True Dream who could store multiple. They had done a few tests. For the sake of the war, they distributed these crystals to the leaders and a few others. The Dalkis were thoroughly suppressed in the current battle. The cameras, of course, could no longer follow Sunny after she had entered. Regardless, it didn't take long to defeat the fortress, and soon the ship too began to descend from the sky and land. Sunny had taken over the mothership, and they had reclaimed another planet. For the cursed faction, this was a complete victory. Sunny appeared, and she soon gathered all of the beasts. Around 1/10 of the forces had perished in this battle to reclaim the planet, still leaving about 9,000 creatures. This gave the viewers faith that they could also reclaim the other planets. Without wasting time, Sunny moved and headed back to the shelter with her army and returned to her ship with the other crates. In the meantime, Bonnie and Void had an announcement to make. The live stream had switched to the two inside the ship as Bonnie began to speak. As you can see, one of the vampire leaders who is working under Quinn, the cursed faction leader and our ally in this war, has just reclaimed the planet. And before we end the stream, I have an announcement to make. This doesn't end here. The attack has just begun. Many didn't know what Bonnie meant by that, but soon the whole world would understand. While Sunny was attacking the planet, the other teams were also moving. There were no reinforcements for Sunny because everyone else was occupied with their own task. The Greylash family had 2 operating forces moving out, along with the vampire leaders and more, same with the Earthborn group. Then finally there was the Cursed faction as well. Their first task in their attack was to quickly eradicate the Dalki, which had set up bases on the forfeited planets, and from there, the attack would continue full force ahead of the Dalki planets and finish the Dalki off once and for all. The Cursed faction had planned to have the most impact in this war. 3 large forces from the Cursed faction had just landed on their respective planets. Leading one group was Sam with Layla, a few of the other Cursed leaders, and a large force mainly from the Daisy faction with the 2 sisters by their side. There were also a select few vampire leaders. Then, another force that had confidence in this war consisted of the members of the Blade family. The 3 brothers and half-brother were all together, leading a strong, unmatched force, including Sunny, for great forces from the Cursed faction were taking battle and strong enough to take a fortress on their own. When the Cursed members and the other groups were informed about the Cursed faction's plans, even though the former believed in the capabilities of this group, they were mindful of 2 of the 4 Cursed faction groups. One of them being Sunny's group. No one had a clear idea of how strong the subclasses were, but she had just proved herself live. As for the other group from the Cursed faction, it was led by Peter. We don't have to worry about him at all. Sam smiled as if reading others' thoughts. That guy is a monster now. All 3 groups had shortly started to move out as soon as Sunny's attack had begun. They felt like this was the best course of action. Not only would they catch the Dalki off guard, but the general public who weren't taking part in it were also unaware of it. However, out of all of the groups, one struggled to move out more than the others, and it was the Earthborn group. A Dalki fortress was set up on all the captured Earthborn planets, even on those where the humans were currently still present, but the motherships had left a long time ago. This caused frequent scuffles on the planets, with either side trying to hurt the other seriously. With the plan set in motion, the group relied on all of the attack forces to get rid of the Dalki on their planet. They would then set off and attack the other planets, taking back what was once theirs. If they were too slow, the Dalki would call on reinforcements or prepare themselves before they arrived. However, hopefully the Dalki would have other problems to deal with. One of the Earthborn groups was being led by Longblade. He had been promoted since the war had started. He was able to acquire many accomplishments after what had happened with Quinn. It wasn't just him. Rather, it was almost as if his whole group was now working as one unit together, allowing them to take on whatever was in their way. His teamwork and communication were what they were relying on, even if he wasn't the strongest amongst those in the Earthborn group. The 3rd Earthborn group that would be on the attack was one that they were most worried about. For this one, instead of being led by any of the generals, it was being led by a vampire leader. This was all due to the incidents that had occurred at the event. There was no one significantly strong who could lead. At the same time, this group had the most vampires in it. In total, 3 families were a part of the group. The 4th family led by Jean, the 12th family by Ken Kilton, and the 11th family by Dylan Scudder. The abilities of these 3 families were some of the strongest abilities the vampires had, and with them, they had brought those from the inner castle who shared their abilities. To get faster with every strike, to harden a material to be impenetrable, and the power of exploding blood. The generals were aware of their power and would let them take charge due to Satch's orders. Out of the 3 groups that the Earthborn was divided into, the final group was the one that everyone was worried about the most because on one of the planets they would face one horn. Samantha and Satch had returned from the grand event, and Sunny's attack had yet to occur. Currently, a meeting took place on the snow-filled planet in a tent deep inside the shelter. We have sent all of those not battling to planet Bilnik, Sergeant Fay reported to Satch. There have also been sightings of one horn, up until yesterday. While you were away, he did his usual routine. There was no change, sir. One horn would constantly walk out in front of the shelter for some reason, and he did this frequently. He would show up regularly every day. At times would be away for a while, but he would do the same thing after returning. Higher-ups had instructed everyone not to attack him, and they had already learned their lessons the first few times. Anyone who attacked one horn would be dealt with, but he would just stand there if they did nothing. If one horn was seen yesterday, then it means he most likely will appear today as well. Just our luck. But we would have to face him sooner than later anyway, Satch said, shaking his head. It's not a big deal, Samantha said. If anything, it's good if we can deal with him here. It would be worrying if the other two groups were to run into him. In fact, we might have to change our plans and derail them just to face him. We beat him here, and he's done for. She clenched her fist and had almost banged it on the table, but someone grabbed it before it could hit. Don't hurt your hands. And is one horn really that strong? Fex asked. As promised, the cursed faction stated that they would be sending some help to the other groups. The Greylash group and Earthborn had requested helpers, and some of them were still on their way. They had stated that some preparations needed to be done on the Daisy planet before the rest of the help could arrive. He is. Just like Slicer, he's a 5-spike. Satch replied. We haven't seen many 5-spikes, but from those that we have, we can tell that their bodies all seem to evolve and even have a special trait. The scary thing is, when we fought against him in the past, he hadn't used anything like that. So we're not sure if he used his full strength back then, Linda added, who was also at the meeting. Quinn had told her to stick close to Samantha since they were the same subclass type. Whenever they had the time, she would guide and teach Samantha about her powers and her struggles. Samantha had been the busiest out of everyone, along with Linda. She was pressed for time and had a whole new body to get used to. Sir. Just then, a man came running into the tent, huffing and panting. He looked panicked and frightened. The live stream hadn't started yet, and so far, the Dalki hadn't made an attack even while they were away. But Satch had a bad feeling. It's one horn. He's here again. Outside the tent, countless Earthborn group fighters were already in their beast gear, ready to move out at any second, preparing for the attack, but Satch chose to wait. He had stated that there would be more to help in the fight, and they would arrive only a little after Sunny began attacking. Thus, he was waiting for the right moment. But what if the Dalki attacked first? This was his worry. Passing through the guards, the ones in the meeting all ran up the wall and stared ahead. It wasn't hard to find the enemy because one horn stood alone out in the snow. The snow was thick, going up to one horn's shins. He stood there with his hands crossed and a smile on his face. Wow, these Dalki really are smug, right? I mean, to walk right into the enemy base alone? I have a suggestion. Why don't we give him a nice surprise? I mean, we were going to attack them anyway, right? And now their leader is right here in front of us, alone. Honestly, Satch and Samantha weren't prepared for this, at least not yet. However, Fex was right. They knew they had to face him, but was their strength greater than when they had Oscar and the demon tier weapon? It was hard to say. Everyone, Satch shouted. Don't get involved. You will only get in our way. Prepare for battle. Satch jumped and landed in the snow. He walked forward with Samantha, Linda, and Fex following him. But he was still unsure if the 4 of them would be enough. They soon stood about 100 meters away from the shelter and 20 meters away from one horn. Oh, you came out. I thought you would forever hide in your special little shelter, one horn said, still with his arms folded. Do you think you're enough to go against me? Fex said, calm as ever, and folded his arms as well to imitate one horn. Maybe you're right. Maybe we aren't strong enough to take you on. I mean, look at those muscles and the spikes on his back. I had trouble taking on 3 spiked Dalki. You're far stronger than that. The others looked at Fex and wondered what act he was trying to pull off since he was the one who had suggested to face one horn earlier. If even the new vampires they brought with them weren't confident, what about the others, who somewhat knew of one horn's strength? That was when they all realized that Fex wasn't looking at one horn but what was behind him. In the sky, something was approaching the shelter. I knew they would send them. I mean, they had to, right? Fex smiled. From this distance, 3 figures jumped out from a large ship. They were like little black spots flying through the sky. Eventually, they landed meters away from one horn, crashing into the snow and flinging it up everywhere. When the snow finally settled, the others had a better look at the trio's appearance. Among them was someone who looked like a Dalki, tall and dark-skinned, and it was hard to tell the number of spikes on its back. Then next to them was a female with a pointy hat, Mona, and finally, there was one more. "Welcome, father-in-law." Fex, with his arms spread wide open, said to the last one. There was one group of people that were made aware of everything that was taking place before the livestream had started. That was, of course, the vampire settlement. Before the attack had begun, families were split with their forces and were being sent off to help the split Earthborn groups, Greylash groups, and the Cursed groups. The leaders had made an announcement to the people exactly what was going on. Each of the families had decided to bring along the 40 from their families that lived in the castle area. They would be taking one of their vampire knights with them, leaving the other behind, and also would be taking 3/4 of those from the inner castle area to participate in battle. It was a large chunk of their force, and it meant that while away from the vampire knight, the 10 vampires who resided in the castle and those left in the inner castle would be the strongest forces left to defend the place if the Dalki decided to attack them. As for the vampires in the pooling area, aside from a few that had volunteered, everyone else had been left behind. Although vampires were stronger than humans in this fight, after the Dalki had invaded the vampire planet, those vampires had been made aware of their difference in strength. This was the best option for them while also protecting themselves if there was an attack. But, of course, there were vampires that disagreed with what was going on. Walking through the marketplace, it was the talk between most of the vampires. Have the leaders gone mad? They have sent out a bigger force than what they have left behind. I can't believe they are willing to help those humans to this degree. You fool. This is just a testimony to how big the threat is. I mean, you saw those things called the Dalki, right? And at least they are taking the fight to them rather than allow it to happen here again. But that also means that we will be open to a counterattack. If they start regarding us as a threat, won't they try to destroy this place again? The vampires who had overheard some others talking started to look around. The settlement had vastly changed in a short period of time from what they could all remember. After Quinn had taken over as king, he had made vast improvements to all the castles and even the walls. Can they even do anything? The new king had set up so many defenses in place. You saw how impressive they were, and I'm sure if they ever attacked us, he would return to defend us. I mean, it was our king himself who asked the leaders to make this decision. They had no choice. Yeah, you're right, the king saved us all before, and now he wants to save the humans as well. I'm not worried about winning this war. Us vampires are strong, and the leaders will be able to defeat the Dalki with ease. I'm just annoyed that no one seems to be caring for us. After the leaders had left Planet Daisy, they set out with their forces to help those that needed it. Right now, the Greylash family were on the move and were heading out. Since Owen had defeated the Dalki that had attempted to take over his current planet, they had the easiest time moving to where they wished. His grandfather, Grim Greylash, had agreed that it was wiser to split up. Unlike the Earthborn group that had split into 3, or the Cursed faction that had split into 4 attacking forces, Owen's side had split into 2. However, there was a reason for this. Rather than concentrate on taking back the planets the Greylash had lost, they were moving like a spear straight ahead. They focused their forces and were going to attack planet after planet as they headed towards the Dalki part of the solar system. The weaker forces were what had stayed behind, and Owen was confident that even if the Dalki attacked the main Greylash planets, those he had left behind could handle themselves. As such, he was trying to go deep into enemy territory to see just what they had. Currently, Owen was on one of the Greylash planets. He was just outside a Dalki fortress and the Greylash forces were busy attacking, and by his side, he had one of the vampire leaders with him, the first family leader Nick Kane. His arms were folded, and his face showed more than mild annoyance. Why aren't you utilizing any of the vampire forces? Feels like you are wasting our time here. We could have created our own attack force if you were just going to make us stand by. Nikyu complained. Do you doubt our ability to take on the Dalki forces? Owen couldn't help but chuckle. I've never underestimated your power for even a second. I know you and your people are strong, but so are ours. Owen replied. You see, what I plan to do is continue our attack nonstop. Once we take back this planet, we will immediately move on to the next one. However, in a fight like this, fatigue is a real thing. At least it is for us humans who have to rely on our bodies and MC cells. We need rest. It's impossible to keep on attacking, and I assume this should also be true for you vampires, even if it might be to a lesser degree. Don't worry. After this, we will rest, and you will get plenty of time to show off your skills. I'm looking forward to seeing them. I just hope you won't disappoint me then. Nikyu understood what he was saying. If Owen really planned to continue attacking, they all required rest, including the vampires. A rotation was sensible as they continued to move forward, and even traveling in the spaceships there was no guarantee they were safe. 2 hours and 20 minutes. Nikyu replied. That's how long it has been since we have attacked this fortress. You hear that? The first family members behind stomped the ground in response. I will make up for my mistakes, and show you the strength of us vampires. The next fortress we will take out at an even quicker pace than you have done this one. Looking out far in the fortress, when spotted a one-spiked Dalki up in the air. It was then, using his finger, Owen fired out a lightning bolt at the Dalki, hitting it right in the chest, making it fall to the ground. I didn't realize you were making this a contest. I guess I should get involved myself then. Owen smiled, but stopped before running into the battlefield. Are you coming, Nate? Or are you on their side? Nate punched his shield a couple of times, before running off with Owen. Even though he was a vampire, Nate didn't like Nikyu. He also regarded himself more as a human. In the first place, he had been sent over to help the Greylash faction by teaching them how to use chi. He was more of a personal teacher to Owen, though, and he would use his own methods to pass this on to the rest. The Cursed faction group led by Sam, as well as Vincent, the 10th leader and 10th family vampires were present. They had just landed on the planet and would be getting ready for battle. Although Sam was getting information on what was happening to everyone so far and their movements, he would constantly update it on his model of the Beast solar system so he could get an idea of what was currently happening. Things are going well, but I always feel so nervous when things like this happen. That's normal, Vincent replied, looking at the same map. After all, he hasn't made his move yet, and from then on we will have to adapt the plan depending on their actions. As for who he was referring to, it was naturally Graham, the strongest Dalki leader. As they pushed forward and reclaimed more planets, he was bound to appear at some point. The only question was where and when. Would it be before they infiltrated the Dalki part of the Beast solar system? When they finally attacked the base of the Dalki? Or would he get involved even before that? Don't worry. All we can do now is keep pushing forward. As for Graham, I know someone who wants to deal with him personally. I hope Quinn is doing okay, and I'm sure, just like always, he will be ready by then, and stronger than ever to kick Graham's lizard head in. Before leaving, Sam had made sure to share his plans with Quinn. However, it had not just been one single plan. Sam had informed the Cursed faction leader about his multiple plans depending on how the situation would develop. They had been so detailed that Quinn had gotten a bit of a headache trying to remember them all. Still, the large variety had given him confidence that no matter the outcome, Sam had a solution and an answer for any action the Dalki might take. He couldn't imagine anyone else preparing so much, and their enemies would surely be in for a surprise. Right now, Quinn was on the dark planet that used to be used as the vampire settlement. It was strange to see when arriving at the place that there was no settlement at all. Where it used to be, it was nothing but a paved wasteland now. It also made him realize just how much of the vampire settlement had been moved over to Daisy as well. The area that had been moved was a little over where the devices had been placed. The technology used was certainly incredible. Oh, that's right, it wasn't technology, it was some vampire magic, right? Whenever I think of magic, it reminds me of that god Bliss. She hasn't made an appearance since then either. Quinn thought. He was waiting for one of the ships from the 4th family to arrive. Once it did, it would escort him out to where the nest crystal was discovered. On the way, he would receive updates on the situation. Quinn didn't mind that much because it gave him time to do something else. Running through the forest, the Vampire King was looking for a good spot where he could lie low for a while. He went through the trees to give him higher ground and was using his ears to pinpoint the sound of a river. During his travel through the forest, he had also come up against another ape-like beast with 4 arms. It stood on the other branch, blocking his view. It reminded Quinn of the ape that they also still kept from the Blade Island. It had been tamed by Mona, and even though she was so far away at times, it wasn't hostile to the humans on the cursed ship. They would often use it to bring and deliver things to the ship, which Quinn found a bit harsh. However, every time they gave him a banana to pay it for his services, it was visibly over the moon. It seemed happy enough to be of service, in exchange for the tasty treat at least. However, this ape was clearly blocking his way, and giving Quinn some sort of staring contest. The next second, it started to bang on its chest with all four arms. It vibrated and made a deep hollow sound, showing that it was quite strong. Oh, is this a challenge? Maybe I could try something, Quinn thought. Inspect. Vorti Ape Emperor Tier Beast. Seeing that it was at the Emperor Tier level, it was quite strong, but killing it would be a waste for him. Instead, he wanted to try something else. Quinn's eyes started to glow red as he looked it in the eye. The charm stat is said to work more on those that have a high level of intelligence, which is why skills like Phantom Punch and Influence don't work well on beasts. It might not be a humanoid beast, but since it's an ape, it should have at least a decent degree of intelligence. So let's see if this works. Staring right into the eyes of the ape, neither of the two broke eye contact, but Quinn could feel it. The ape was getting influenced by his power, despite being at the Emperor Tier. Take me to a quiet place where I won't be disturbed. You can do that, right? Quinn asked. The ape banged on its right pec once, which Quinn assumed meant yes, as seconds later it started to move. While following the ape, he was impressed with how far his powers had come. But after fighting Laxmus, and hearing the tale of how strong Graham was, the vampire knew this wouldn't be enough. To win this war, there was a chance he would need power on the level similar to when he had combined with Ray's power. I don't know what this nest crystal will do to my system, but I'm hoping it will bring you back, my ancestor. The ape was fast as it swung from branch to branch at an incredible speed. It wasn't an Emperor Tier beast for nothing. Eventually it stopped upstream by a river and then went up to a large cliff. Inside the cliff there looked to be several caves. The ape looked behind it, making sure that the one who had given him the order was still there. When Quinn reached the entrance, it pointed inside. So this is the place then, good job, Jesk. Quinn decided to name the ape. Protect the outside for me, make sure no one or nothing comes inside. You can do that, right? The ape responded this time by banging all four of its arms on its body once, and then proceeded to slam the ground under it. It had crushed the floor completely, creating a crater. The beasts on the planet were no joke, which was expected when beings as strong as vampires and bloodsuckers, along with all the subclasses, lived on it. When entering the cave, he could see that it didn't go very far in, but it was at least void of foreign creatures. That was a good thing because it meant that if anyone or anything did come and try to attack him, they would have to do so from the front of the tunnel. It was then that Quinn sat down and pulled out a flask. Shadow started to rise around his arm, and when it disappeared, the black and red gauntlet he would usually have on had come off, now on the floor. This was the blood gauntlet. Looking at the flask, it was different from the usual one he would carry, which was silver in color. This one had mainly a red body, and that was because it actually was made with different materials. When Logan had obtained knowledge of Richard, he had also learned a lot about the vampires and how they created the flasks. In particular, Logan had found out about the strange magic circles that would come to be. This, with the right set of beast crystals, could create something, and it allowed them to make multiple new flasks with what they had, without relying on the ones the vampires used. In total, Quinn had 4 of the red flasks on him which were filled with blood, and he also had 2 silver flasks from the vampires. Ever since obtaining Arthur's blood armor, though, carrying around flasks and his blood bank was a secondary safety measure. The reason Quinn had pulled out these flasks wasn't for nourishment or anything of that sort. Instead, he started to pour the flask and blood started to drip on the gauntlet. As it fell, it glowed, producing a strange red mist, and Quinn could see it was powering up. With his inspect skill, he could see that it had stored the required 10,000 drops of blood. However, he still had 3 more flasks with him. After obtaining the special blood gauntlet, Quinn had asked Logan for a favor: to gather the blood from as many people in the shelter as possible. It would take some time, but they had over 50,000 people living at each shelter, which meant there was plenty of blood that could be used on the gauntlet. 1. 846/20,000 blood points required. The gauntlet's active skill can be used 3 times. Alas, the requirement of different blood had increased, meaning it would be harder each time he used the active skill. The question was, what equipment would he upgrade? The first thing Quinn had in mind was his other gauntlet. Using the shadow, the red blood gauntlet was back in his hand, and now his other one was placed on the ground. Time for you to upgrade to the demon tier level, Quinn thought as he placed his hand on it and activated the blood gauntlet skill. After thinking about it for a while, Quinn decided on what he wanted to upgrade. Given how much he had left, he imagined he would be able to increase the tier of his equipment by around 6 times in total. Based on how high the blood requirement was going up each time, he used the gauntlet. This would allow him to use the active skill of the blood gauntlet on all pieces of the Blue Fang armor set. The Blue Fang armor set has been one of the best armor sets I've ever used. On top of that, it was gifted to me by her. It would only be right to upgrade the armor set to help me out in this war against the Dalki. At the same time, it wasn't as if Quinn had time to go hunting demon tier beasts while everything was going on. Using the active skill, the white-colored gauntlet started to light up in a red glow as the power was being transferred over. He could feel the gauntlet changing, and its shape started to change slightly as well. It was getting a little thicker in size while keeping the rest of the gauntlet design intact, and finally when the red glow started to fade, Quinn could see his normal gauntlet in front of him. But it wasn't just the same anymore. Finally, a demon tier weapon that I can use, Quinn thought. The smile was so large on his face. He felt like he could feel the edges of his mouth reaching his eyes. You have successfully upgraded the Drainamo Gauntlet into a demon tier weapon. Energy Sap has been upgraded to Energy Drain. When this skill is activated, as long as the gauntlet touches an entity containing energy, that energy will be permanently drained and added to the wearer. Alternatively, this energy can also be used to re-energize the wearer's stamina. New active skill learned. Energy Share. When this skill is activated, as long as the gauntlet touches an entity, it will permanently take energy from the user and share it. Plus 80 strength. Plus 10 agility. Plus 10 stamina. Looking at the active skills, it was better than he thought. Not only did he get a boost in stats compared to when it had been at the demigod tier level, but the effects of the active skill had changed. Before, the active skill would allow him to absorb energy from others, but that energy would only temporarily stay with him. Here, the change in text was subtle, but it stated the words permanent. It reminds of the skill that Ray told me he had. This gauntlet, it now can weaken the others while increasing my own strength as well. I just have to be careful about one thing: how much energy my body can hold from those I take. If I were to use it on every creature I come across, taking in their energy and my body was at its limit, then I would no longer be able to use this active skill to weaken my enemy during the fight. There is a chance it could strain my current body. Quinn knew that his body was already holding in a large amount of chi and blood energy, and although this skill was good, it could do more harm than good if he didn't keep his own limit in mind. He had seen the negative effects of such a thing happen with Agent 2. Luckily, this new energy share skill seems to be the perfect solution to the problem. I can give energy to others. I wonder if the energy given to others is permanent as well. If so, it might be an easy way to increase the power of everyone's chi without having them train. Thinking about this active skill, it reminded Quinn of the dry bodies he had seen. Perhaps this was somewhat similar to what Pure had been doing in those secret labs. With the one upgrade done, Quinn decided to follow up with the Blue Fang set. He was a little worried that upgrading just one part of the set would make it so the active set skill might no longer work. He could only hope that as long as all the pieces were upgraded, that it would ensure he could keep using it. Quinn began with the chest piece and continued on the rest. As predicted, the rest of the flasks were enough for him to use the active skill a few more times, and now, his whole armor set had been upgraded to the next tier. The thing was, if Quinn wanted to use the gauntlet's active skill again, he now would have to gather 80,000 different blood types, and he was unable to use the ones that he had already used. The amount had jumped far more than he had predicted, as it didn't seem to follow a set pattern like Quinn first thought. It looks like it's going to be a long time until I can use that skill again, but I can't be down. Demigod Blue Fong Chest Piece. Demigod Blue Fong Shoulder Guard. Demigod Blue Fong Leg Piece. Demigod Blue Fong Boots. All the pieces had gone from legendary tier to demigod tier, and without a doubt Quinn thought he had to have one of the best beast armor sets now out in existence. Before, the Blue Fong set had blessed Quinn with a total of 90 extra agility points, and that was without using its active skill. Now all pieces increased it by 120. Although the improvement didn't seem big for getting all pieces onto the demigod tier level. This meant if someone wore a complete set of demigod tier equipment, they would be faster than Quinn without any beast gear on. For once, Quinn was happy that beast gear wasn't able to be used on the Dalki, and that obtaining such high-level equipment was rare. The important thing that Quinn wanted to see a change in though was the active skill. Looking at it, Quinn was glad to see that nitro acceleration was still there. The only disappointing thing was that it had not changed either. In the past, using nitro acceleration would bring his agility up to 220. Now with the increased stats and his system being fully uncooked giving him more speed, his speed would reach around 280, making him 3 times as fast as if he didn't have equipment on. He doubted that there would be anyone faster than him, and with this speed and his strikes he was sure he could do some serious damage. The 2-minute usage time was the only small downside to the whole thing. Wait. There's no new active skill. Was the gauntlet just a lucky coincidence? Do I only gain an extra skill when something reaches demon tier? Quinn thought, and now wondered if should have kept the upgrades for something else. Still, it was an improvement nonetheless. Placing the Blue Fong set on him, and using the Blood Gauntlet and now the Demon Tier Gauntlet on himself. He felt it was time to leave the cave. During his little upgrade spell, he could tell that there was some fighting going on outside. Exiting the cave, Quinn could see Jesk was badly hurt. The gorilla now had cuts all over his body, and it looked like he was going up against another gorilla of the same species. It had gray fur and 4 limbs but was larger. It was clear this beast had come along more than the one that Quinn had controlled. Seeing Quinn, Jesk immediately went by his side and started to beat his chest again. Even though he was covered in wounds, it looked like it was determined to continue following Quinn's order. I could kill that beast myself, but I'm sure you would prefer your own payback. It would be rude of me not to reward your loyalty. Quinn ran behind the other gorilla and held it by the back of its head. At that moment, he started to use the effects of the energy drain on his gauntlet. The gray gorilla attempted to hit Quinn, and honestly he let it hit him with his hands as it did next to nothing. Absorbing some energy from the newly arrived gorilla, Quinn quickly went back and touched Jesk on top of the head. Energy share. Let's see how much energy you get from this thing. And maybe me and you, Jesk, can be friends for a while longer on this trip. Jesk started to grow a little larger and its muscles were starting to budge. Its wounds looked to be ignored, while the one opposite felt a little sluggish after being drained. At the same time, in the air, Quinn could see that the ship had arrived to take him to where he needed to be. Go Jesk, I chose you. Show him what you got. Quinn smiled. Standing towards the cave entrance, Quinn was observing Jesk. After the gorilla received the power boost from the gauntlet. It was a great way to test the new active skills and how they worked. Since there is no way or hint to evolving my body, I always just left that quest alone, but after feeling Ray's power, I know it's possible to still change, so there must be a way. Quinn thought, as he had felt a strain when he had absorbed the gray gorilla's power, which had only disappeared after he had shared it with Jesk. Once I find a way to complete that quest and become something beyond a vampire lord, then I should be able to use this demon tier gauntlet to its full potential. A big clash occurred in the center as the 2 gorillas locked into each other. Quinn could see 8 hands tied up. Both beasts were attempting to overpower the other. Unsurprisingly, with Jesk's newfound strength and with the gray gorilla weakened, the former was able to continue pushing the intruder back. The ground was being torn as the gorilla was being pushed, and eventually its back slammed against a tree. With its bottom 2 arms, Jesk had let go of the grip he had on the gorilla, while still holding its other 2 arms at the top and keeping it in place. It then knocked the hands away before using its lower arms to continuously punch the gorilla in the stomach one after the other. Who? Who? Jesk bellowed while it continued to punch the one that had hurt him. The gray gorilla was bleeding from its mouth, and to finish it off, Jesk lifted the other gorilla over its shoulder and slammed it on the ground. I took around a quarter of the energy away from the other Emperor tier and added it to Jesk. It seems that the experiment was a success. Quinn thought, a satisfied smile on his face. However, he was baffled as to what happened next. Jesk had clearly won the fight, but he now stood over the other gorilla and then punched at its chest once again, this time piercing through it with its bare hands and sheer strength. Quinn thought it was simply finishing off its opponent at first, but he soon saw that the gorilla had pulled out the other's beast crystal. Wait, is it? A few seconds later, the gorilla was already consuming the crystal raw. Seeing this, Quinn was reminded of the actions of the humanoid beasts, whose bodies were currently inhabited by Vorden and Ratten. It was a natural way for beasts to evolve, only that it was rare to see them do it. Quinn could have easily gone and stopped Jesk before the gorilla ate the crystal, yet it would have been rude. One Emperor tier crystal would not have made much of a difference for the war, while the gorilla might benefit a lot more from it. As if to prove Quinn's thought process, Jesk was beginning to evolve at the same time. The vampire wasn't sure if Jesk had already been close to an evolution, if it was due to him absorbing a compatible beast crystal, after all, they were both gorillas of the same species, or if he had stumbled upon a secret extra benefit from his energy share ability. They can wait just a little while, Quinn thought, as he noticed the ship land on the planet. The gorilla looked to be in pain. Unlike the humanoid tier beasts, it looked like it didn't know when it evolved that it would be in a vulnerable state. It was easy for any beasts to come and kill it. Since Jesk had done a good job in defending the cave, Quinn thought he could at least defend it from any others that would try to attack him. The strange thing was, while Quinn waited, he could tell that other beasts were heading their way, making him wonder if evolving beasts were giving off some type of energy that served as a beacon. His eyes started to glow red, and Quinn stomped his foot on the ground, sending a bit of his chi force out towards the forest area. After the initial second, where everyone had frozen in place, they had all run off in the opposite direction. It was clear who would win in a fight, and the beasts seemed to know it as well. Eventually, Jesk's evolution was complete. He was now a white-furred gorilla with 6 arms. The new ones had come out from his sides. The third pair were a little smaller, but his body had grown in size to the point where Jesk was now as big as a Dalki. Congratulations on becoming a legendary tier beast now. You look strong, Quinn said. The gorilla beast was only a few meters away, and Quinn noticed one thing. His influence skill was weakening on the beast now that it had evolved. Not because its intelligence had decreased, but just because it was harder to control such beasts at this level. In the end, Quinn had already gotten his use out of Jesk, so he decided to let the beast go. When doing so, Quinn had half expected the gorilla to attempt to kill him straight away. Instead, Jesk put his 6 knuckles to the ground and bowed its head. Is he kneeling? Quinn thought. Are you thanking me? The gorilla lifted its head and started to nod. It was now in debt to the person who not only saved his life but had managed to help him grow to this state. Did I just tame a beast without an ability? I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. The humanoid beasts before could also be reasoned with. I guess it's just the lower tier beasts and the unintelligent ones that are aggressive. I will be leaving this place, Jesk. Quinn spoke, not sure if the monkey could fully understand him or not, so the vampire did some actions with his fingers as well. I hope you do well and continue to grow strong. Turning around, Quinn felt like it was his time to leave. He needed to get going after all. At the same time, he wanted to try out how much faster he was without using the Nitro Accelerate skill. He had to get used to the speed so he could use it in the fight. Walking a few steps, Quinn then suddenly ran through the forest. He was careful to avoid the trees, and it was good training for him. He needed to focus with his speed. The difference didn't seem too great for Quinn to deal with, but he knew that this was just a taste, because when Nitro Accelerate was used, that was when the real trouble would start. A couple of minutes later, Quinn arrived at the empty wasteland, where he could see a medium-sized battleship had landed. Outside, already waiting, seemed to be his escort group. There were 4 people, and they looked to be on guard until Quinn slowed down his stride. "Your Majesty," they all stated as they lowered their heads, soon lifting them again. "Sorry for making you wait. I hope you weren't too worried," Quinn replied. "Of course, we just landed ourselves. We weren't waiting at all. I am Earl Ronson of the 4th family, and I am in charge of this expedition. I will do my best to assist you, Your Majesty, and shall inform you to the best of my abilities wherever possible. The 2 by my side are Viscount Norvik and Viscount Nyen. We are all inner castle vampires." Since Ronson didn't bother to introduce the other one, Quinn could only assume they were low-ranking vampires. Titles such as Earl and Viscount were only given to those from the castles, but Quinn had never bothered with any of that stuff, and it seemed like that was a trait shared by those from the 10th family, since no one had informed him of any such thing when he became leader. Essentially, the Earl was the captain of the group, and the 2 by his side were similar to platoon leaders of the group. Ronson looked to be quite the young adult, around 25, and had spiked hair that suited this era's hairstyle, which was a bit unusual for the vampires. Still, Quinn knew not to judge vampires by their appearances. Then there was Nyen, a female who had her hair in a single ponytail and sharp eyes. Her expression hadn't changed once since Quinn had arrived. He had seen plenty of her type among the vampires. Then finally there was the Viscount Norvik, who had quite the large belly and looked a bit older. It was the first time Quinn really had seen a vampire with what people often referred to as a beer belly. "Let's get going, and you can explain to me on the way why you are having trouble procuring the nest crystal," Quinn ordered. As they were about to move, they all heard something come from the forest as tree branches were heard breaking. All 3 moved in front of the king, getting their hands ready to protect him. A few seconds later, a large white-furred beast with 6 arms could be seen coming through. "Everyone stand back," Quinn ordered, stepping forward. "He's a friend. I guess that means you wish to come along with me, Jesk?" The medium-sized vessel was on its way to its destination. It was a place that the vampires had only just left and were now returning again. On board the medium-sized ship, Quinn was trying to get a gauge of what their current forces were like. There were the 4 that had greeted him, then a total of 10 more vampires on board, it looked like. The vessel looked as if it could house around a 100 or so staff, and was far too big for the likes of them. However, Quinn never expected a big expedition team in the first place, especially since only 1 family leader had been selected and most of them were out in the front lines fighting. At the moment, Quinn was in a meeting with the 2 Viscounts and the Earl, although they had one more unexpected guest, which was Jesk, who had refused to stop following Quinn. Honestly, Quinn felt safe with him by his side. His loyalty seemed unwavering and was perhaps more trustworthy than the humans and vampires. While the meeting was taking place, that left the rest of the crew to relax for the time being. They were currently in one of the break rooms, which had juice packs of blood for them and a kitchen in case they wanted to cook any meat. There was also a large rectangular table for them all to sit on and eat, which some of them were doing now. "So what do you think about our new king? It was the first time we have seen him up close." The one speaking was named Mo and was sitting at the table. Most of those that were brought along from the trip other than those that were in the meeting currently were from the inner castle area of the 4th family. He seemed, I don't know, plain? Joy, the small framed vampire that was currently drinking from a small blood pack, replied. "I mean, sometimes it's hard to believe that the guy out there was the guy that saved all the settlement, and our king no less. But he did save the settlement." Rick suddenly spoke up from the side. A larger vampire that was sleeveless, showing the side of his muscles. He had just finished grabbing a raw steak and placed it out on the table and sat opposite to the others. Not just once, but he saved it twice. Everyone was interested in this conversation. Being in different families meant they didn't have much chance to interact with the king. They had only seen him in action a few times, and for them it was strange. Because news before he had been elected, a lot of different families were telling them to be cautious of the 10th leader. Suddenly, the leaders were changing their tune, which just left the rest confused. "We know." Mo rolled his eyes. "We were all there. But you know the rumors being spread around, right? That it was borrowed power. That Arthur had given him his strength, and he had obtained something after that as well. Some vampires think that if it wasn't for the previous king's absolute blood control that he would no longer be as strong as he was, and he can't use the blood control much either, right? Because of the strain it puts on one's body. So we're just questioning how strong he really is now. I heard the same thing, Joy said, nodding her head along. Although Rick didn't agree it was the same for him, he had heard the same rumors. Whether what you say is true or not, that man is our king. He saved our lives twice, and he might be the one that saved our lives on this trip as well. Speaking about that, Joy said, as she had just finished her juice pack and gave off a refreshing sound. What do you think he will do against them? I mean, we all struggled, we could see the crystal, but we couldn't even get close to it. I think maybe just with the king here it won't be enough. I agree, another said who was listening in on the conversation so far. The other leaders should have come for this. A variety of strength is what we need, not a single strength. I think this might be even too much for our king as well. There was silence between the others as they remembered what had happened on their quest. Some of them even felt ashamed. You know what I'm worried about? Mo broke the silence. It's Norvik. I heard he dislikes the king. Although he is in the fourth family, he supports the Red Side's ideal. So he isn't exactly too pleased with him. Maybe he will say something or do something that angers the king. I guess then it would show if he really is strong or not. The meeting was taking place in the control room. In this room, one could see the front of the ship and the space outside in front of them. It looked like the vampires had crafted a special seat on the ship just for Quinn, and he could see it was something that had newly been implemented. Please sit, sir. Earl Ronson gestured towards the seat. And all of you are going to stand? Quinn replied, finding the whole thing awkward. Don't worry. I appreciate the gesture and I have 2 working legs just fine. So about this nest crystal that you found. I'm guessing you had some difficulties. If you could please explain. The second Quinn asked this question, Viscount Norvik just scoffed. It was unclear if it was at the remark Quinn had made or an accident. But the other Viscount next to him, Nyen, gave him a stare that would cause most people to back away. Discovering the crystal was not the problem, and honestly, most of the beasts that were on the planet were easy to defeat. However, as we got closer to the nest crystal, there was something strange that happened. Ronson explained. The beasts near the area were getting stranger, and then we could finally see it, trouble that faced us all. Even with our abilities and strength, this task seemed like an impossible one without any of the leaders' help. Yes, and it still seems impossible, Norvik replied. But there was one that was insistent in us finding the nest crystal and bringing them back to them straight away. So we went ahead anyway, despite knowing the dangers, and came out far more hurt. Norvik, please. The king has his own reasons for wanting the nest crystal, Ronson shouted. And what is that? Norvik replied. Please tell us while everyone is off fighting, including the leaders, that this crystal is so important, and why we couldn't just continue searching rather than be sent on this death quest. It looked like finally Nyen was going to step in as she stood in front of Norvik and looked at him, but Quinn instead cleared his throat. I understand your worry, you just care for your family vampires, and that is a good trait to have. I like that, Quinn replied. But it would be best if you tell everything you know, so we are prepared, and more importantly, I can protect you all. There was silence from the others in the room, until Ronson eventually started speaking again. The beasts we were fighting, the reason they felt a little off was because they were special beasts being produced by the nest crystal and protecting them. Beasts that we call doppelganger. We don't know what tier they are at, but whoever the beast faced, it was able to copy the opponent in front of them and equal them in strength. It was something that seemed impossible, but none of us could defeat ourselves. Everyone was even in battle. Which is why we are worried that even with your help, if they can truly copy anyone's strength including yours, we will still be unable to complete this task. It took a few hours for them to finally reach the planet, and honestly Quinn was quite pleased by the fact for more reasons than one. He had felt really uncomfortable around all the vampires. Whenever he would walk past, they would give him glares here and there. At the same time, others would get out of his way or leave the room when he entered. Not that Quinn was the talkative type or anything, but it was clear they were treating him differently, And the thing was, he knew it wasn't because they were being rude, it was the opposite. I guess that's what it's like to be king? I'm happy that everyone on the cursed faction treats me well. And surprisingly, I'm happy that he's here as well, Quinn said, looking up at Jesk. The ship was landing, and Quinn was waiting to get off by the back of the ship where the ramp would descend. By his side was Jesk, who felt like the only person he could talk to. Wait. I just realized. Have I just been replacing the voices in my head with Jesk? Quinn started to think back to how everyone was treating him on the ship. Quinn had often talked to the gorilla when he had troubles, but the gorilla had done and would only grunt at times. I think I am going crazy with all these past voices in my head. Huh? Jesk? Quinn asked out loud, looking at the gorilla again. He wasn't even aware how this comment made him look to the other vampires, starting to worry about him. Getting off the ship, Quinn could see that the world's air here wasn't exactly pleasant. Everything seemed to be covered in a slight green smog, and the planet smelt like wet mud. It was then that Quinn noticed that the ship had landed on what looked like one of the few pieces of land. When staring out far, he could hardly see any land anywhere, and even his feet were now sinking slightly into the soft mud. That was because almost the entire planet was similar to a large swamp. It was covered in water, but it looked even dirtier than the ones on Earth, and the water looked to be made of a thicker substance. Sorry that we couldn't bring you closer. Ronson apologized, seeing the look on Quinn's face. As you know, the beasts are far more frequent near the nest crystal, and we can't risk them damaging the ship. We had initially set up the teleporter and tried to retrieve the crystal, but since it proved too difficult, we retreated. Upon returning, the teleporter had been destroyed. If we had more people, we might have left some to guard the teleporter, but given our force, splitting them seemed like a bad idea. I understand. Quinn cut them off. I'm guessing the ship can't go through the water too well either. The Vampire King watched everyone get into action. Viscount Norvik led a group of 4 vampire, whereas Viscount Nien led a group of 5, while the Earl stayed quite close to Quinn. It seemed like he was taking his duty quite seriously to protect the king. Although they had split into 2 groups, they weren't far away. It was just how they had been trained to fight, covering each other's back and so on. When Quinn stepped into the swamp area, the water came just below his knees, and the substance he could tell was quite thick. It slowed down his movements in his legs ever so slightly, although Jesk was dealing with it with relative ease. He even offered to let Quinn ride on his back, but he had refused as he wanted to get used to the strange water. Ah crap. Do we really have to do this again? Mo complained as he stared left and right. There were quite a lot of swamp trees in the area that would have vines in them. Sometimes there were few vines allowing them to see quite far off into the land, while others there were too many trees with the vines making it hard for them to see anything. Come on, is it really that scary fighting against yourself? Besides, this time I'm going to beat her, Joy cheerfully proclaimed, pumping her fist. The other vampires following from behind found it quite cute. The next second, though, they could see the vines moving apart, and what looked like a mix between a frog and a giant hippo swimming through. Its body was large, but its face had puffed out its cheeks. Beasts, prepare for attack, Norvik shouted out. Quinn had been warned beforehand that the closer they came to the crystal, the more beasts they would encounter, so he was sure that this wouldn't be the only one. Your Majesty, let us deal with this, so you can save your strength for the dash. Before Ronson could finish his sentence, a tongue wrapped around his face while he was distracted. Using his hands, though, he was able to rip it off, but there were plenty of beasts, and it looked like no one had time to be worrying about the other. Soon, another frog had tried to latch its tongue towards Quinn, but before it reached his head, Jesk had thrown one of its arm out to intercept the tongue, causing it to wrap around its forearm. With another hand it held onto the tongue and pulled it forward, causing the creature's fat body to fly in the air, and the next second it hammered it down with its fist, punching it and causing water to gush up. I will be fine, focus on yourself, Quinn advised, as he began to observe everyone around him. He wanted to see their strength for more reasons than one. Right now they were just guiding him to the place, but if they couldn't hold their own, then perhaps it would be safer for Quinn to place them in his shadow space and just leave them be for now. The beasts were at the Emperor tier level, but there were a lot of them, Seeing how everyone seemed to be doing fine on their own, Quinn wanted to test something, and he soon sprinted towards two of the hippo frogs that were in front of him. Although they had large bodies, somehow they could sink into the ground even though it wasn't so deep, and when doing so, he could tell that they moved quite fast. Some of the others weren't really paying attention to their own fight, instead having chosen to watch their king's action. The frogs began their attack, popping up like moles from the water and would shoot out their tongues. Here Quinn would avoid them, but only just. He was doing this constantly, not getting hit once. Then after some time had passed, he ran up to one of the beasts. It opened its mouth wide and attempted to bite Quinn. Despite their bulky size, the beast was quick, and its jaw had chomped down, biting the vampire's arm. He had his gauntlet on, and it was unable to pierce it, even with its strong jaws. Now that I know your strength, let's test a few things, Quinn thought to himself, placing his other gauntlet on the frog. Then he started to absorb the energy. After that, Quinn went to the other frog that was attacking him and gave it the energy he had just collected, just like he had done with Jesk when he had fought the gray gorilla. He then allowed himself to be hit by the tongue. The others watching this were surprised. They had no clue what Quinn was doing. He was still testing the limits of his gauntlet and just how much power he could give them and take away. What effect it would have in the end. He intended to test out the capabilities of his improved equipment, but for those watching, they could just see someone getting hit by low-level beasts, unable to comprehend his action. Was it really borrowed power? Mo asked out loud. No, he hasn't used any of his blood powers. This must be some sort of training, Rick argued back, while slashing the face off another frog. Yeah, but he still sucks, Joy shouted, as she dodged another frog. Eventually all the beasts had been defeated, and in the end, for some reason, Jesk had been the one who had killed the two frogs Quinn had been fighting. This was because after his little test, Quinn had given the leftover energy to Jesk since he no longer needed it. He was curious to find out if he could help his new friend evolve once again, by continuously feeding him energy. Of course, he would keep in mind not to overdo it. He himself knew better than anyone what an imbalance of power could do to one's body. To the others, though, they were starting to think the rumors were really true. Even the Viscounts and the Earl were concerned. Continuing their travels, Quinn noticed that this time not only was the Earl by his side, but so were the two Viscounts. I have a question to ask. Can the doppelgangers copy abilities? Quinn wondered, unaware of what was happening. The surrounding area had become clear, almost void of trees. They were just walking in the strange sludge when a plop was heard. A very loud plop. The water itself rose, and it looked like it was forming into something. Straight away, Ronson stood in front of Quinn, and a few seconds later a copy of him appeared in front of him, blocking their path. I guess I'm about to find out. Quinn smiled.